borders to set up aid centres, like this one called Ukrainian House, to offer help, including temporary accommodation. But these are chaotic times, and not everyone fleeing Ukraine has found Poland quite so welcoming, including foreign students.
The Ukrainians were let in, and the foreigners, they were segregated to one side.
Some have also complained of poor treatment at the hands of Ukrainian border guards.
All the black people, Arabic people especially, what I saw, they beat them, they told their gun to them at night. It was snowing, like just people wanted to walk. They stopped us like at 3 hours, they didn't let us walk, and people get like aggressive.
Poland says it's admitted around 350,000 people from more than 120 countries. With war raging just a few kilometers away, sympathy for the refugees is mixed with a fear of what might come next.
Well, for more on the refugee situation, let's bring in Chris Meltzer. He's a senior spokesperson with the UN Refugee Agency, the UNHCR, and he joins me from Rzeszów, near the Polish border with Ukraine. Chris, describe for us the situation. Where are you right now? What are we seeing behind you?
Directly at the border, close to a reception center, and it's very busy. Many refugees, of course, but there are also many Poles who help these refugees, offering free rides, offering free phone cards and other things. And that's why it's a little chaotic here, but actually the mood is not bad.
Okay, so this is the hotspot where you are right now, a reception center near the Polish border. But give us a broader picture about the refugee situation. What does it look like right now?
You have mentioned the figure of 660,000. This is quite the recent figure is quite new. More than half of them are here in Poland right now. We have to expect many more people because we know that there are still long lines of cars, many kilometers, 15, maybe 20 kilometers on the border crossing points. So there are still many people who are trying to flee Ukraine, and they were coming here to Poland, but also to Romania, Hungary, Moldavia, Slovakia, and other countries.
So we all remember the refugee crisis in 2015, but has Europe seen anything like this, the refugees coming from Ukraine, since the Second World War?
Actually not since the Second World War, as you said. There were many refugee crises. Remember from the Balkans, or when the Russians invaded Hungary in 1956, hundreds of thousands fled to Austria and other countries. But 660,000 within less than 5 days, this is indeed unprecedented.
From your point of view, are the refugees getting the support they need?
Probably not. They need, because when you're a refugee, you need some
forces are continuing their bombardment. Rockets have struck the city center, damaging administrative buildings. Ukraine's president has called the attacks a war crime. Russia has denied targeting residential areas or civilian infrastructure. Russian media claim forces were striking only military targets. City officials in Kyiv say several residents have been killed during 2 days of sustained bombing.
An onslaught in Kyiv, a city with 1.5 million residents. Ukraine says Russia targeted residential buildings with volleys of rockets. People in a maternity ward forced to flee to a bomb shelter. Ukraine's president has condemned the bombardment, calling for it to be brought before an international tribunal.
Today, Russian forces brutally attacked Kharkiv using rockets. Clearly a war crime. Peaceful city, peaceful residential areas, no military facilities. Dozens of eyewitness records prove this was not a mistake, but the deliberate destruction of people. The Russians knew where they were shooting.
Moscow denies the accusations. Ever more civilians are joining the fight to push back Russian troops from Kyiv.
I have 6 children at home and a wife. I'm from Kharkiv. The day before yesterday, I decided to take up arms and protect the city. When I made my decision, of course my wife and my 10-year-old son cried. They tried to stop me from joining the fighters, but finally they understood. It's our land that we have to defend. We can't back down.
Ukraine is also inviting foreigners to fight for the country as it braces for a new phase in the war.
The Russian invasion of Ukraine has led to many false or misleading videos and pictures on social media. Sometimes it's hard to say what is real or what is false. So let's bring in DW's head of fact-checking,
legitimate search.
It's all very complicated, Yosha. These kind of fakes, they're really, really hard to spot. Imagine just we're looking at video game pictures, I believe they are right. So how can we in general prevent to be fooled?
To be very honest, it even happens to professionals, to us as well. But take the example of the TV branch of the German media outlet Bild. We prepared this video. The images show hundreds of Russian soldiers allegedly parachuting over the Ukrainian city of Kyiv. We see this news format here by the German outlet Bild, and we found the exact same video we are seeing here on Facebook dating back to 2016. So the footage, it appears, is from Russia and not from the Ukraine and not from the actual war. So sometimes even big media outlets fall for it, and how can we prevent it to be fooled? Think before you share and double check the material, maybe even the metadata of this material.
So what was the strangest fake you come across during your research in the war in Ukraine?
I could pick this one. We found some news on a CNN journalist killed in Ukraine. An alleged CNN tweet announced that the CNN journalist Bernie Bors was killed in Ukraine as the first American casualty in this war. The same journalist was killed by the Taliban in Afghanistan. Another tweet claims this sounds really strange, and it is. Both accounts were CNN accounts, and they were fake accounts, which were blocked very soon. The name is fake, and we found this alleged CNN journalist as he is a streamer, a YouTuber from the United States, which you can see here. So in short, the whole story is a big fake, and CNN confirmed to us that this is a fake story from the Ukraine war.
DW's head of fact-checking, Yosha Weber, there on the news war that is going on as well. Thank you, Yosha. And now to some of the other headlines related to the war in Ukraine. Ukraine's Navy says its soldiers stationed on Snake Island are alive and have been taken as prisoners of war by Russia. They were presumed killed after refusing to surrender to a Russian warship in the Black Sea. Their defiant response went viral. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky honored them as heroes of Ukraine. The United States is expelling 12 Russian UN diplomats, accusing them of being spies. Russia's UN ambassador Vasily Nebenzia told a session of the Security Council about the expulsion, calling it a hostile step. He later refused to specify whether he was actually among those told to leave. The International Criminal Court in The Hague will launch an investigation of the situation in Ukraine following Russia's invasion. The chief prosecutor said there was a reasonable basis to believe that both alleged war crimes and crimes against humanity have been committed. Russia does not recognize the court's authority. Turkey says it will block Russian warships from the key Bosporus and Dardanelles Straits, prohibiting access for Navy vessels to the Black Sea. The Montreux Convention of 1936 gives Turkey the right to bar warships of, quote, belligerent countries from the two straits. Several Russian warships have sailed through the straits in the past weeks. Turkey said it was closing the waterway now to prevent an escalation of the war. Here's Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan on the matter.
Montreux Sözleşmesi'nin
We are determined to use the authority given to us by the Montreux Convention regarding the marine traffic in straits to prevent an escalation of the crisis. As we've always said, we are in favor of respecting Ukraine's sovereignty, political unity and territory.
Дорога к выходу к подвалу. Я посетил магазин и увидел, что ассортимент, чуть-чуть, может быть, меньше, чем неделю назад. Цены сопоставимы. И на радостях я купил, я очень люблю свежий хлеб, купил свежий хлеб 3 видов. Сегодня масленица, в конце концов, будем, возможно, сжигать что-то чучело. Просто нормальная, спокойная жизнь. Я вижу, что Одесса живет абсолютно нормальной жизнью. Никаких очередей к банкоматам, к заправочным станциям я не видел. Все прекрасно. Перечислил благотворительный фонд корпорации «Монстров», взнос 300 гривен. Все как полагается.
Сергей, спасибо огромное. Мне было безумно приятно разговаривать с вами по телефону. Сергей Дебров, житель Одессы и журналист, рассказал нам о том, что в Одессе сегодня все хорошо. Вы смотрите специальный эфир телеканала «Настоящее время». Я коротко вам напомню, что этот эфир практически не прерывается с того момента, как Россия начала войну на территории Украины. В России, правда, это слово под запретом за помощь иностранным государствам, причем очень разного характера. Генпрокуратура уже объявила уголовную ответственность до 20 лет лишения свободы по статье о государственной измене. Сайт телеканала «Настоящее время» сегодня с утра был заблокирован. Мы получили уведомление от Роскомнадзора о том, что мы распространяем недостоверную общественно значимую информацию о числе погибших российских военных. Работает наш телеграм-канал, пока работает трансляция на YouTube. Пожалуйста, прочитайте внимательно нашу инструкцию, как оставаться с нами на связи в эти непростые времена, потому что мы продолжаем работать для вас, чтобы вы могли узнавать проверенную, точную и оперативную информацию. Мы продолжаем. Глава Харьковской области Алексей Снегубов записал видеообращение после обстрелов Харькова, о которых я рассказывала совсем недавно. Он назвал происходящее военным преступлением. Только на эту минуту, по его данным, есть как минимум 11 погибших и десятки раненых.
Те, що зараз відбувається в місті Харкові, це військовий злочин.
То, что сейчас происходит в городе Харькове, это военное преступление против украинского народа. Это геноцид украинского народа. Российский враг обстреливает жилые кварталы с критической инфраструктуры, где нет ни одного военного объекта. Обстреливает из тяжелой артиллерии. Ведутся обстрелы в районах Алексеевки, Салтовки, Павлового поля. Гибнут десятки мирных жителей.
Мирних мешканців. И это відбувається в той час, коли люди просто...
И это происходит в то время, когда люди просто вышли в аптеки, в магазины, купить лекарства, продукты питания. Это жестокий цинизм, это преступление. Россия использует тяжелое артиллерийское оружие. Из-за обстрелов, которые ведутся до сих пор, мы еще не можем посчитать наши потери.
Підрахувати наших втрат. Лише на сьогодні, на цей момент...
Только на сегодняшний момент у нас 11 погибших и десятки раненых. Мы приносим соболезнования родственникам погибших. Борьба продолжается. Наши позиции очень сильные. Наши вооруженные силы не отошли ни на метр. Мы держим оборону города Харькова.
Сили не відійшли ні на метр. Ми тримаємо оборону міста Харкова. Сьогодні у нас були спроби нальоту.
Сегодня у нас были попытки налетов вражеских боевых вертолетов. Также к нам шли бомбардировщики. Наши вооруженные силы отбили эти наступления. Достойно отбили. У нас постоянно подходит тяжелая артиллерия, оружие. Нам помогают наши западные партнеры, Европа. И мы продолжаем постоянно усиливать наши оборонные позиции. Победа будет за нами. Верьте в наши вооруженные силы. Верьте в каждого себя.
Перемога буде за нами. Вірте в наші збройні сили.
Мы не отдадим ни клочка, ни сантиметра нашей собственной земли. Держимся. Слава Украине!
Тримаємося. Слава Україні!
В телеграм-канале украинского политика Антона Геращенко появилось видео сбитого в Харьковской области российского вертолета.
Вертолет, который упал на близнецы.
В телеграм-канале Униана опубликовали видео снаряда, который попал в квартиру в Харькове. По счастливой случайности этот снаряд не взорвался. нашему эфиру присоединяется Евгений Надоршин, главный экономист консультационной компании ПФ Капитал. Евгений, здравствуйте.
Да.
Здравствуйте. Спасибо большое.
Да. Пытаюсь, не ожидал, кадрировали немножко неожиданно для меня.
Ну, это прямой эфир, всякое случается.
Нет,
Евгений,
не проблема. Подбирал позицию.
Смотрите, очень многие люди в России ждали понедельника для того, чтобы понять, в какой экономической реальности они находятся после начала.
Вот это был не я. Я не ждал. Я был бы не прочь в воскресенье задержаться, буду откровенен. А в субботе мне нравилось еще больше, честно вам скажу. Пятница была неплохой.
Расскажите.
Простите, да, этот юмор, наверное, в этих обстоятельствах, но да, вот, честно сказать, я не ожидал от этой реальности, да, ничего хорошего. Ну, вышло, скажу вам честно, вышло лучше пока, чем я ожидал.
Объясните, пожалуйста, потому что есть, да, заголовки новостей, которые не всегда понятны рядовым людям. Ключевая ставка 20%, курсы евро и доллара обновили исторические максимумы. Что это значит для жизни в России?
Ну, смотрите, если кратко, наверное, все-таки наш эфир здесь небольшой, да, то, ну, это означает, скорее всего, начало рецессии где-нибудь во втором квартале. То есть, к сожалению, российская экономика, вот с учетом тяжести введенных санкций и, к сожалению, предпринятых там властями мер, предпринятых или не предпринятых, я не могу сказать, что все вот сглаживающие, сдерживающие, да, компенсирующие меры были предприняты адекватно, там, где надо и в должном объеме, нет. Более того, вот сейчас, так сказать, власти, в общем, пытаются озвучить пакет мер и до сих пор его дорабатывают. То есть явно не все, не ко всему оказались готовы. И, как обычно это бывает, не все меры окажутся способными отработать, как задумано. Так что еще будут там переделки и переработки, в этом можно не сомневаться. И вот в результате, да, скорее, если кратко, да, то есть рецессия в экономике, видимо, начнется. Мне, ну, может быть, мне не хотелось больше верить, потому что первый пакет санкций я не оценивал. Ну и, собственно, у вас в эфире тогда, кажется, об этом тоже говорили, я не оценивал как ведущий к неизбежной рецессии в России. Скорее, резко снижающий рост, ну, гипотетически до близких к нулям значениям, скажем, от 1,5 до 0. Усиление этих санкций ведет к ухудшению ситуации, боюсь, бесспорно, просто не такому стремительному. Вот то, что я уже видел на валютном рынке, поначалу, да, выглядело очень плохо, да, то есть, ну, потом силами экспортеров рубль, в общем, слава богу, сейчас стабилизирован, и это, ну, там, для там, последующих процессов уже неплохо, но по-хорошему его вообще нельзя было там опускать выше 100, мне кажется. Ставка 20 это очень тяжело, это большие проблемы с внутренним долговым рынком. Можно так сказать, что на какое-то время рынок долгового капитала умер, скорее всего, в России. И все, кому нужно что-то рефинансировать, ну, то есть в частном порядке, индивидуально, конечно, где-то там договориться, ну, или какой-то банк от безысходности это сделает, ну, потому что не убивать клиента, в общем, соответствующие сигналы ЦБ посылает. Более того, там, послабления, которые могут позволить банкам с относительным комфортом такое рефинансирование даже сложному заемщику произвести, ЦБ, в принципе, принял. Но понятно, что это не история про развитие. То есть ведь с чем синонимичен рост, да, он все-таки синонимичен с развитием. Вот это сейчас не история про развитие. То есть российская экономика, боюсь, начинает сжиматься, и понятно, что многие бизнесы, которые, может, даже и не планировали некоторое время этого тому назад, они сейчас уходят там местами в глухую оборону. Сложно пока наверняка оценить, вот как бы насколько там масштабным будет воздействие санкций в краткосрочной перспективе, пока больше слухов, чем фактов даже. Вот. Но в долгосрочной перспективе четко видно, да, что вот, ну, я говорил уже в этом эфире вот у вас, что упущенные возможности точно основная цена. И вот просто сейчас этих упущенных возможностей становится больше, они смещаются в краткосрочный вот сюда, ближе к текущему моменту времени, и да, и местами будут превращаться аж в спады, да, и рецессию, может быть, не слишком глубокую. И пока, наверное, не кажется, что слишком продолжительную, но все же, да, это падение экономики. Я думаю, сейчас уже его избежать не удастся.
Евгения, скажите, пожалуйста, у меня есть наблюдение, я хочу понять, насколько оно правильное. Я вижу, что серьезно напряжены люди, которые каким-то образом занимаются или занимались в России бизнесом и предпринимательством. Так называемые бюджетники считают, что в первую очередь их попробуют, да, именно их попробуют защитить. Это справедливо?
Сложно сказать. Не знаю, с каким уровнем предпринимателей вы общались, но я думаю, что очень много испытывающих опасения вот среди малого и среднего бизнеса. И у этого есть, к сожалению, исторические основания. Дело в том, что в 2008-2009 году, когда поддержка государства в основном досталась крупному бизнесу, что в 2014-2015 году, когда тоже, на самом деле, поддержка пришлась в основном по крупному бизнесу, и что в ковидные меры, когда малый бизнес хоть что-то и получил, но, надо сказать, не так впечатляющий, не так много, как тот же крупный по формальным и неформальным каналам. Так вот, все это время малый бизнес в стране испытывал большие проблемы каждый раз в этом кризисе. И да, и не испытывал, и не ощущал поддержки государства. Так уж получилось. Российские власти выбрали путь на укрупнение и не слишком переживают, скажем так, по поводу жертв в малом и среднем бизнесе. И исходя уже из одного этого, у малых и средних бизнесменов есть основания переживать, и переживать серьезные. Потому что, смотрите, они не до конца могут понять, например, как их производственные цепочки могут зависеть от каких-то технологических там товаров, которые, может быть, сейчас уже запрещены. Как им доставать? Если вот для крупных компаний какие-то штучные-то решения точно будут, да, индивидуальные каналы организуют, да, какие-то там сервы поставок. Слушайте, Россию всегда серым образом что-то довозилось, вопрос объема. И в этом смысле крупный бизнес, может быть, не сможет найти должное количество того, что ему нужно, но, по крайней мере, если что-то будет нужно штучно, там, для ремонтов или что-то еще, это найдется. А вот кто малому это предоставит, мне кажется, это вопрос, который сейчас вот ответа не имеет. На него нет ответа ни у меня, ни у людей, которые могут вот попасть под эти риски, собственно, ни у властей. И тоже боюсь, что в их пакете мер на этот счет тоже не окажется.
Евгений, последний вопрос. Сегодня у Путина прошло, я, честно говоря, не знаю, длится ли еще это совещание, посвященное...
Завершилось. На сайте Кремля можно видеть, они начали выкладывать стенограмму, но она не закончена. И, собственно, про этот пакет я вам и говорил, совершенно непонятно пока, какой пакет мер нас ждет. Я боюсь, да, что вот даже вот в этой, может быть, казалось бы, там, подготовленной, отработанной, ну, в конце концов, кризис в России уже не первый раз тяжелый. 8-9, опять же, повторяю, 14-15, да, и ковид тоже в 2020 году, в общем, должен был натренировать. Но вот, да, как-то и не быстро, и как-то тяжело, в общем, рождаются. Я ведь думаю, что вполне понятные меры, мы едва ли увидим там много нового. Вот среди мер, что озвучил ЦБ, я, по-моему, ни одной из тех, которые раньше уже предпринимались, толком и не увидел. Ну, разве только что вот как бы ЦБ сегодня, значит, не принял участие в валютных торгах сам с интервенциями, а за него это делали экспортеры. Вот, наверное, так, когда он вроде декларирует, что принимает участие и готов, да, биться за стабильность курса, вот так, наверное, еще не было. Но, тем не менее, экспортеры уже назначались ответственными за стабильность, просто в другой ситуации, там, в 2015, насколько я помню, году. А все остальные меры, ну, даже не то все эти меры, на самом деле, они так или иначе просто вынимаются из прошлого опыта. Ты берешь банальным списком, да, там, и буквально, знаете, вот как бы галочками отмечаешь, что считаешь нужным. Ну, вот так вот можно вводить в существенной степени в действие. Я удивлен, что не увидел некоторых мер, которые в этих обстоятельствах были бы уместны. Ну, слушайте, кто я, чтобы в этой истории советовать, в общем. Что приняли, то приняли.
Спасибо огромное. Евгений Надошин, главный экономист консультационной компании ПФ «Капитал», в прямом эфире настоящего времени рассказал о том, в каком экономическом мире Россия проснулась в понедельник. Спасибо. Возвращаемся к одной из важнейших тем этого дня, пятого дня войны, которую Россия начала в Украине, в Гомельской области. Продолжают идти переговоры, или, как называют их в офисе Владимира Зеленского, консультации Украины и России по разрешению кризиса. Официальный Киев также собирается поговорить с белорусскими властями, потому что страна оказалась втянута в военные действия, предоставив России свою территорию для атак и вторжения в Украину. Несмотря на это, на время переговоров Минск выступил с гарантиями безопасности делегациям Украины и России. Подчеркну, делегациям.
Президент Беларуси просил встретить вас, приветствовать и обеспечить максимально вашу работу. Как было договорено с президентами Зеленским и Путиным, вы можете чувствовать себя в полной безопасности. Это наша святая обязанность. Президент Лукашенко искренне надеется, что сегодня, в ходе сегодняшних переговоров, удастся найти пути решения всех кризисных вопросов. И все белорусы молятся за это. Любые ваши просьбы и предложения, касающиеся организации сегодняшней встречи, будут приняты и беспрекословно исполнены. Ждем результат.
Советник руководителя Офиса президента Михаил Подоляк сообщает сейчас, что переговоры Украины и России на белорусской границе продолжаются. Должен начаться третий раунд этих переговоров или консультаций. И к нашему эфиру из Киева присоединяется Олег Шамшур, чрезвычайный и полномочный посол Украины во Франции. Добрый день. Здравствуйте.
Для нас он
безусловно
однозначно не добрый. Здравствуйте.
Здравствуйте. Скажите, пожалуйста, есть очень сильное сомнение в том, что эти консультации или переговоры могут быть сколько-нибудь эффективны, однако с обеих сторон и коллективный Запад, так называемый, говорит, что это просто хороший знак, да, что эти переговоры в принципе имеют место быть. Расскажите, как вы относитесь к тому, что сейчас происходит?
У меня ожидания очень низкие. Я, в принципе, разделяю оценку министра иностранных дел Великобритании, что со стороны России это, скорее всего, западня. Ни о чем Путин серьезно договариваться не хочет. И, исходя из практики, из того, как он себя ведет в Украине, осуществляя, я это абсолютно ответственно говорю, геноцид против украинского народа, он, очевидно, предложит Украине только ультиматум. И этот ультиматум есть, даже учитывая нынешнюю драматическую ситуацию, неприемлемым ни для украинского правительства, ни для украинского общества.
А вот вы сказали, что это западня. Западня с какой целью расставленная? Потянуть время, потому что, у нас уже был гость в эфире, который обратил внимание, что в то время, пока идут эти переговоры, продолжаются обстрелы Харькова, просто в каком-то колоссальном объеме.
Создать иллюзию, скажем, каких-то миротворческих усилий со стороны преступного режима Путина. Кроме того, потянуть время, но это, как сказать, это очень мягко сказано. Несмотря на начало переговоров, я вчера уже 4-ю ночь значительную частью провел в бомбоубежище, потому что постоянно были предупреждения о налете. Если посмотреть, что происходит сегодня в Харькове, это действительно геноцид. Используется град, сотни людей, которые погибли. Причем, я хочу еще раз подчеркнуть, в городе всегда симпатии, относившихся к России, где много этнических русских, много людей, говорящих на русском языке. И тем не менее их убивают, так же, как убивают украинцев в других городах. Вот, в принципе, цель Путина, она не меняется и не изменится, я думаю. И вряд ли он что-то поймет. Я очень рассчитываю, что все-таки что-то поймут россияне, наконец-то, которые должны понимать, что они тоже несут ответственность за это. И русские солдаты, русские офицеры. И я думаю, что особенно это поймет русская элита.
Олег, я понимаю, что об этом очень тяжело говорить, но, в принципе, очень тяжело говорить обо всем, что мы обсуждаем 5-й день уже. Я сама не могу понять, когда я вижу эти кадры из Харькова, и я вижу, что это не какой-то случайный огонь по мирному населению. Я просто не могу понять, зачем такой приказ кто бы то ни было стал отдавать.
Кто бы то ни было, это, мягко выражаясь, странное заявление. Это приказ, отданный российским военным командованием, и я абсолютно уверен, что Путин в курсе.
Вы думаете, это лично Путин?
Я думаю, лично Путин, по крайней мере, его поставили в известность. Я думаю, что действительно русские и Путин персонально просто в ярости от того, что Украина сопротивляется 5-й день, то, что погибли уже 5000 русских солдат, уничтожено большое количество русской техники, Украина не сдается, и никто не собирается встречать Путина тут и путинцев с цветами. А наоборот, украинцы, независимо от того, какое у них этническое происхождение, на каком языке они говорят, объединились в едином порыве сопротивляться до последней возможности агрессии со стороны России. И этой яростью и вызваны, я думаю, эти абсолютно бесчеловечные методы ведения войны, но они фактически начали с первого дня. Собственно, с первого дня использовались ракеты от, скажем, залпового огня до баллистических ракет. И с самого начала были жертвы среди мирного населения.
Олег, пока мы с вами разговариваем, пришла новость из Елисейского дворца о том, что президент Макрон говорил с Владимиром Путиным, призвал его перестать стрелять по мирному населению, в принципе, закончить военные действия на территории Украины. Это не остановит Владимира Путина. Никакая дипломатия.
Потому что мы имеем дело не просто с диктатором, а с человеком, у которого, очевидно, не все в порядке с психикой и который заботится только о своих личных интересах. Поэтому я думаю, что эти просьбы на него явно не повлияют. Хотелось бы, но, честно говоря, оптимизма особого нет.
А как вы считаете, что остановит эту войну?
Я уже сказал, что я очень рассчитываю, что наконец-то проснется русское население и поймет, в каком мордоре оно живет, который создал Путин, что наконец-то поймут, чем все может окончиться для России, российские элиты. Ну и далее я ставлю многоточие.
Олег Шамшур, чрезвычайный полномочный посол Украины во Франции, был с нами на прямой связи. Олег сейчас находится в Киеве. Говорили о перспективах или бесперспективности переговорного процесса, который идет в эти минуты на территории Беларуси. Спасибо вам большое.
Спасибо за приглашение.
Вы смотрите специальный эфир телеканала «Настоящее время». Мы продолжаем. Бердянский город захвачен российскими военными. Люди вышли на улицы. Они требуют, чтобы войска отправлялись домой. Они поют гимн Украины, стоя рядом с российской военной территорией.
In every city of our country. Nobody's going to break us. We're strong. We're Ukrainians.
Which is part of that national speech that calls the European Parliament to take to its feet for that standing ovation. Let's speak to Sky correspondent Laura Bundock, who is in Brussels as she watched that speech. And just to contrast with what we saw there at that special session, speaking at the UN Human Rights Council, the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, diplomats got up and left the room when he started his speech.
Yeah, compare and contrast those two receptions. I mean, Vladimir Zelensky received a standing ovation before he even opened his mouth. There were members of the European Parliament stood up holding Ukrainian banners. Such was the reception he received, a very stark contrast to what was happening in Geneva. He spoke, and as he spoke, his translator almost broke down in tears. You could hear the emotion in the translator's voice just speaking Zelensky's words, but he made this powerful, this passionate, and what felt like a very personal plea from the Ukrainian people when he told the European Parliament, we have proven our strength, we have proven we are the same as you, do prove you are with us, do prove that you will not let us go. Very strong language from him, and of course referencing to this application Ukraine has made to become a member of the European Union. That obviously a difficult conversation for the EU. These things take a long time. They have at least accepted the application for candidate status. But what is a lot easier, I think, for the European Union to do now is to stand in solidarity, to talk about it being an ally, a friend of Ukraine. And very much that was the strong sentiment today. Let's have a quick listen to Roberta Metsola, who's the President of the European Parliament. Here's how she spoke a little earlier.
On behalf of the European Parliament, I condemn the Russian military aggression against Ukraine in the strongest possible terms and express my solidarity with all those suffering and all those killed.
So standing ovation there, tune strong language, a very standing ovation there, tune strong language, a very strong and powerful speech from Ursula von der Leyen in the Parliament earlier, the President of the European Commission, explaining how Putin had sought to divide the EU. He'd had the opposite effect, and realising, acknowledging the moment that Europe cannot take its security for granted, hence the huge sanctions they have managed to agree and impose over the last few days, financial sanctions, export sanctions, being prepared to freeze the assets of Putin's oligarchs even further, be that luxury yachts, luxury homes or fancy cars. She said it would of course come at a cost to the EU, but that was a price they were willing to pay. What price is freedom? Freedom is priceless, she said. Interesting when it comes to money as well, the EU has made this huge turnaround on its foreign and defence policy recently, committing to fund, in effect, weapons, lethal weapons for Ukraine. Some 500 million euros of money now being spent on that, which, interestingly, the European Union will now match when it comes to the humanitarian price they're willing to pay as well. We've seen these huge queues of people leaving, fleeing Ukraine into European bordering countries, and 500 million euros is now being spent or committed, pledged by the EU to help those Ukrainians fleeing and also those left inside Ukraine too.
Okay, Laura, for the moment, thank you, Laura Bundy, the latest from Brussels. Let's continue to talk about what we mentioned there, the events at the Human Rights Council meeting taking place in Geneva, diplomats staging a mass walkout before the speech by the Russian foreign minister. He is Sergei Lavrov, and he was about to take to the stage to address the council when more than 140 delegates simply got up and left the room. Has the latest for you from Geneva. Alistair Bunkle has the latest for you from Geneva.
Well, he wasn't here in person, so he delivered that speech virtually, as you said. Well, he wasn't here in person, so he delivered that speech virtually, as you said. And when he got up to do it, when he appeared on the screen, I should say, the room was vacated by Western diplomats there in a show of solidarity towards Ukraine, and they went outside the chamber and they got together in a circle and they held together the Ukrainian flag. Have a listen to what Mr. Lavrov did say, albeit to a far emptier chamber than perhaps he intended.
Members of the European Union have chosen a unilateral path of illegitimate sanctions to evade a direct face-to-face dialogue. The purpose of our action is to save the people of Donbass by fulfilling our obligations as allies and to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine, so that such a thing will never happen again. This is particularly relevant in light of the fact that this country is being dragged into NATO, that the country is being flooded with offensive weapons, and this is a country that has openly made territorial claims against the Russian Federation and threatened to use force and to acquire military nuclear capabilities.
From the West towards Ukraine. It's a pretty strong message of solidarity, diplomatic solidarity from the West towards Ukraine there. No remarks about it from Sergei Lavrov or the Russian government. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if they try and spin it to their advantage and describe it as a display of diplomatic rudeness from the West.
Is visiting Poland and Estonia today as Western leaders put on a the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, is visiting Poland and Estonia today as Western leaders put on a united front in the face of Russia's aggression in Ukraine. During a speech in Warsaw this morning, Boris Johnson was confronted by an emotional Ukrainian journalist who told him that NATO must do more to protect Ukrainian civilians from Russian bombs. Daria Kaleniuk, who is from Kyiv, called for a no-fly zone over Ukraine.
You are coming to Poland. You are not Britain guaranteed our security under Budapest Memorandum. So you are coming to Poland. You are not coming to Kyiv. You are not coming to Lviv because NATO is afraid of the because you are afraid. Because NATO is not willing to defend. Because NATO is afraid of the World War III. But it is already started. And these Ukrainian children who are there taking the hit. talking about more sanctions, Prime Minister. But Roman Abramovich is not sanctioned. He's in London. His children are not in the bombardments. His children are there in London, in mansions. Putin's children are in Netherlands. I don't see that. In Germany, I see that in mansions. Where are all these mansions seized? I don't see that. I see that my family members, my team members are saying that we are crying.
Thank
to
you.
the ground.
Thank you
What
very
wrong?
much for
This is what
thank you very much for your questions and thank you for getting here today. And I'm glad that you have been able to get here. And look, I just want to say that I'm acutely conscious that there is not enough that we can do as the UK government to help in the way that you want. And I've got to be honest about that. And when you talk about the no-fly zone, as I said to Volodymyr Zelensky, I think a couple of times, unfortunately, the implication of that is that the UK will be engaged in shooting down Russian planes, will be engaged in direct combat with Russia. That's not something
we are well into day 6 of this
we
Russian
can
invasion in Ukraine and a Russian military convoy stretching. Well, we are well into day 6 of this Russian invasion in Ukraine and a Russian military convoy stretching some 40 miles has been identified by satellite imagery north of the capital, Kyiv. We can get more on this now with former British military commander and co-chair at Universal Defence and Security Solutions, Richard Barons. And Richard, good afternoon to you. Perhaps you can paint a picture for us of what's happening today.
Yes, of course. So a lot of passionate rhetoric around today, but we need to pause to look at some new and very hard facts. So this indicates the Russian convoy that is moving down from Russia to the outskirts of Kiev, about 40 miles long. At the minute, it constitutes one giant Russian military traffic jam. And the interesting thing is they must feel really confident about doing that, because if the Ukrainians had an air force, it would be an easy target, and it would also be very easy to attack from the flanks. So it's a sign of growing Russian confidence. The key point is the military force in this convoy represents a major step change in the amount of violence Russia can bring into this conflict. And if you look at this satellite image, armoured vehicles, which we can describe in a minute, this is what it looks like from the air. So a massive convoy of armoured vehicles, which we can describe in a minute, and the supporting logistics. And we should recognise that in the early days of this invasion, the Russian logistics were poor. This suggests that they've got it right.
Is feeling bold in terms of what's in it and why is it different? Obviously, you said this is a sign that Russia is feeling bold in terms of putting this 40 miles worth of their armoury on display, blatantly moving through Ukraine. What's in it and what's it going to do?
See if we can bring up a picture of the sort of thing we expect to see in this convoy, because this is a game changer. We saw before an awful lot of light equipment, and what we're seeing now is probably roughly the equivalent of a traditional Russian tank division. And so if you look at the bottom right, that's called a BMP-3, probably about 300 of those armoured vehicles containing infantry. Bottom left, tanks, probably about 300 of those. Top right, two S-19 heavy artillery gun, about 130 of those, some may be a bit smaller. And top left, rocket launchers, at least 12 of those, and they may be bigger. So this is a major change in the combat power that could be applied to Kiev. And it's all on the road at the minute. It will probably take 24 hours before it's ready to go. And then we're going to be at a critical juncture. So once this force is arrayed outside Kiev, will the Russians say we have the ability to destroy your city in stages? Do you want to talk? Do you want to come to terms? Or will it simply be applied? And what we've seen today in Kharkiv and other places is this weaponry being applied. So we're going to look at a couple of video clips. The first one from Kharkiv this morning is of what's been called a cruise missile destroying one of the buildings in Freedom Square. You can see the missile arriving. Now that might be an Iskander missile or equivalent. The warhead on the end of that missile, 480 kilograms. So it's about 6 large men's worth of high explosive. You can see the effect it has. Now that is a precision attack. So accurate to between 5 and 30 meters. So devastating, but it goes where it's sent. On this next video clip is a much more alarming use of indiscriminate firepower. We can see the use of cluster munitions, which perhaps when they arrive distribute over an area, typically the size of a football field.
Satellite images we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, so if we're talking about indiscriminate, I talked about 130 artillery guns. Those are not precision weapons. 6 of those devastated area about the size of a football pitch, and they have 130 of them. So, perhaps by the end of this week, Russia will be using that sort of firepower against the built-up areas in Kyiv and other cities, and if they do that, they'll destroy the city they claim to liberate, and they will be killing an awful lot of civilians. We won't be in the tens or the hundreds, we'll be in the thousands. And that's the dilemma I think everyone is facing, and the sense of desperation in the voice of the Ukrainian president, I think it's...
Richard, thank you so much for putting us in the picture. Actually, is this the image, the footage that you were going to talk about? Let's roll this again. Just remind us what this is again. This is the cluster.
This is the indiscriminate use of cluster munitions that generally come out of a rocket. They cover an area. Each of those explosions is a submunition capable of killing a person or destroying a software.
It's frightening to watch, and as you said, that 40-mile convoy heading towards the capital of Ukraine, and you anticipate it reaching there within the next 24 hours. We wait to see what comes of that. As you said, it influences what we are seeing here. It's very frightening for those people who remain in that city. Richard, thank you. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, I'm going to split into a Ukrainian member of parliament. He is helping to provide shelter for those fleeing Ukraine's bombarded cities. They're desperate to get to borders. We'll be speaking to him next.
Look at that sheet of flame, and it's moving this way.
And over there is Dover.
We'll track the changes happening to our world right now.
I think it's a procession of like two. There they are, right here. Say thank you for having the courage to speak to us.
We do genuinely believe in what we do to show the truth.
I thought there was an astonishing story there.
To see a journalist might want in a story. Very tiring story that you'd be sad and proud to film.
They didn't want journalists to see the real story.
Very tiring. It was very sad and proud to go.
You don't want to lecture people, but you do have to be fact. You don't want to
Welcome back.
lecture.
It is day 6 of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. This lunchtime, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky received a standing ovation in the European Parliament after telling MEPs that nobody will break us. Well, despite that defiance, hundreds of thousands of people have had to flee their homes, heading west towards NATO countries like Poland. Well, right now we're going to speak to the Ukrainian MP, Andriy Zupanin, who is helping people by providing shelter in a town near Ukrainian MP, Andriy Zupanin, who is helping people by providing shelter in a town near Ukraine's western border. Andrei, do we have you? Can you hear us? Andrei, talk to us about where you are and what's happening right now.
Apologies, because many people are calling me right now, so that's why the network is, is.
That's okay, Andre. We know lots of people need help, and we know that you are the man that is helping them on the ground. Talk to me about the kind of people you're helping and what's happening today.
We have people from around all of Ukraine, people from cities that are now attacked by Russians, like Kyiv, Dnipro, Odessa, Mariupol. So many other regions are coming seeking shelter in my native town. Right now I'm talking to you from Vinohradie, which is a very small town in the west of Ukraine, near borders with two European countries, Romania and Hungary. So we have already given shelter to 1,000 people for the last few days. And this is like, we have in our town 20,000 people. So imagine 1,000 people came just in few days. We give the shelter them here. We provide here for them food. So they now sleep in dormitories. Some of them are provided with hotels and flats, but many of them will be soon just left in the gyms. So we make shelters in schools, in gyms. We provide beds, we provide bed sheets, we provide pillows, and we give them food. So that's what we are doing. We receive a lot of support from neighboring countries. We receive a lot of support from Romania, from Hungary. I'm also responsible for humanitarian assistance and help. So we have storages here of food. We have storages of many products, and also some individual protection stuff, like individual hygiene stuff. So like soap and pillows and servettes and stuff like that. So we collect all that and provide to people. So like soap and pillows and servettes and stuff. Yeah, so we collect all that, and we provide to the refugees all the things that they need. So far we are good, but I think that in a few days the situation will be worse, because even more people are coming to us.
Yeah, Andre, talk to me about where people are coming from when they get to you. How far have they travelled? What are their plans? Because by the sounds of it, they are stopping in your town to have some rest, to gather themselves and go again, head to the border. Where are they coming from? Talk to me about their stories.
Okay, so people are driving for 30, even 70 hours to get to this town, to get to Transcarpathian region, because of the lots of people that are now traveling to this part of the country. So some of them, they stay in this place, they find some shelter from them, and they stay here hoping that the war will end soon, and they will be able to come back to their homes. As many of them are traveling abroad, so now we have queues on all our borders. Some people even sleep in the cars to get to the Europe. So that's a huge problem for us, because many of them, they decide again to stay in my native town and all towns around here, because they just can't, cross the border. Although the border procedures are very simplified right now, still, because of a huge amount of people that are going abroad, it's just impossible to cross the borders.
Yeah, Andre, how are people? Because we keep talking to people here on Sky News. We want to tell Ukrainian people's story. We want to inform the world about what's happening in your country. And there is a lot of defiance from Ukrainian people. But we're talking about families that have been split up because, for those watching at home, the men in Ukraine have to stay. They have to stay to fight. And that means that wives, sisters, mothers are having to leave on their own with children for other countries. Just what is that like for those women and children? I can't even imagine. I'm choking up just asking you the question.
You can't imagine, I'm 33 years old, a guy who studied in the Netherlands, who lived a normal life, in the capital of our country. I wouldn't even imagine, and no one would imagine that in the 21st century the war can start. The war that destroys your home, the war that destroys yourself, the war that can kill your relatives, it's impossible to imagine, trust me. No one can imagine. And even people in this Transcarpathian region who didn't hear the missiles, they can't imagine that there is a war just, 600-700 kilometers from here. The families are split up. Mothers are taking their children and going abroad. They're looking for shelter. The men are staying in Ukraine. They're trying to fight. They go to to military. They want to serve in the military. They want to fight for their home. And that's the reason why we stand for the last 6 days, and we will stand even more, because this is our land. We are going to fight for every centimeter and for every inch of our land. And we just want to make sure that our mothers, our sisters, and our kids are in the safe place, and then we are going to fight. Many, many Ukrainians are already fighting now. And that's why we need to help all of them to make sure that, you know, their backyard is secure. Their families are in a secure place, their families have food, and they will survive any case.
Well, Andre, you're doing an incredible job just to reassure those who have had to send their families away from their hometowns and cities to borders with other countries. You're doing a great job in looking after them and making sure they get somewhere safe. So, you know, on behalf of those watching who are affected, but thank you for what you're doing. And just a final question. How safe do you feel in your town at the moment? Because what we are learning over the last 6 days is that what we thought would be targets by Russia, everywhere is a target. Nowhere in Ukraine is safe. How safe do you feel right now?
Well, this part of Ukraine is safe because it's 800 kilometers from Kyiv. And I would say that this is the safest part so far, part of Ukraine so far. And we don't know what will be in the next few days, but I believe that we will be the last, you know, piece of land, if in any day taken by the Russians. And we will fight till the end. So I believe that, you know, at this place where I'm sitting right now, so this will be the place where Ukrainians either will die altogether or will survive and kill all Russians. And then we will stand for our freedom. I mean, Russian soldiers.
Andrei Zupanin, MP in Ukraine, working from his hometown to provide shelter for those who are trying to leave Ukraine as it is under attack. Thank you so much for joining us here on Sky News. Stay safe. Thank you. We hope to speak to you again in the future. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Just remarkable courage by those who choose to stay in Ukraine, on those who have no choice but to stay in Ukraine and either fight or help those in their communities. We have another special programme for you here on Sky News on this Russian invasion of Ukraine. We will bring you the latest from across the country, as well as from our correspondents in the West, Washington, Westminster, and our correspondent in Moscow as well. That is Ukraine invasion. It's on 7 o'clock tonight here on Sky News. Right, we'll take a quick break now and take a look at the weather.
Look forward to brighter skies. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Well, with everything that's going on, it might have escaped your notice, but it is the first day of the meteorological spring. It's going to be mostly dry and sunny, but there will be rain and drizzle for the rather murky south. Northern parts of the UK, along with Ireland, will be mostly dry this afternoon, with plenty of sunshine. There'll be a few showers for Northern Isles, where strong winds will ease up. Meanwhile, low cloud over South Wales and central and southern England will give some rain, heavy and persistent in the southwest. Low cloud that will become more extensive tonight, giving outbreaks of rain, but Scotland and northern England will stay mainly dry and clear.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
The US Secretary of State is addressing the UN Human Rights Council. Let's listen in.
As we meet, Russia is carrying out a premeditated, unprovoked, and unjustified attack on Ukraine, violating international law, flouting the core principles of international peace and security, and creating a human rights and humanitarian crisis. Reports of Russia's human rights abuses and violations of international humanitarian law are mounting by the hour. Russian strikes are hitting schools, hospitals, residential buildings. They're destroying critical infrastructure, which provides millions of people across Ukraine with drinking water, gas to keep them from freezing to death, and electricity. Civilian buses, cars, even ambulances have been shelled. Russia is doing this every day across Ukraine. The High Commissioner said yesterday that Russia's attacks had killed at least 100 civilians, including children, and wounded hundreds more, and said she expects the real figures are much higher. And the casualties keep mounting, including the many civilians killed and wounded in Russia's monstrous rocket strikes that hit an apartment complex in Kyiv yesterday. Russia's violence has driven over 500,000 Ukrainians from the country in just a few days. Children, the elderly, people with disabilities, who are making harrowing journeys through conflict zones. If President Putin succeeds in his stated goal of toppling Ukraine's democratically elected government, the human rights and humanitarian crises will only get worse. Look at Crimea, where Russia's occupation has come with extrajudicial killings, enforced disappearances, torture, arbitrary detention, the persecution of ethnic and religious minorities, the brutal repression of dissent. The Kremlin is also ramping up its repression within Russia, where, even before the invasion, it was shuttering human rights organizations and harassing, poisoning, and imprisoning anti-corruption activists and political opponents. Authorities reportedly have detained thousands of Russians peacefully protesting the invasions, as well as journalists covering the demonstrations. Russian officials issued a warning to the country's press that any reporting that refers to the assault as, quote, an attack, an invasion, or a declaration of war, end quote, in other words, that tells the truth, will result in media outlets being blocked and fined. And Russia's prosecutor's office said that any Russian who assists a foreign country, foreign organization, or international organization during its so-called operation may be imprisoned for up to 20 years. These are the human rights abuses this council was created to stop. If we cannot come together now, when will we come together? We must send a resolute and unified message that President Putin should unconditionally stop this unprovoked attack, as the Secretary General and the High Commissioner have done, and immediately withdraw Russian forces from Ukraine. We must condemn, firmly and unequivocally, Russia's attempt to topple a democratically elected government and its gross human rights abuses and violations of international humanitarian law. And we must take steps to hold the perpetrators accountable. This Council's decision to hold an urgent debate on the crisis in Ukraine is an important step toward ensuring documentation and accountability. I thank the many members who supported it. We must underscore Russia's obligation, even in its unlawful invasion, to respect international humanitarian law, including as it relates to the protection of civilians in the conflict. Council members should stop using language implying that all sides bear equal responsibility for the unprovoked attack of one side. This isn't even-handed. It's wrong and fails to place accountability where it belongs. The same goes for members who argue falsely that denouncing human rights abuses is politicizing the situation. It is failing to speak up about human rights abuses that politicizes the situation. We must reject Russia's attempts to falsely justify this attack as a defense of human rights, misappropriating terms that we reserve for the worst atrocities and disrespecting every victim of those crimes. Finally, we must press the Kremlin to respect the human rights of all Russians, including the right of citizens to peacefully express dissent and journalists to report the news, and provide information to the families of Russian soldiers who deserve to know the fate of loved ones killed in President Putin's war of choice. One can reasonably ask whether a UN member state that tries to take over another UN member state while committing horrific human rights abuses and causing massive humanitarian suffering should be allowed to remain on this council. Even as we focus on the crisis in Ukraine, it's far from the only part of the world where the council's attention is needed. In Belarus, the Lukashenko regime is brutally repressing civil society and the country's pro-democracy movement, using transnational repression to silence critics abroad and enabling Russia's invasion of Ukraine. In recent days, Belarusian authorities have detained hundreds of people demonstrating peacefully against Russia's attack. In China, the government continues to commit genocide and crimes against humanity in Xinjiang, against predominantly Muslim Uyghurs and other minority groups. We urge the High Commissioner to release without delay her report on the situation there. We must redouble our efforts to address the growing humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan and press the Taliban to respect the rights of all Afghans, including by stopping the unjust detentions of women protesters and journalists ending reprisals, allowing all Afghans to be educated and to work in every sector. The human rights crises in Burma, Cuba, the DPRK, Iran, Nicaragua, South Sudan, Syria, Venezuela, and Yemen, among others, also demand this Council's ongoing attention. In each of these places, we must not only denounce abuses, but work to stop them and hold perpetrators accountable. Yet, at a moment when the world needs both moral clarity and unity from this Council, some governments are arguing that sovereignty gives countries the right to do whatever they want within their borders. It's no coincidence that many of the governments making this argument are systematically abusing human rights and have been eerily silent in the face of Russia's flagrant assault on Ukraine's sovereignty. The Universal Declaration on Human Rights begins with the word universal, because nations decided that there are certain rights that every person, everywhere, is entitled to enjoy. Members of this Council have a special responsibility to strengthen, not weaken, those rights. One way to do that is by welcoming scrutiny of our own records. In September, the United States issued a formal, standing invitation to all UN experts who report and advise on thematic human rights issues. We urge every Council member to take this step. We know we have work to do to advance human rights at home. Every member does. What matters is that we all hold ourselves to the same standards and work to address our shortcomings, as we are doing. Here's what else you can expect from the United States on this Council. First, we're committed to working with other countries, including those we don't always agree with, to advance human rights as members have seen in their engagements with our permanent representative to the UN in Geneva, Ambassador Sheba Crocker, and our new ambassador to the Human Rights Council, Michelle Taylor. Second, we've heard repeatedly that the United States has often focused more on strengthening civil and political rights than we have on strengthening economic, social, and cultural rights. People around the world are looking to us to do both, and we hear that call. Third, we'll continue to counter anti-Israel bias and the unfair and disproportionate focus on Israel on the Council. The Commission of Inquiry and Standing Agenda Item 7 are a stain on the Council's credibility. We strongly reject them. Fourth, we'll keep fighting for the human rights of LGBTQI+ people, people with disabilities, members of racial, ethnic, and religious minorities, women and girls, and all marginalized populations and people in vulnerable situations. In recent days, people on every continent have come out to demonstrate against Russia's invasion and for the rights of Ukrainians. They understand that if we allow the rules of the international order to be flagrantly trampled anywhere, we weaken them everywhere. As an Estonian student protester put it, if Ukraine is not a country, then President Putin can say Estonia is not a country either. We stand for these rules not in opposition to any government, but rather because we see our shared interest in striving for a world where all people of all nations enjoy human rights and peace and security. And because history has shown us the darkness and suffering that comes when these rules are abandoned. People in Ukraine and around the world are looking to us to stand up and stand together. We must not let them down.
US Secretary of State Antony Blinken there addressing the UN Human Rights Council. He had plenty to say there about human rights abuses. He had a direct message for the Russian President Vladimir Putin. He said you must stop the attack on Ukraine and withdraw. And he also warned that perpetrators must be held accountable. Let's speak to our Moscow correspondent Diana Magne, who joins us now. Diana, the US Secretary of State also addressing human rights abuses in Russia. Families of members of the army not knowing where their sons are, journalists arrested, and protests against the war in Ukraine. Those protesters facing arrest as well.
Exactly, all of which are flagrant violation of civil rights and human rights. And actually, when he then said they are called universal human rights for a reason, I thought that was a point well made, because when Vladimir Putin went to talk to Xi Jinping, the Chinese president, at the beginning of the Olympics, they issued this incredible, long, lengthy statement where they basically said that
human rights had a country slant, and that they depended on, you know, the historical nature of that particular country, which is an amazing way to justify essentially autocrats trampling on the rights of their own people. And that is also what he said, that sovereignty can't be used as an excuse to do what you want to your own people, which we see over and over again, whether it is in Russia or in Belarus or elsewhere around the world. So some powerful words from the US Secretary of State, saying that he should step in and we should do what we can for the people of Ukraine. And what the West has done for the people of Ukraine is impose very, very stringent, swinging sanctions on the Russian economy, which I think are going to have a very significant impact for years and years to come. And some people on the streets recognize that already, but I think the vast majority of people in this country don't. But the ruble fell by more than 30% yesterday. The central bank has had to take some very, very stringent measures after its foreign reserves held in lots of countries, G7 countries around the world, were essentially frozen, which I don't think that the Russian state was expecting. And we're going to see export controls on a lot of the technology that would mean that Russia could have a prosperous future. Ursula von der Leyen, the European Parliament President, was speaking about that just earlier. She said that we are going to restrict the technologies into Russia for key industries, which will remove a prosperous future for that country. And that is for its people, and that is what they'll feel, that the aeroplane industry won't be the same. They can't fly over a European airspace in any case. The kind of gadgets that they have now will just be second-rate in the future. It's going to be very, very punishing.
Dinah Magnay in Moscow, thank you. We're going to head from Moscow to Washington. Sally Lockwood joins me from there. And Sally, you were watching the US Secretary of State's speech there. Can you bring us up to date with diplomatic efforts in the United States with regard to this crisis?
Yes, hello to you, Sarah Jane. Of course, diplomacy battles continue both sides of the Atlantic, as we saw with that address from the Secretary of State there to the UN Human Rights Council. His speech, of course, completely taken up with this crisis in Ukraine, of course, touching on other significant areas of concern, but certainly the Ukraine crisis is overshadowing almost everything else at the moment, talking about how it's not just Ukrainians who are suffering, but also the Russian people and people in Belarus who are also repressed and suffering because of this crisis, a war that's being carried out not in their name. And one line that really stood out to me that Antony Blinken said was just as he wrapped up his speech there, he said, "History has shown us the darkness and suffering that comes when these rules are abandoned. People in Ukraine and around the world are looking for us to stand up and stand together. We must not let them down." And certainly there are huge diplomatic efforts over this side of the Atlantic. In New York, predominantly with the UN Security Council and the UN General Assembly now holding this emergency session, only the 11th of its kind since 1950. Due to this crisis in Ukraine, they're holding a vote, we expect tomorrow, where we expect there will be a vote in favour against this war in Ukraine and a call for it to end. What difference it will make, of course, we'll have to wait and see. But all of these diplomatic speeches, such as the one we just heard from Antony Blinken there, are designed to ostracise Vladimir Putin yet further on the world stage. And certainly there was some news that broke last night of an announcement to expel 12 Russian diplomats who were working at the UN in New York. But we've had some more detail on that today from the US representative to the UN, who said that they've been accused of abusing their residency privileges to carry out espionage activity and were a threat to national security. Hugely significant. Essentially 12 Russian diplomats who've been working inside the UN at New York representing the Russian mission have now been accused of essentially spying within the United States. They've now been expelled from the country and have until the end of the week to leave. Now, looking ahead to this evening, we'll also hear from President Joe Biden in his State of the Union speech and annual address to Congress and the nation. One of the biggest domestic audiences he will have all year. And of course, his speech, which has been months in the making, speechwriters have been working on it for weeks, will have changed dramatically due to this latest foreign policy crisis in Ukraine. The White House press secretary confirmed yesterday to reporters there's no question that this speech is a little different than it would have been just a few months ago. Jen Psaki went on to say that the president is expected to lay out the efforts he's taken to rally the world to stand up for democracy and against Russian aggression. But certainly that will be one of the challenges that he has in selling to the American people the significance of this moment and America's role as leaders of the free world in how to deal with what is now a nuclear threat from Russia and the biggest land war in Europe since World War II.
Sally, thank you. Sally Lockwood with the latest from Washington. As she said, a busy day of diplomacy again today. Boris Johnson in Estonia for the second leg of his European trip today. We are expecting to hear from him shortly. We'll bring that to you as soon as we get it here on Sky News. Let's take a look at some other stories today. And the Queen appears to be making a good recovery from coronavirus after she was able to resume some of her duties from Windsor Castle. The Queen carried out 2 virtual engagements this morning, having cancelled similar events last week. Meanwhile, Prince Charles has been speaking out on the invasion of Ukraine, describing Russia's actions as a brutal aggression.
What we saw in the terrible tragedy in the South End was an attack on democracy, on an open society, on freedom itself. We are seeing those same values under attack today in Ukraine in the most unconscionable way. In the stand we take here, we are in solidarity with all those who are resisting brutal aggression.
Prince Charles speaking about the Ukraine crisis a little earlier on today. Now, the United Nations says more than 500,000 people have so far fled Ukraine for neighbouring countries since the start of Russia's invasion 6 days ago. Well, the numbers crossing into neighbouring countries are growing every day. 281,000 people have entered Poland. More than 84,000 have made it to Hungary. About 36,400 are on the border with Moldova. And we understand that more than 32,500 have made it into Romania, 30,000 towards Slovakia. With those numbers growing daily, the UN says that it is a reminder that these people have been dispersed because of conflict to those different countries. We'll be hearing from our Europe correspondent Adam Parsons about the journeys that people are making a little later on. Let's head to Estonia now and hear from Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister. It's the second leg of his European trip today. He was in Poland earlier on. Here he is with the Estonian Prime Minister and President.
Prime Minister, you're this way. Prime Minister?
That's
sure.
Yeah.
Hello, dear guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen of the press. We are very happy to welcome the Prime Minister of United Kingdom and the Secretary General of NATO here in Estonia in Tapa Base. The Prime Minister of Estonia, Kaja Kallas, the Prime Minister of United Kingdom, Boris Johnson, and the Secretary General of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg, will deliver statements and take few questions. The press conference is held in English. First, Prime Minister Kaja Kallas, please.
Dear Jens, dear Boris, dear members of the press.
Will deliver statements and take few questions. The press conference is held in English. First, Prime Minister Kaja Kallas, please.
Dear Jens, dear Boris, dear members of the press, this is quite an exercise, and it shows how NATO and allies work together, even making such visits happen. And it's my great pleasure to welcome you both in Estonia. I wish it could be under more pleasant circumstances. We are here because the security of Europe has changed dramatically. After a long and aggressive lead-up in Georgia, Crimea, Donbas, last week all the masks came off, and the whole world can now see Putin has gone from an autocrat to an outright aggressor, and Russia from a difficult neighbor to a rogue state. Putin has unleashed 200,000 soldiers against a free and sovereign country. Their targets: hospitals, schools, kindergartens, innocent Ukrainian lives. And we, unfortunately, expect to witness even more horrors, including indiscriminate bombings. We mourn all the lives lost in Putin's war. We are also seeing dangerous neglect of nuclear safety by Russian troops. We have just learned Lukashenko's troops have also entered Ukraine. There is no doubt Belarus is a co-aggressor in this conflict. The whole international community must now stand up against the evil. Allies have been united against the aggression since the very beginning, and I'm very glad to say that. We have witnessed a fundamental change of policies across the democratic world, all in support of Ukraine and aimed in isolating the aggressor. Some of them seemed even unthinkable a few days ago. NATO needs a forward defense strategy. NATO should be prepared to defend the most vulnerable part of NATO, which is the Baltic countries. And this includes, on land, establishing permanent increased forward presence, in air, establishing a credible defense posture, and a sense of urgency in developing NATO's upgraded defense plan. At the same time, we need to continue our urgent support to Ukraine. Military aid is critical here. Estonia will continue with support as we provide significant military, financial, and humanitarian aid. We cannot stop until we have stopped Putin. This is what we simply must do for ending the brutal violence and destruction, and for helping the brave people of Ukraine. And Ukraine should be given a very clear signal to join the EU. The security of Ukraine is the security of Europe. Although there is no direct military threat at our borders, NATO must take a leap now and adopt rapidly to the new security situation. We must move from forward presence to forward defense, and from air policing to air defense. I welcome the decisions already taken to strengthen the defense here. We are today in Tapa, where we can witness the real collective efforts and commitment of NATO. I would like to thank the United Kingdom and all the allies who are already present here in Estonia, and also sending additional troops to Baltic region. We must work together to help Ukraine and to strengthen our own defense. Thank you.
Thank you. Prime Minister Boris Johnson, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you, Kaya. Thank you for your welcome. Great to see you, Jens, and great to be here again in Tapa, this very, very important mission. NATO is perhaps unique in the history of defensive alliances because it has stood for over 70 years, and not for aggression, but for peace and stability. And during those years, the alliance has been tested many times in the Cold War, in the Balkans, in Afghanistan. This matters because the world has become a more dangerous and a more contested place. A few short days ago, we all stood witness to scenes we hoped we would never see again on the continent of Europe. A sovereign, democratic people fighting for their lives against a foe who wishes to subjugate them by force. As we realize the terrible extent of President Putin's ambitions, the world has been rightly united in praise for the valor and bravery of the Ukrainian people, led by President Volodymyr Zelensky. And I expect, like colleagues here, I've had the privilege of speaking to President Zelensky virtually every day since the Russian invasion, and I've heard firsthand his sheer determination that the freedom his people have experienced must never be snatched away. And indeed, it's clearer day by day from the way the Ukrainians are responding that President Putin has made a disastrous miscalculation. His troops have not been welcomed into Ukraine as he prophesied, and instead the Ukrainians have mounted an astonishing and tenacious resistance. We, as the international community, have a responsibility to do everything we can to help the Ukrainians in their efforts, and that's why the UK has trained 22,000 members of the Ukrainian armed forces, and why we've provided further defensive military support to Ukraine. And we have a responsibility to all Ukrainians. That's why the UK has provided £140 million in humanitarian aid to Ukraine and to the region. It's why we've deployed both humanitarian experts and hundreds of military logistics experts to Ukraine's neighbors to help them shelter those seeking sanctuary on their shores. And it's why we've announced the first phase of a bespoke humanitarian route for the people of Ukraine to come to the UK. It's also why, alongside allies across the world, the UK has swiftly executed the biggest package of sanctions ever imposed against a G20 nation. And we've seen organizations from banks to oil companies to football leagues to singing competitions who've made it clear that Vladimir Putin and his regime must be isolated from the international community for his actions. As we support the people of Ukraine, we must also shore up our shared resilience, both to protect our people and our values. These are nothing more than defensive measures, which have been the essence of NATO for more than 70 years. And I want to be crystal clear, finally, on that point. We will not fight Russian forces in Ukraine, and our reinforcements, like these reinforcements here in Tapa, are firmly within the borders of NATO members, and they are profoundly the right thing to do. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Secretary General Stoltenberg, please.
Prime Minister Kallas, Prime Minister Johnson, dear Kaya and dear Boris, it's great to be with you here at Tapa. It's great to be back, and we are here to meet the soldiers that are defending Estonia, our alliance, and our values. These soldiers are keeping our nation safe and free, and we owe them a debt of gratitude. Thank you to Estonia for hosting our battle group so well and being such a staunch NATO ally. And let me also thank the United Kingdom and you, Boris, for leading this NATO multinational battle group here at the Tapa base in Estonia, and for doing so for the last 5 years. And also for doubling your contribution over the last few weeks with more British troops coming to Estonia. This really makes a huge difference and demonstrates NATO solidarity. We stand together in this time of crisis. The people of Ukraine are fighting bravely against the brutal and unprovoked Russian invasion. We utterly condemn the Kremlin's war. Allies are imposing severe costs on Russia through sanctions. We are increasing NATO presence across the alliance to deter and to defend. And we are stepping up our support to help Ukraine defend itself. NATO allies are sending Ukraine anti-tank weapons, air defense missiles, and ammunition. Allies are also providing millions of euros worth of financial help and humanitarian aid. I commend Estonia and the United Kingdom for the assistance you are providing to Ukraine. Over the last weeks, in response to Russia's attack on Ukraine, we have increased our defensive presence in the air, on land and at sea, with over 100 jets at high alert operating from 30 different locations, and over 120 ships from the Baltic Sea to the Mediterranean. The UK, the US, and other allies are deploying thousands more troops to the eastern part of the alliance. For the first time in our history, we are deploying the NATO response force. Because there must be no doubt, no room for miscalculation or misunderstanding. Our commitment to Article 5 of the Washington Treaty is ironclad. We will protect and defend every inch of NATO territory. Credible deterrence prevents conflict and preserves peace. NATO is a defensive alliance. We do not seek conflict with Russia. Our message to President Putin is stop the war, pull out all your forces from Ukraine, and engage in good faith in diplomatic efforts. The world stands with Ukraine in calling for peace. So, Kaya and Boris, it's great to be with you here again, and we stand together in alliance, united in our condemnation of the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Thank you. We are now at your disposal for questions. Please state your name and media organization you are representing and to whom the question is addressed. Please use microphone and assist.
Hello, I'm Katrin Aarna from Estonian television. I have a question to Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Your country has supported volunteers who are ready to fight on the ground in Ukraine. What do you think, under which circumstances should NATO get directly involved in fighting in Ukraine?
Thank you very much. And look, I'm going to be very clear about this because you're not quite right in what you say about supporting volunteers going to fight on the ground. The UK is not actively doing such a thing. But I understand, of course, the feelings of people who feel emotionally engaged in this conflict, because I cannot think of a time in international affairs when the difference between right and wrong, between good and bad, between good and evil has been so obvious. And it is clear that the people of Ukraine have right on their side. And I can understand why people feel as they do. But we have laws in our country about international conflicts and how they must be conducted. And on your point, as both Kaya and Jens have stressed, NATO is a defensive alliance. I think for any NATO member to get involved actively in conflict with Russia is a very, very is a huge step which is not being contemplated by any member, and you would have to go to parliaments and to peoples to get agreement for such a step. That is not on the agenda. What is on the agenda is offering the humanitarian support that we are offering, the logistical, the defensive but lethal military support that we are, and we're offering it in ever-growing quantities, but also the economic pressure that the West is now applying to the Putin regime. And I think one thing is clear. Vladimir Putin miscalculated two things. He miscalculated the strength of the Ukrainian resistance, and he also miscalculated and underestimated the strength of Western unity and Western resolve to ensure that Putin must fail.
Thank you.
Thank you, Reki Omar, on behalf of all British broadcasters. It's a question to all three of you, actually. Kharkiv, its city, is under heavy bombardment. The capital, Kyiv, is being surrounded and has a column of heavy armor stretching somewhere between 25 and 30 miles towards it. Do you think that given the tactics being deployed by Russian forces, edging towards indiscriminate use of munitions in civilian areas, means that given Russia's overwhelming superiority, that cities in Ukraine, including the capital, will inevitably fall. And then one specific one for you, Prime Minister Johnson. The UN Security Council is at the heart of the system of global peace and security. Britain, like Russia, is a permanent member. Do you think that you would support moves to suspend Russia from the UN Security Council?
Yes, what we are seeing in Ukraine is really very horrifying to see what kind of steps they are taking and how they are escalating this crisis. The question whether the cities will fall, I think we underestimate the Ukrainians' motivation and will to protect their cities. Of course, we also know that the forces are not really equal. So one is to really conquer the cities, and the other one is to keep those cities under control. So I think there's going to be a lot of resistance from Ukrainians, and this, even if temporarily Russia takes hold of the cities, it's still very hard to keep. And as there is no support from the Ukrainian side. So I think what we have seen, and all Ukrainians have really surprised everybody, is by their motivation to fight for their country, to fight for their freedom. I think the same would be here, because we have already lost our freedom once, and we don't want to lose it second time. So I think all the nation is up to defend their country and to take it back, even after building the resistance in the nation, really, to take those back.
Yes, and just Raggy, on your point about what's happening in Kyiv, it's absolutely sickening. And if it reminds me, if anything, if you remember the shelling of Sarajevo market by the Serbs, the shelling of innocent people in Bosnia, it has that feel to me of an atrocity committed deliberately against a civilian centre. And I think that coming to your second point, within the UN structures, it's very difficult to move people without a vote, and clearly where you have a majority, where you have a veto in the Security Council, you can't. There's a paradox. We can't vote to change the rules without the agreement of the Russians. But what is happening is that I think that the great middle of the UN congregation, if you like, is starting to realise quite how horrific this is. And with every day that goes by, as they watch the heroism of the Ukrainian resistance, and they see what's happening in Ukraine, and they see episodes like the shelling, like the missile in Kharkiv, and the destruction of civilian populations, I think people's stomachs are being turned by what's happening, and they're seeing that it is necessary to stand up against Russian aggression, to support the Ukrainians, and to endorse our strategy, which is that President Putin must not be allowed to succeed. He must fail in Ukraine.
So what we now see is a new wave of attack against Ukraine, against innocent people, and a column of heavy Russian armor which is moving towards Kyiv will bring more death, more suffering, and more civilian casualties. And that's the reason why we need to continue to provide support to Ukraine, why we continue to call on Russia to stop this bloody war, and why we need to impose costs by the heavy sanctions on Russia. And why we also should once again commend the bravery and the courage of the Ukrainian people, the Ukrainian armed forces, and also the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. This is horrifying, this is totally unacceptable, and it's a blatant violation of international law.
Thank you.
Alexander Bilak, Delphi News. Question to Boris Johnson. By the middle of March, the UK will have sent here about 2,000 troops. That's definitely a big support for us. But what would happen? What would have to happen, or what would be the trigger point for you to double it or triple it, or what's the limit?
Well, thank you very much. We're very proud to be working here with our friends, with our French friends, with our Danish friends, and of course with our wonderful Estonian hosts. And I'm delighted that we're doubling it. It's a big commitment that we're making. I think that we'll always keep things under review. But what you can take it from me that our priority is the safety, the security of our friends and partners across the whole of the eastern frontier of NATO. And we're increasing our presence not just in Estonia, but in Poland, in the skies above Romania, in the eastern Mediterranean, in the Black Sea. The UK is beefing up our presence on NATO's eastern flank. And the message we need to get over, and I think we are collectively, all of us, is that if Vladimir Putin thinks he's going to push NATO back by what he's doing, he's gravely mistaken. This will end up with a fortified and strengthened NATO on his western flank. He'll have more NATO, not less NATO.
Thank you. Unfortunately, this is all the time we had. Thank you everyone for coming. This
Danish television. I go on. Something tells me that you'll have a brilliant question.
Yes, of course I will. You've doubled your number of troops here at the base in Tapa. Denmark is due to arrive next week.
Yes.
Would you like to see Denmark increase the number of troops here as well?
All I can say is that I had a great conversation with Mette, with your Prime Minister, the other day. She was fantastically robust. I think she understands the problem very well. I'm glad that Denmark is increasing its contribution. We work well with our Danish friends, and of course it's always good that Denmark is contributing more. But I hesitate to go beyond that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
That you got, based on the questions, Marika Walsh with the Globe and Mail. This morning you got some tough questions from a Ukrainian reporter, and today, this afternoon, you're telling the crowd here, we as the international community have responsibility to do everything we can to help the Ukrainians in their efforts. So, are you actually doing that if you are not granting the request from Ukraine for a no-fly zone?
Thank you, and I just want to get back to the points that Kaya and Jens and all of us have made today. It is very, very important to understand that NATO is a defensive alliance. This is a time when miscalculation and misunderstanding is all too possible, and it's therefore crucial that we get that message over. That does not mean that we cannot help our friends, or it does not mean that they do not have a right to self-defense, and we can help them in that self-defense, and that is what we are doing. When it comes to a no-fly zone, which is I think what you asked, in the skies above Ukraine, we have to accept the reality that involves shooting down Russian planes. As I said in an answer to I think the first question, that's a very, very big step. It is simply not on the agenda of any NATO country. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you everyone. This concludes the press conference.
Prime Minister Boris Johnson wrapping up events there in Estonia. Let's bring in our political correspondent, Kate McCann, who was watching that press conference in Westminster. And Kate, the Prime Minister really being pushed on this no-fly zone. That came as a direct request from the Ukrainian President, Volodymyr Zelensky, today. But Boris Johnson saying, look, that's not going to happen, because if it does come into effect, it means the UK shooting down Russian planes, which we cannot do.
Yes, and I think both in the remarks he made this morning and in those you just heard there from him this afternoon, the Prime Minister has been absolutely crystal clear on that point, that the UK will not engage with Russian troops either on the ground or in the air. And the reason for that, he made very clear this morning, was because there is a real danger now of escalation, of things being taken out of context, of any move or any comment that any Prime Minister now makes in this context could be interpreted by Russia in a way which could really take things up another notch. Now, clearly, if you are Ukrainian, if you are on the ground in areas where you are under heavy bombardment, you will say, well, look, we are already in a really awful situation. There's no point saying that we hold off until things get any better. But I think what the Prime Minister is indicating and what he is nudging people towards is the idea that President Putin has already made clear that he could well use nuclear weapons, and that any escalation from the West, any involvement from aeroplanes or troops on the ground or in the air would be seen as that significant escalation, and nobody wants to risk that. I think there is a huge appetite to try and ensure that everything can be done to support the Ukrainian forces, and we heard that there again in that press conference. But Jens Stoltenberg and both Prime Ministers there making very, very clear that it's a defensive organisation, that the intention is to defend, that the intention is not to be the aggressor, and that point will be repeated, I think, over and over again, even if the Prime Minister is confronted by, you know, really difficult emotional questions about whether it's morally right or wrong. Those questions always come up in conflicts like this. They are never easy to answer, but ultimately the Prime Minister has taken that decision. We heard there in that press conference, though, he was also asked a question, Boris Johnson, about whether the UK government was encouraging people from this country to go over and fight on the ground in Ukraine. He made very clear that actually that is not the case. The UK government is not encouraging people to take up arms, but he said he could understand why people could see the moral case for doing so, because things are so clearly right or wrong in what's happening between Russia and Ukraine. That, of course, comes off the back of remarks from Liz Truss, the Foreign Secretary, where she appeared to say that they would have the support of the UK government, and over the last couple of days we've seen people taking up arms and making that journey. I think the worry about that is if you don't have combat experience, if you are not somebody who has previously been to war, and even if you are, you may actually not particularly be doing much help. You may be doing more harm than good, and it's not something that the UK government wants to see. But clearly, you know, a number of thorny issues there for the Prime Minister, and we've already heard from Priti Patel, the Home Secretary, in the House of Commons this afternoon about how the UK government is going to help Ukrainians fleeing that country. This is going to be protracted, the Prime Minister believes. He said that repeatedly today, and it will not be over quickly or easily, and those difficult questions will continue to come.
Indeed. Okay, Kate McCann, thank you. Kate McCann, the latest from Westminster. Now, Ukraine says at least 10 people have been killed today and 35 wounded. This was in a strike on the country's second city of Kyiv. Earlier this afternoon, the Russian Defense Ministry said that it is planning to hit sites in the capital, Kyiv, belonging to Ukrainian security services, telling those who are in the area to leave. This comes after a Russian military convoy, some 40 miles long, was identified by satellites. That convoy heading towards the capital. However, the Ukrainian president remains defiant. Volodymyr Zelensky was giving a standing ovation as he addressed the European Parliament earlier today, telling MEPs, nobody will break us. Ashish Joshi has the story of the day so far.
A devastating strike right at the heart of Ukraine's second largest city. The Russian missile hit without warning. Cars can be seen driving close to the explosion in Kharkiv's Freedom Square. The target was the city's region's state administration building. This footage shows the aftermath. The scale of the destruction tells of the force of the blast. Local leaders say the attack also struck nearby residential buildings.
There were no military facilities there to be targeted. The strike of the Independence Square is a crime that will not be forgotten. This is an international act of terror from the Russian Federation. We call on all countries of the world to react to this act of aggression and to announce that Russia is carrying out terrorist actions.
Despite meeting fierce resistance, the Russians continue to inch ever closer to their ultimate goal, the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv. This satellite image shows a Russian military convoy stretching for about 40 miles, far, far bigger than initially thought. The head of the column, when this image was taken, was about 15 miles north of Kyiv. And as Russian troops continue their march on the capital, Boris Johnson, visiting allies in Poland, had this message for their leader.
I say to Vladimir Putin and his regime, there is only one way out of this morass, and that is to stop the tanks, to turn back the tanks on their way to Kyiv, turn them round and take the path to peace.
The Ukrainian president's courageous leadership is inspiring his countrymen and uniting Western leaders. In his address to a special session of EU leaders, he called for total condemnation of Russia's aggression.
On behalf of the European Parliament, I condemn the Russian military aggression against Ukraine in the strongest possible terms and express my solidarity with all those suffering and all those killed.
The reception for Russia's foreign minister could not have been more different. Diplomats from Britain, the United States and Europe boycotting his remotely delivered speech in Geneva.
This country is being dragged into NATO, that the country is being flooded with offensive weapons, and this is a country that has openly made territorial claims against the Russian Federation and threatened to use force and to acquire military nuclear capabilities.
As the number of dead and injured continues to rise, so does the number of terrified families seeking refuge from war. These children among the latest to cross Ukraine's border into Poland seeking sanctuary. They do not know how long they will be here, and indeed, if they will have anything to return to. Ashish Joshi, Sky News.
Well, we'll have another special programme on this Russian invasion of Ukraine for you this evening. The latest news from across Ukraine, as well as from our correspondents in Washington, Westminster and Moscow. That is Ukraine invasion. It's on tonight at 7, right here on Sky News. Let's take a little breather, shall we? We'll have a look at today's weather.
Look forward to brighter skies. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Well, there's a little glimmer of brightness for you. It is in the north today, some spring sunshine there. Cloud, though, becoming more extensive tomorrow with outbreaks of rain and drizzle. For now, many places looking fine to end this afternoon, but the murky south will have more rain, most persistent across the south of England. Low cloud and patchy rain will extend further north overnight. Northern Britain, however, will stay mainly dry and clear. You can expect a frost there and perhaps some fog, but most other places will be relatively mild. Tomorrow morning, Scotland mainly dry with sunny spells, once again some early fog. Elsewhere, it's going to be rather cloudy, outbreaks of rain and drizzle, most extensive in the west. The wind is going to pick up as well, coastal gales developing in the far northwest.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
We're approaching 3:30, watching the Sarah Jane Lee show coming up after the break as Russian troops advance on Kyiv. I'm going to be speaking to a British citizen who is living right there in the centre of the capital and refusing to leave. We'll be asking him why and what's happening. Well, into day 6 of this Russian invasion in Ukraine, and a Russian military convoy stretching some 40 miles has been identified by satellite imagery just north of the capital, Kyiv. Earlier on, I spoke to our military expert, former British military commander and co-chairman at Universal Defence and Security Solutions, Richard Barrons. Richard, good afternoon to you. Perhaps you can paint a picture for us of what's happening today.
Yes, of course. So a lot of passionate rhetoric around today, but we need to pause to look at some new and very hard facts. So this indicates the Russian convoy that is moving down from Russia to the outskirts of Kyiv, about 40 miles long. At the minute, it constitutes one. I must feel really confident about doing that because convoy of armoured vehicles, which we can describe in a minute, and the supporting logistics. And we should recognise that in the early days of this invasion, the Russian logistics were poor. This suggests that they've got it right.
So Richard, what's in it and why is it different? Obviously, you said this is a sign that Russia is feeling bold in terms of putting this 40 miles worth of their armoury on display, blatantly moving through Ukraine. What's in it and what's it going to do?
Let's see if we can bring up a picture of the sort of thing we expect to see in this convoy, because this is a game changer. We saw before an awful lot of light equipment, and what we're seeing now is probably roughly the equivalent of a traditional Russian tank division. And so if you look at the bottom right, that's called a BMP-3, probably about 300 of those armoured vehicles containing infantry. Bottom left, tanks, probably about 300 of those. Top right, 2 S-19 heavy artillery gun, about 130 of those, some may be a bit smaller. And top left, rocket launchers, at least 12 of those, and they may be bigger. So this is a major change in the combat power that could be applied to Kyiv. And it's all on the road at the minute. It would probably take 24 hours before it's ready to go. And then we're going to be at a critical juncture. So once this force is arrayed outside Kyiv, will the Russians say, we have the ability to destroy your city in stages? Do you want to talk? Do you want to come to terms? Or will it simply be applied? And what we've seen today in Kharkiv and other places is this weaponry being applied. So we're going to look at a couple of video clips. The first one from Kharkiv this morning is of what's been called a cruise missile destroying one of the buildings in Freedom Square. You can see the missile arriving. Now that might be an Iskander missile or equivalent. The warhead on the end of that missile, 480 kilograms. So that's about 6 large men's worth of high explosive. You can see the effect that it has. Now that is a precision attack, so accurate to between 5 and 30 meters. So devastating, but it goes where it's sent. On this next video clip is a much more alarming use of indiscriminate firepower. And I talked about 130 artillery guns. Those are not precision weapons. 6 of those devastate an area about the size of a football pitch, and they have 130 of them. So perhaps by the end of this week, Russia will be using that sort of firepower against the built-up areas in Kyiv and other cities. And if they do that, they'll destroy the city they claim to liberate, and they will be killing an awful lot of civilians. We won't be in the tens or the hundreds, we'll be in the thousands. And that's the dilemma I think everyone is facing. And the sense of desperation in the voice of the Ukrainian president, I think, hints at that.
Okay, Richard, thank you so much for putting us in the picture. Well, let's bring you these latest images. These are live pictures on the Ukrainian border with Poland. We've been telling you over the course of these last 6 days about the sheer number of Ukrainians heading to that border point to reach safety, to reach Poland. Hundreds of thousands of people. Look, you see women there with young children, of course, families having to leave, men in their families behind. So many women and children going there, having to leave behind their fathers, their husbands, and to head to NATO member countries for safety. You can see there points that have been set up to provide people with food, with clothes, with water, because so many people making that journey over a number of days, travelling hundreds of miles to reach that point, and some of them simply abandoning their belongings along the way. You can only imagine what it's like to make that journey with children, but you can see there people arriving at that checkpoint in Poland, coming off coaches, people arriving on foot, by car, by coach, by whatever means they can to reach that border with Poland. Our Europe correspondent Adam Parsons has been there all week bringing us their stories. There is frequent shelling in Ukraine. We understand the fighting is fast approaching Ukraine's capital. Some civilians, however, do not want to leave Kyiv. Let's speak to one of them, Dan Baker. He's been living in the capital for 5 years with his family. He's a British citizen and he joins me now. Dan, really good to talk to you this afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
Well, thank you for inviting me.
Talk to me about why you want to stay in the capital, Kyiv. We've been talking about it here on Sky News. There is a Russian military convoy, we understand, some 40 miles long, heading your way. And from what we understand from our military experts here in the studio, that will be upon the capital within the next 24 hours.
Yeah, I've seen the news today. Why I'm here? Okay, I've made a home here. I've made a career. I've got an apartment. You know, we shouldn't even be here, my wife and I. 5 years ago, we applied for a visa as a married couple to live in UK, and it was turned down. Then we appealed, and that was turned down. So I've already been forced to leave one of my homes. I'm not going to be forced to leave my next home.
Dan, have you tried to apply for a visa since the conflict began, or have you just written off returning to Britain because of the complications you've had?
Really, ironically, we are supposed to be coming back at the beginning of April for my younger brother's wedding, and on the Wednesday, which was the day previous to the start of the war, my wife and my daughter both received their passports back with a visitor visa in it. But the visitor visa is not valid until the 19th of March. So this was the day before, and then we woke up at 4 a.m. to missiles. So it's been a bit of a roller coaster so far.
I can only imagine the emotions that you're all going through. Can you describe to me what life has been like in your apartment, in your adopted home city over the last 6 days?
Well, we had to leave our apartment. I took a decision on the second day of war because it was still some air attacks.
Do you love boating?
Dan, can I just ask you how your daughter's getting on with all of this? How old is she? Because we're seeing so many pictures coming into us. I mean, we're looking here at pictures of the Ukrainian border with Poland, of young children with their mums. They've travelled for days, hundreds of miles. Their parents are having to explain to them what's going on. One day they were in school, the next day they're told they can't go to school and they have to flee. What are you saying to your daughter, and how are you dealing with it as a family? Because it's not just the physical impact of war, it's the emotional and mental impact as well.
Yeah, well, when you talk about regards to school, obviously she's a teenager, she's 12 years old. That's kind of the last thing on her mind at the moment, really. I've been trying to keep her busy, and, you know, we're both teachers, so we've been trying to help her with her schoolwork, or, you know, finding different activities. Like today we did some painting. The day before we made food together. You know, not all education has to be from books. And she's Ukrainian, like my wife. They are just a different breed of people. They're so strong and they're so fearless. And, you know, I've been staying strong for them emotionally, to keep them, you know, calm, to have like a strong family unit, knowing that we'll be safe.
Dan, you've adopted the Ukrainian people as your own, and people in other countries, countries that are aligning themselves alongside Ukraine in support, have been, as you said, admiring the spirit of the Ukrainian people, led by Volodymyr Zelensky, who represents everything that the people are fighting for. Talk to me about the people you're talking to in your city and what they're saying about their resistance, their defiance in the face of what's happening.
It's not unusual. I knew this would be the case. That, you know, can you imagine when this 40-mile convoy comes, and that's what we have to deal with? You know, if Russia failed to invade Kyiv, but failed to get Kyiv and have to fall back, they lose the war. If Ukraine let them into the country, they lose their entire culture. So the stakes are very high for Ukrainians, and they've got nothing to lose. They've got the energy, and you know, they'll hold them off. I've got no doubts about that.
Yeah, Dan, talk to me about what's going on around you in terms of we're hearing about men and women who have never picked up a weapon before, who have no military experience, getting involved, saying we are ready. If the Russian troops arrive on our doorstep, we are ready to defend our city, our homes, and our fellow citizens. Are you seeing that happening around you? Is it something you're considering doing? Should the time come, should that be a necessity?
Right, so yeah, I've been asked that question a few times, and you know, it's really something that I can't think about at the moment. My main priority is looking after my family and keeping them strong. You know, and I hate to sound like a politician, I can't give you a yes or no answer to that, because who knows what one is capable of until one is pushed and something escalates. So at the moment, my priority is to keep my family safe. But yeah, the Ukrainian people have had to deal with this since 1991. This isn't something new for them. They've grown up under this oppression. And you know what? If you treat people who are oppressed with evil, they take that evil and they turn it into elixir. You know, they will take that back and times it by 10 and force it back upon the oppressor. So there's a lot more to play out in this war, I think.
Yeah, Dan, we are only 6 days in, but we are learning and witnessing so much. And as you said, you don't know what's going to unfold and what action you'll have to take, but you're quite right. Your family come first, and we wish you and your wife and your daughter all the best. We hope to speak to you soon. Stay safe. Thank you so much. Dan Baker.
Thank you.
You're watching the Sarah Jane Mee Show here on Sky News. Coming up, we'll have more on the situation in Ukraine, concern mounting for hundreds of thousands of orphans in the country as the fighting continues.
They pushed the protesters further back here. There's around 200 or 300 still remain.
I'm Dan Whitehead and I'm Sky News' West of England correspondent.
This van goes onto the streets of Plymouth 7 days a week, 365 days a year.
These facilities at the moment are a lifesaver, that's all we've got.
From fishing communities to bustling cities, we spend every day reporting from across the region, hearing from people who have real stories.
We'll have nowhere to live for about 3 or 4 months.
There are still people inside the properties here. They're coming from the epicentre of what is now a global health pandemic. We were seeing and speaking to young women who were selling themselves right on the high street. It was desperately sad, and the fact it was happening right in the heart of this community. Before Brexit, these oysters were being exported to the EU, but the trade stopped overnight.
What's your feeling about the future then?
Blake, might all be finished, I don't know.
Hello, welcome back. The Queen appears to be making a good recovery from coronavirus after resuming some of her duties from Windsor Castle. The Queen carried out two virtual engagements this morning, having cancelled similar events last week. Meanwhile, Prince Charles has spoken out on the invasion of Ukraine, describing Russia's actions as brutal aggression. Our home editor, Jason Farrell, joins me now from Windsor with more. Hello, Jason.
Hi, yeah, well, it's good news from here for the Queen because she did cancel two similar engagements last week, but today she met up with ambassadors for Andorra and for the Republic of Chad via a video link here from Windsor. And there are also reports that haven't been denied by the palace that she met up over the weekend with the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge and Princess Beatrice. So she's clearly been out. She apparently went to Frogmore for that. She only contracted the illness 9 days ago on 20th of February, and she had light flu-like symptoms, but it does seem as though now she's getting better. She has had to cancel an appointment to meet diplomats tomorrow, but I believe that is more from guidance from the Foreign Office and more to do with the conflict in Ukraine. And on that matter, Prince Charles has been speaking at a ceremony to make Southend-on-Sea a city, in which he talked about the murder of Sir David Amess and made parallels with that to what's happening in Ukraine. Let's have a listen.
What we saw in the terrible tragedy in Southend was an attack on democracy, on an open society, on freedom itself. We are seeing those same values under attack today in Ukraine in the most unconscionable way. In the stand we take here, we are in solidarity with all those who are resisting brutal aggression.
Well, Queen Elizabeth, who became Queen back in 1952 when Joseph Stalin was in the Kremlin, is of course someone who does tend to make statements at moments of national concern, but I'm told that there are no plans for her to make any statements about the Ukraine at the moment. She is clearly recovering from COVID, but she is still frail. She's been seen with a walking stick recently, but no doubt she will be hoping that now that she will be able to attend some of those bigger events later in the month, including a ceremony for the Commonwealth and the memorial, of course, for her late husband, which is happening at the end of this month.
Jason, thank you. Jason Farrell with the latest from Windsor. Now, hundreds of thousands of people are fleeing the fighting that's happening in Ukraine. But among those staying are the weakest and most vulnerable, the sick and the young, including a 10-year-old boy who died after the ambulance he was in came under Russian fire. Our Security and Defence editor Deborah Haynes reports from Kyiv's main paediatric hospital.
The trauma of war in a children's hospital. This boy was hit by gunfire as Russian forces advanced on Ukraine's capital. Just 14 years old, he suffered face, back and leg wounds 3 nights ago. His latest procedure described as minor surgery. Russia's invasion prompted medics to set up this makeshift emergency department. 3 children have been brought in so far, including a 10-year-old who died en route.
That was the quiet place with just kids, with the scheduled operations, and now in one moment it changes. So okay, this is war. We are and 2 days ago we have the gunfights all around the block with the artillery fights, etc., etc. But this night was a little bit calm. So, and the war changes the priority. So now, if you can take a shower and take a coffee, it is luxury.
He's barely slept. As well as preparing to treat war casualties, he and his colleagues have an equally vital job to do.
Here in the emergency department, the doctors are tired, they're worried about an influx of more patients, and they're also worried about what to do with the very sick children who are being treated in this hospital before the war started.
The lights are off because of we should be like nobody should see us. So we're without light.
4-year-old Nikita has leukemia. He receives chemotherapy and blood transfusions. The little boy also has Down syndrome.
But usually children should not be in the corridor.
The noise you can hear is his teeth grinding. Something he's done since Russian missiles started falling. This is where he should be treated. But his mother now has to shuttle up and down from the basement, where it's safer for them to stay.
How are you feeling dealing with all of this? I'm sorry to ask.
You know, trembling, hands are trembling, legs like you are in fitness gym, because downstairs 10,000 meters a day, steps a day, up and down with children, with bags.
She wants to take him out of the country, but it's hard.
Our children can't live without hospital, without medical treatment. You know, it's just a few days and that's all. So we should, if we will go to another country, we should cross the border, but with a doctor.
They're not alone. Other children dealt the same cruel blows, fighting life-threatening disease in the middle of a war zone, and with Russian forces closing in on the capital. Deborah Haines, Sky News, Kyiv.
Let's just bring you the latest developments with regard to this crisis in Ukraine. We understand that a TV tower has been hit in the capital. We hope to bring you some more information on that shortly. In the meantime, the Ukraine president has been speaking. He said if Ukraine falls, then Russian troops will be on NATO's borders. He said, I'd like to believe that war will not last long. He was asked about a no-fly zone. This was brought up with the Prime Minister Boris Johnson a short time ago by journalists in Poland and Estonia. Boris Johnson said no NATO members are considering a no-fly zone over Ukraine. The President has called for that. President Zelensky saying a no-fly zone is a preventative sanction. He says security guarantees must be legally enforceable. He said that partners need to act fast. And he says that a proposed no-fly zone is not about drawing NATO countries into war. He says it is a preventative measure. Russia stepping up attacks on the capital, Kyiv, as we speak. We'll have the latest for you after the break. That's coming up at 4 o'clock. Stay with us.
niektórzy mają gdzie jechać, niektórzy nie mają, prawda, bo różne sytuacje. My po prostu daję zarobnię nie, tam dla dzieci żółty, jogurty, czekolady. Dziękuję. Pani, zapraszamy na zupkę, na pierożki, wareniczki. Na nie pani, to warto gdzie wy jesteście teraz? Matki, gdzie? Chcecie jakieś ile macie racji? Jedzie jak? Dawaj tu, ja tutaj, a ja położę tu na wewnątrz. Okej, chodzi. O, na reklamę. Pani Maja.
It's 4 o'clock. This is the Sarah Jane Lee Show. Coming up, Russia appears to fire missiles at a TV tower in the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv. This happens as a 40-mile-long Russian convoy heads towards the capital. A missile hits a government building in the heart of Kyiv. A standing ovation for the Ukrainian president as he issues a message of defiance to the European Parliament.
Nobody's going to break us. We're strong. We're Ukrainians.
However, there's a mass walkout in Geneva as diplomats refuse to listen to the Russian foreign minister.
These are the human rights abuses this council was created to stop. If we cannot come together now, when will we come together?
Boris Johnson visits Poland and Estonia and insists there will be no British boots on the ground in Ukraine.
Our reinforcements, like these reinforcements here in Tapa, are firmly within the borders of NATO.
And the government doubles the number of Ukrainian refugees allowed to come to the United Kingdom. Let's start with breaking news. This has happened in the last few minutes. Coming into us, the Ukrainian Interior Ministry saying that Russia has attacked the TV tower in the capital, Kyiv. It comes after the Russian Defense Ministry said today it is planning to hit sites in the capital belonging to Ukrainian security services and telling those living nearby to leave the area. Well, the Defense Ministry in Ukraine shared this picture saying that TV service would be interrupted. I think that is the least of people's worries in Kyiv, but of course it's a key source of information for those who have chosen to stay. These pictures we are showing you have been verified by Sky News and appear to show explosions near that TV tower in central Kyiv. The Ukrainian Defense Ministry tweeting, "Attention, getting into the hardware of the broadcaster on the TV tower. For a while, the channels won't work. In the near future, the backup broadcast of some channels will be included." They go on to say the enemy can spread fakes to destabilize the situation. You know Ukraine is fighting and enduring. That a tweet from the Ukrainian Defense Ministry within the last few minutes regarding the attack on the main TV tower in the capital. Meanwhile, at least 10 people are thought to have been killed and 35 wounded today in a strike that happened in the country's second city, Kyiv. And Russian military convoy, some 40 miles long, has been identified by satellite imagery and it is heading towards the capital, Kyiv. However, the Ukrainian president today remains defiant. Volodymyr Zelensky given a standing ovation before he addressed the European Parliament today. He told MPs MEPs, nobody will break us. Ashish Joshi has the story of day 6 so far.
A devastating strike right at the heart of Ukraine's second largest city. The Russian missile hit without warning. Cars can be seen driving close to the explosion in Khyv's Freedom Square. The target was the city's Region State Administration building. This footage shows the aftermath. The scale of the destruction tells of the force of the blast. Local leaders say the attack also struck nearby residential buildings.
There were no military facilities there to be targeted. The strike of the Independence Square is a crime that will not be forgotten. This is an international act of terror from the Russian Federation. We call on all countries of the world to react to this act of aggression and to announce that Russia is carrying out terrorist actions.
Despite meeting fierce resistance, the Russians continue to inch ever closer to their ultimate goal, the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv. This satellite image shows a Russian military convoy stretching for about 40 miles, far, far bigger than initially thought. The head of the column, when this image was taken, was about 15 miles north of Kyiv. Ukrainians want urgent Western intervention to protect them from the Russians. And today, one woman challenged Boris Johnson as he visited allies in Poland.
Because NATO is not willing to defend, because NATO is afraid of World War III, but it is already started. And these are Ukrainian children who are there taking the hit.
When you talk about the no-fly zone, as I said to Volodymyr Zelensky, I think a couple of times, unfortunately, the implication of that is that the UK and would be engaged in shooting down Russian planes, would be engaged in direct combat with Russia. That's not something that we can do.
The Ukrainian president's courageous leadership is inspiring his countrymen and uniting Western leaders. In his address to a special session of EU leaders, he called for total condemnation of Russia's aggression.
On behalf of the European Parliament, I condemn the Russian military aggression against Ukraine in the strongest possible terms and express my solidarity with all those suffering and all those killed.
The reception for Russia's foreign minister could not have been more different. Diplomats from Britain, the United States and Europe boycotting his remotely delivered speech in Geneva.
This country is being dragged into NATO, that the country is being flooded with offensive weapons, and this is a country that has openly made territorial claims against the Russian Federation and threatened to use force and to acquire military nuclear capabilities.
As the number of dead and injured continues to rise, so does the number of terrified families seeking refuge from war. These children among the latest to cross Ukraine's border into Poland seeking sanctuary. They do not know how long they will be here, and indeed, if they will have anything to return to. Ashish Joshi, Sky News.
Well, in a moment, we'll take a closer look at just how the situation in Ukraine has been developing so far today. But first, some new images of defiant Ukrainians blocking Russian military vehicles. Sky News has verified and located this video to Melitopol, which is in southeastern Ukraine. As you can see, it appears to show protesters blocking Russian military vehicles. The marking on these vehicles have been seen on Russian equipment previously. The video is consistent with other footage from nearby protests that were seen earlier today. Well, that is what has been happening in the southeast of the country. Earlier in the day, a massive explosion hit a regional administration building in Kharkiv's main square this morning. We understand it killed at least 10 people and injured 35. In Brovary, on the outskirts of the capital, an airstrike left a military airbase on fire. More than 70 Ukrainian soldiers have reportedly died after Russian artillery hit a military base around 60 miles away in the city of Oktarak. Videos have been released showing the damage in Chernihiv in the north. Ukraine's emergency ministry claiming shelling hit a residential building, a market building and a kindergarten. In the south of the country, the mayor of Mariupol says that the port city has been under constant shelling and that women and children have been killed. And Russia is reported to have surrounded the city of Kherson and is mounting a serious assault there. Well, I'm joined now by the Latvian Prime Minister, Artūrs Krišjānis. Karin's Prime Minister, thank you so much for joining us here on Sky News this afternoon. You'll have been listening to me talking about what's been happening in Ukraine over the last 24 hours, the number of attacks, the constant shelling in some places. What are your thoughts as you watch what is happening?
Well, we can see that Putin's army is now starting to target civilians. It may be an act of military desperation, but I think by all accounts, this amounts to a war crime. These are targeting civilians, killing women and children, targeting housing. This is not acceptable by any standard. And of course, eventually, Putin will have to answer for the crimes he is currently committing.
Yeah, that will all play out, but let's concentrate on what's happening right now. You've seen the aerial attacks in Ukraine. Today, the Ukrainian president reiterated his call for a no-fly zone over Ukraine. You may have seen journalists asking the British Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, about that, and he said no NATO member countries are considering this as an option. Why not? Ukraine is under attack from on air, and as you said, civilians are being targeted.
Well, we have to remember that just in the past few days, there have been massive shifts in policy throughout Europe. Last Thursday, for many, it was not imaginable that Germany would actually provide arms or let other countries re-export their arms. They now are supplying arms themselves and are going to be increasing their defense spending to 2% of GDP. In the beginning, it was just the Baltics, Poland, a few other countries, of course, the UK, the US, that were supplying arms to Ukraine. Now we are being joined by more and more countries. This is a very positive sign. The Ukrainians are fighting for our values, the values of freedom, democracy, and the rule of law. And Putin is fighting to recreate an empire, to subjugate a neighboring country, and to stamp out democracy and the rule of law. So it is, by all means, a justified fight of defense, and we in the West, in democratic countries, have a great responsibility to help them in any and all ways that we can. So financial help has been flowing from many, many quarters, including the entire European Union. Of course, many member states, in addition to that, countries outside of the European Union. Military aid is also extremely important. What we can see that the Ukrainian defenders are courageous, I think, does not even come close to describing what they are doing. But they are defending their country. They're defending all of our values. Yeah. And it shows also, I think, the desperation of the Russian army, of Putin's army, that it has to resort to such brutal targeting of civilians.
Yes, as you said, it's brutal. The Ukrainians are courageous and they have our admiration. But they do need more than that. You talk about policy changes from countries, from the EU, from NATO as a collective. Do you see there being a policy shift on a no-fly zone? Would you support that? Because we are seeing residential buildings, orphanages, hospitals being targeted. Do you support a shift in policy?
The question is how far things will get. So I think there is a certain hesitancy on behalf of many countries to have an open NATO-Russia conflict. We currently do not have an open NATO-Russia conflict. We have many countries, among them many NATO member states, providing arms, providing all kinds of support to the Ukrainian army.
So does Russia have to reach NATO borders for there to be a no-fly zone? Because as President Zelensky points out, that will be too late. If Ukraine falls, Russia is on NATO member countries' border. A no-fly zone has to come into force before then, doesn't it?
Well, Russia already is on NATO country borders. So Russia is on the border of my country, on the border of Estonia, on the border of Lithuania, on the border of Poland already today. This is unprecedented territory where we currently are. The important thing is that we in Western democracies, both in the EU and in NATO, work and stick together. And right now we have a fantastic, fantastic cooperation. There are decisions being taken which were unthinkable even a week ago. We have to see how things develop, but the important thing here is to continue sticking together, because Putin has been trying to drive a wedge between us, between democratic countries. That is part of his strategy all along. He has gotten actually the exact opposite. He has gotten a coming together of countries ever firmer, ever firmer, ever firmer. If we look at the economic sanctions which have been adopted, these are extremely, and they will be extremely devastating to the Russian economy. Cutting off the Russian central bank from funding means effectively taking out most of Putin's foreign cash. More than 15. So that government is not going to have the money to pay for its social services, to pay for wages, to pay for everything eventually. Already now we're seeing in Moscow and other cities runs on the banks. We're seeing a huge spike in the cost of the ruble. The stock exchange has been closed. There already are great difficulties.
There is significant impact, but that will take a while to take effect, if you like, because the idea being that those close to Putin need to feel that, the Russian people need to feel that, and that all takes time. And as you quite rightly pointed out, Russia is on your border, on Latvia's border. And we have heard experts warn that, look, if Russia takes Ukraine, you are vulnerable. Countries like Latvia are vulnerable because he'll come for you next.
Putin is not only fighting against Ukraine, Putin is fighting against democracy. And in that sense, he's fighting against all of our democracies. He does not believe in the idea of a nation state or the right of self-determination. He has said as much explicitly in the case of Ukraine. He wants to recreate an empire. So an attack on Ukraine essentially is an attack on democracy as such. So of course, I think all of us are in for a long and a very difficult road. This is the beginning of that, and it's the complete confrontation of Putin with the West. What we are in the process of doing, and I think it's correct, is a complete isolation of Putin's regime. And these are not to be underestimated, the various sanctions. They are biting already. The various seizures of property of the various tycoons closely affiliated with Russia. We see already inside Russian television hosts being aghast at how can their Italian villa be taken from them. Well, the fact is it has been taken from them and more will be taken. And this is what we have to understand. It is Putin's attack on Western democracy. We have to stay strong, stay united here. And we're also doing the right thing within NATO. We are reinforcing all of the eastern flank from the Baltic down to the Black Sea. There are more NATO forces in the Baltic countries, also in my country, than there were just 2 weeks ago. There's more soldiers, there's more military hardware, technology. So this buildup on our soil will continue. We just made a decision over the upcoming 3 years to further increase our spending on defense up to 2.5%. We're over 2.2 by 2.3%. We'll be upping the ante there. So we're not just a consumer of security, we are also paying ourselves. And many countries are doing this actually throughout NATO. So we are becoming a true force also at an individual country level. And remember, the European Union has now taken a decision to collectively fund arms for Ukraine. This has never been before. So even the EU is coming onto the global stage, not only as an economic, but also ever more growing as a military power. So we have incredible strength on our side. The economy of the West is incomparably larger than Russia's. The combined military strength makes Russia's military seem actually rather quite small. So we needn't be afraid of our own power. We have to build on that power, because in order to speak with Putin, Putin only understands the language of power. So more strength, more investment, more support for Ukraine is the way to get Putin to start to consider things differently.
Yeah, I think it was the British Prime Minister Boris Johnson who pointed out earlier today, if Putin hoped that NATO would get smaller, it's actually only getting bigger and stronger. Prime Minister, while I have you, one final question, if I may, and this is about the refugee crisis that will undoubtedly be created. Is, you know, it started as a result of what is happening in Ukraine. What is Latvia doing to help those who want to cross the border from Ukraine into your country?
Right. Well, we don't have a direct land border. Those refugees are primarily coming from Poland, Lithuania into Latvia. We have, of course, our Interior Ministry has an entire system set up to accept refugees. But what we're seeing is a fantastic groundswell of volunteer support. So we have local communities, individuals already taking Ukrainians into their homes, into their families, feeding them, helping them. We're adapting our laws so these people would legally have a right to work, bringing them into the healthcare system, et cetera, et cetera. So from the government side, and especially from the private individual side, we're seeing an outpouring of support. And actually, the only difficulty that we have is that we have so many people wanting to help that we're having difficulty making sure everyone has something to do. So there is a tremendous groundswell of support for Ukraine. People, companies are donating funds, so money is going to the Ukrainian government, to them, to keep up the war effort and the economy as such. We're continuing sending humanitarian supplies, military supplies, fuel, medicines, everything. There's tremendous support in our country, and we also will continue in this vein, closely coordinating with our neighbors, with our friends in the European Union, and with our allies in NATO.
It's good to hear. Prime Minister, thank you for joining us. Prime Minister of Latvia there, Artis Kristianis Karins. Really good to speak to you here on Sky News. Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you.
So, NATO will not fight in Ukraine. That message echoed by Boris Johnson when he was speaking in Estonia earlier this afternoon. He was pressed by a journalist about British citizens volunteering to fight Russia in Ukraine. The Prime Minister said he understands why people feel emotionally engaged with the situation, but won't support those heading to Ukraine.
As we support the people of Ukraine, we must also shore up our shared resilience, both to protect our people and our values. These are nothing more than defensive measures, which have been the essence of NATO for more than 70 years. And I want to be crystal clear, finally, on that point. We will not fight Russian forces in Ukraine, and our reinforcements, like these reinforcements here in Tapa, are firmly within the borders of NATO members, and they are profoundly the right thing to do.
The Ukrainian president received a standing ovation as he addressed the European Parliament earlier on today. Volodymyr Zelensky was speaking during a special session of the Parliament, with MEPs gathering to discuss their response to his country's invasion. Ukraine's leader appealed for more support from the European Union and said his country would not be broken.
Our country, the Freedom Square, and this is the largest square in Europe, and that's true. This is called the Freedom Square. Can you imagine, this morning, 2 cruise missiles hit this Freedom Square, dozens of killed ones. This is the price of freedom we're fighting, just for our land and for our freedom. Despite the fact that all our cities of our country are now blocked, nobody is going to enter and intervene with our freedom and country. And believe you me, every square of today, no matter what it's called, it's going to be called, as today, Freedom Square in every city of our country. Nobody will break us. We're strong. We're Ukrainians. Yesterday, 16 children were killed.
Hey, want to automate?
The thing you have to understand. At Tello, we celebrate individuals.
The aircrafts with the humanitarian help. So the risk remains, it's not that far from the actual city, but I do have to enter the city and exit the city by the block pass, where people are checking the documents. So yeah, this is how it is. This is our new reality.
It is a new reality. And what do you make of what is happening to your country right now?
That is an actual war which we have never expected. The good thing is that we have the forces, military forces that could our president stay strong. And we are really grateful to the whole world for the support they provide on all the levels. Ordinary people are supporting on social media, the Ukrainians. We're really grateful for that. Really upsetting. So we're not hiding any information from her, so that she knows what's going on here right now.
And how is your daughter coping with all this? I mean, it's just so stressful for these children, apart from anything else.
She was really stressed during the first day because she wasn't able to make out what's going on. Basically, where we're packing and moving from our home elsewhere. Now it's more or less stable, but whenever there is a siren, she feels anxious, and she was like almost crying today during the siren when she had to put on her clothes rather quickly and move outside our apartment. And yeah, this is a stressful situation for our kids, and yeah, there is nothing we could do about it. right now. So what we provide her is also Portuguese. We're hugging her a lot.
I'm sure you are. And Alexandra, just tell me about your husband. I gather he is in Lviv. Has he joined the volunteers, the resistance?
Yeah, he's a former police officer, so he recruited to the army the first or the second day it started. There are long queues of volunteers that are currently being recruited to military forces. He's ready to protect our land and protect our home, myself and my daughter, any moment now. I have spoken to my father-in-law today. He has recruited as well. So men are ready to protect our land and do not let them occupy our territory.
Well, you must be very proud of them. And listen, you stay safe, and thank you very much indeed for being with us this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Stay safe.
Thank you very much. This is the NewsHour live from the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv. Coming up, Ukraine's president insists nobody will break us as Russia warns it's planning to attack the capital, Kyiv.
us this evening, and you are here in Kyiv, and these could be very difficult days ahead for the city. National Security and Defense Council under President Zelensky. Thank you very much for being with us this evening. And you are here in Kyiv, and these could be very difficult days ahead for the
last
city.
minute the advertising on your TV channel, and I just realized unless near the days of war and how far the location which is peaceful life, I wish we would return to it very soon.
Yes, I mean, do you
channel, and I just realized
fear that President Putin will launch an onslaught on this city, or do you think he will surround the city and wait things out? I mean, what do you think is going to happen in the coming days? I mean, do you fear that President Putin will launch an onslaught on this city, or do you think he will surround the city and wait things out? I mean, what do you think is going to happen in the coming days?
Gathered on the, I think, northwestern direction and southwest direction. This is those forces are actually, their aim is to surround the city. And this is the first thing they will do. Then most likely there will be attempts to launch an assault on the city, which I'm confident will not be successful given the strength of the forces which are inside the Kyiv and their capacity to actually defend the city. I think it's quite high. This is what military perhaps in the territorial defense inside the Kyiv and their capacity to actually I'm afraid that what happened yesterday and today in Kyiv, the bombardment using a missile against the civilians, against the residential areas, it's just a signal to all defenders in the cities now. Today in Kyiv, Russia will be using the excessive force and they will not differentiate whether it's military or civilians. This is their tactic to intimidate, to scare people. But it will not work. Be using the excessive force. It will not work to defend their country. Differentiate whether it's military or civilians. This is their tactic.
And do you think that he is resorting to this, or may well resort to what you were saying there, because of the problems that he's clearly had with this invasion?
Differentiate whether it's military or civilians. This is their tactic.
And do you think that he is resorting to this, or may well resort to what you were saying there, because of the problems that he's clearly had with this invasion?
Every time we ask whether we would really do something, immediately something that we think would be, other people will never be doing because it's just crossing all red lines. But actually, now, every time we ask ourselves, really do something, and nothing will stop him, just the strong, other people will never be doing resistance, crossing all red lines. He launched the attack against the city, against the residential area. He should remember Stalingrad, just in 1943, when the German forces were that was like a turning point for the war. The city was destroyed, but that was pretty much the turning point. In 1943 is the destiny for Putin forces. He will not be able to take city, and this is the place when the war will turn. The city was destroyed, but that was pretty much the turning point. Will be in the countdown is the destiny for Putin forces.
So you think that he would launch an onslaught on this city, a European capital, in 2022? You think he would do that? So you think that he would launch an onslaught on this city, a European capital, in 2022? You think he would do that? Wherever you are, try and stay safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is the News Hour live from Kyiv, the Ukrainian capital, coming up with Ukraine sending 42 the protesters further back here. There's around 200 or 300 still remain.
I'm Dan Whitehead, and I'm Sky News' West of England correspondent.
This van goes onto the streets of Plymouth 7 days a week, 365 days a year.
I'm Dan Whitehead, and I'm Sky News' West of England correspondent.
This van goes onto the streets of Plymouth 7 days a week.
From fishing communities to bustling, still fearing about the future.
Where there would be more Brexit resources would be exported to the EU. Stopped over. Still fearing about the future. Where there would be more Brexit resources would be exported to the EU. Stopped over. Still fearing about the future. Where there would be
dalee commencé liggéey bi yokkute bu bari am nañ ko ci.
Welcome back to Kyiv, capital of Ukraine, and we've been talking a lot recently about what sport is doing to hit back at Vladimir Putin. Well, athletics is doing its bit as well. The president of World Athletics, Lord Coe, Sebastian Coe, joins me now. Good evening, Sebastian. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. So now your organisation is also taking action. Tell us what you're planning to do.
Well, I called the Council, the World Athletics Council, together today to discuss the situation and to cut to the chase. We have now excluded our authorised neutral athletes. They're Russian athletes. They've been given that status for many years for obvious reasons around anti-doping. And also the Belarusian athletes, we've excluded them from our World Championship series this year and for the foreseeable future. So we have 5 World Championships in different guises. We have, in fact, I'm sitting talking to you in Oman on Friday. We have the World Race Car Championships this year. And so we had to move quickly to make sure that we were able to convey in fact, just sitting talking to you in Oman, we witnessed, and the issue for us now is that those athletes will not be competing here or in any of our World Championships this year.
And this is a complete ban. They're not allowed to compete, you know, under a neutral flag or with no national anthem, no Russian flag. A complete ban.
Yeah, they will not be competing in any of our World Championship events, and we have 5 World Championships this year on 4 different continents. But be very clear about it. They will not be, Russian athletes will not be competing under neutral status, which they have, and the Belarusian athletes will not be competing under they are on 4 different continents. Be very clear about it.
Now, I know we've talked many times about this, that you are instinctively, I think, against boycotts and sporting boycotts because you think it, you know, hurts the athletes. I mean, you competed in 19 Kyiv, for instance. What is different about this? What makes this something that you think deserves an all-out ban?
Well, Mark, first of all, you're right. It's not my natural instinct. I didn't come into the sport. I certainly didn't seek to become president of the sport to sanction athletes and prevent them from competing. But this is a very, very difficult sport. It's not my natural instinct. The Russian athletes have been banned in our sport, and we've been very tough with the FIA member federation and chose to suspend the Russian federation because of egregious doping, an egregious doping that we've gotten into our own integrity. But look, I've always fought hard for maintaining the primacy of the athletes and the independence of sport. But on this occasion, I think we have to recognise there is a global response. It's not that sport is alone, as it has in the past, carrying the burden when other organisations, governments, it's been business as usual. We have to recognise that we're part of something far bigger, and our own interests at the moment should be second alone to the united nature of solidarity. It's a modest contribution, but we were very, very clear, the Council was very clear, this was on a scale, I mean, the core united nature of solidarity being released. It's a modest contribution under this situation is something that my sport and many, many others, I mean, can't just sit and dance at nature, not on the side.
And I heard someone try to defend, continuing with Russian athletes and Belarusian athletes the other day, but as someone pointed out here to me yesterday, what about Ukrainian athletes? These Ukrainian athletes can't do anything at the moment, and a lot of the Ukrainian athletes are actually signing up for a volunteer force to fight President Putin's army. Have you been horrified what's been happening to these Ukrainian athletes?
Yes, I have. And Mark, you're in the epicenter of it. But none of us could sit here and accept Russian athletes or Belarusian athletes competing while we have Ukrainian athletes, some in bunkers, some not able to leave the country. It just doesn't, it's entirely wrong. And look, just a few hours, literally an hour and a half before my council meeting this afternoon to sanction excluded that country, I was, in a very interrupted FaceTime conversation with a very senior figure in Ukrainian athletics who was, in a bunker protecting his family. This is unsustainable, and we have to do something. We've been FaceTime conversation possibly senior. I think other sports are following in exactly the same bunker, and this has to be a global response. It can't just be borne by governments or the United Nations. Everybody that is in a position to make their feelings truly felt has to be articulate and clear. And this has to be a global response. It can't just be borne
and what about FIFA and the IOC? I mean, two organisations that are, if I can say it, put it this way, not quick to find their moral conscience.
Well, look, let's not go back into the history of this. Sport has responded, I think, in the right way. We were very clear 5 years ago that the level of doping that was taking place in Russia was unacceptable. It was destroying the fabric of our sport. We suspended the Russian Federation. We have a roadmap for reinstatement that clearly is now seriously in jeopardy. And we need to make sure that the purpose and the values of our sport shine through. It's not always easy. Sometimes the decisions have to be made that aren't necessarily pragmatic, and you want to always defend the primacy and the independence of sport. But this goes way, way beyond any philosophical discussion about athletes or even the right of the federation to exist. This is now so serious that sport has to go forward. Cannot sit there with hearts on dance houses. Thank you very much.
Okay, so another violent day here, more explosions tonight in the capital, Kyiv, and in Kyiv, the second largest city
This is the news hour at 6, killed as Russia targets Kiev's TV tower. A 40-mile-long Russian convoy pushes towards the capital as Moscow warns the city is now in its sights. Live from Kiev this evening, coming up in the next 60 minutes. Ukraine says 5 people are killed as Russia targets Kiev's civilians attempt to halt the Russian advance by standing in front of armoured columns. Moscow warns the city is Ukraine's second city. At least 10 people are dead as Russia strikes a government building. Ukraine calls the attacks barbaric and demands more sanctions on Russia. Meanwhile, Ukraine's second city celebration for the Ukrainian president as he issues a message of defiance at the European Parliament and demands more sanctions.
None of them break us. We're strong.
Meanwhile,
We're Ukrainians.
And a mass walkout in Geneva as UN diplomats shun Russia's foreign minister at the European Parliament and demands more sanctions.
None of them break us. We're strong.
Meanwhile,
we're Ukrainians.
Good evening from the Ukrainian capital Kyiv, a city bracing for a full-scale Russian attack. A 40-mile-long convoy of Russian armored vehicles is continuing to push here. And tonight, a Russian strike on the city's TV tower. 5 people are reported dead, and a number of Ukrainian TV stations were taken off air. That attack, close to the center of Kiev, came shortly after Moscow warned that it was preparing to strike military targets inside this city. Elsewhere, a massive explosion at a regional administration building in Kharkiv's main square, killing at least 10 and injuring 35. And in Brovary, an airstrike left a military airbase on fire. More than 70 Ukrainian soldiers reportedly died after Russian artillery hit a military base in the city of Ocheka. Videos have been released showing damage in Chernihiv in the north. Ukraine says shelling hit a residential building, a market building. It also claims a kindergarten was hit. In the south, the mayor of Mariupol says the port city has been under constant shelling and that women and children have been killed. Russia is mounting a heavy assault on Kherson with troops on that city's streets. Our correspondent Ashish Joshi reports now. Under constant shelling and that women and children have been killed.
Thick black smoke bellows across central Kiev. The battle for Ukraine has reached the country's heart. Kiev's TV tower, the target of this Russian assault. There were at least 2 explosions, one of which hit a nearby commercial area. Reached the country's heart. This attack followed a warning from the Russian Defense Ministry, saying security service sites in Kiev the target of this Russian assault. Despite fierce and brave resistance, the Russian army continues to inch ever closer to the capital. This attack followed a satellite image shows a Russian military convoy stretching for about 40 miles. It's far bigger than initially thought. The head of brave resistance, this Russian army taken about 15 miles north to the capital. This attack followed a satellite image shows earlier today Ukraine's second largest city was targeted with this devastating strike. Russian missiles hit without warning. Russian cars can be seen driving close to the explosion in Kharkiv's Freedom Square. Earlier today, Ukraine's second largest region, state, and administration. This footage shows the aftermath. The force of the blast, all 2 cars can be seen driving close to the explosion attack also struck nearby residential areas. Earlier today,
there were no military facilities there to be targeted. The strike of the Independence Square is a crime that will not be forgotten. This is an international act of terror from the Russian Federation. We call on all countries of the world to react to this act of aggression and to announce that Russia is carrying out terrorist actions. It is a crime that will not be forgotten.
Sky News has verified and located this video from
the
military
Russian Federation.
southeastern
We
Ukraine.
call on
It
all
appears
countries
to
of the
show
world
that
to react to
blocking
this
Russian military
to announce that
vehicles.
Russia is carrying
The
out
markings of the
terrorist
vehicles have
actions.
previously been
It is a
seen
crime that
on
will not be
Russian
forgotten.
equipment. Sky News has verified and located this video with other footage from nearby Ukraine.
It appears to show that
Ukrainians want urgent Western intervention to protect them from the Russians. Today, one woman challenged Boris Johnson as he visited allies in Kyiv.
NATO is not willing to defend because NATO is afraid of World War III.
Ukrainians want urgent Western
Ukrainian
intervention
children
to
who are there
protect them from
taking the
Russians.
hit.
When you talk about the no-fly zone, as I said to Volodymyr Zelensky, I think a couple of
NATO
times,
is not willing to
unfortunately, the implication of that is that the UK and will be engaged in about the I said to the Ukrainians, Zelensky engaging directly to combat Russia. That's not something
The Ukrainian president's courageous leadership is inspiring his countrymen and uniting Western leaders. In his address to a special session of EU leaders, he called for total condemnation of Russia's aggression. The Ukrainian president's courageous leadership is inspiring his countrymen and
On
uniting
behalf of the European
Western
Parliament,
leaders.
I condemn the Russian military aggression against Ukraine in the strongest possible terms and express my solidarity with all those suffering, on behalf of the all those killed. I condemn the Russian military aggression against Ukraine in the strongest possible terms.
The reception for Russia's foreign minister could not be more different. Diplomats from Britain, the United States and Europe boycotting his remotely delivered speech in Geneva.
This country is being dragged into NATO, that the country is being flooded with offensive weapons, and this is a country that has openly made territorial claims against the Russian Federation and threatened to use force and to acquire military nuclear capabilities. This country is being dragged into
As the number of dead and injured continues to rise, so does the number of terrified families seeking refuge from war. These children among the latest to cross Ukraine's border into Poland seeking sanctuary. They do not know how long they will be here. But indeed, so does the number of terrified families to seeking refuge from war. Ashish Joshi, Sky News.
Well, as we've been reporting, the Ukrainian president received that standing ovation after
They do not know how long they will be here.
Volodymyr Zelensky appealed for more support from the EU following his application yesterday to join the Union, and he insisted this country will not be broken.
This morning, 2 cruise missiles hit this Freedom Square. Dozens of killed. One. This is the price of freedom. We are fighting just for our land. This morning, and for our freedom, despite the fact that all our citizens of our country are now blocked. Nobody wants. This is the price of freedom. Is going to enter and intervene with our freedom and country. And believe you me, every square of today, no matter what it's called, it's going to be called as today Freedom Square in every city of our country. No one is going to break us. We're strong. We're Ukrainians.
Stage a mass walkout ahead of a speech by the Russian foreign minister. Sergei Lavrov is about to address the UN Human Rights Council. 140 delegates streamed out of the room as he began a speech criticising the actions of the international community. Sky correspondent Laura Bundock is in Brussels and has this reaction to today's EU Parliament. 140 delegates
Sergei Lavrov starts speaking, the room empties. President Zelensky starts speaking, and the room gets to its feet, starts applauding. Ukrainian banners are held by members of the European Parliament, and even the translator breaks down in tears almost as he speaks President Zelensky's words. I think the tone very much one of power, of passion, and it felt personal too, speaking on behalf of Ukraine when he addressed the European Parliament. He said, "We've proven our strength, we've proven we are the same as you. Do prove you are with us. Do prove you will not let us go." Now, on behalf of the European Union, very much a message of solidarity, stressing the sanctions, the enormous change in foreign policy when it comes to the European Union membership of Ukraine. They've accepted the application made by President Zelensky, but this will not be a fast process. They move quickly with sanctions, they move quickly with big policy decisions, but when it comes to becoming a member state, that will take a lot longer, although the mood, the tone, very much one of welcoming when it comes to Ukraine. A lot of solidarity, as I say, and a strength of feeling that Ukraine is with Europe and should be at some point part of Europe. Strong words too coming from Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission, as I say, stressing the huge sanctions, the huge steps that the European Union has made to support Ukraine and Ukrainians. And news too of the package of humanitarian support that the EU is now pledging. That's 500 million euros, and this will go to help those Ukrainians who've remained in the country, those who are displaced within Ukraine, and then of course the 600,000 plus who are fleeing Ukraine, the refugees who are now arriving, who have arrived and passed through the borders of countries that neighbour Ukraine. Poland has seen huge numbers queuing up at borders, passing through other countries too, Romania, Hungary, and they're expecting many more in the coming days. And the EU is really keen to stress its commitment to helping those people. They've waived the visa rights. They've made it a lot easier now, relaxing all the rules for people coming. And this massive step, remember how criticised the bloc was for not doing more with the 2015 migrant crisis. It could not be a more different situation now. They've made it a lot easier now.
Let's take a closer look now at the strategic situation on the ground here in Ukraine. The skies, Kamali Melville, Sky News Center.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, let's look in some more detail at exactly how the fight is continuing for Ukraine. We're joined by Air Marshal Edward Stringer to take us through the detail of the Russian advance. Air Marshal, thank you for being with us. So, as we understand it, the Russians are arrayed on at least three sides of Ukraine at the moment. They are, of course, around the capital, Kyiv, around the Crimean Peninsula, which, of course, they're holding the pushing on from, and around the second city, Kharkiv. What does this tell us as we see where those forces are about the Russian advance?
Three sides. Well, I'd like to treat these as two areas. So, of course, what you see in the south here is an attempt to consolidate the whole territory and to link up through the cities north of Crimea, which the Russians took in 2014, through the Donbass, through the land bridge, into Russia. That, in and of itself, wouldn't give them the strategic outcome that what we see up here in regards to the northern group, these are two thrusts against the two main cities, the capital and the second city of Ukraine, and clearly this is an attempt to take over the seat of government, and at that point cause forced deterrence or surrender from the area.
Yeah, and in terms of the attacks on the cities, we have seen them ramping up the attacks on the cities, specifically the second city, Kharkiv. Let's just take a look at some video that we saw from earlier today. This is of a missile strike in Kharkiv. Marshal, talk us through what we're seeing in this.
Well, what we're seeing here is an attempt at a precision strike, and if that was, and we can't be sure, because that was going to scan
take a look at some video.
500-kilometre range, probably from at least 100 kilometres away, with an accuracy of seeing here 5 and a third times this, and a significantly larger effective but what we see subsequent from subsequent images, it might not actually hit
damage, doesn't it? You can see damage to all the buildings burst at the top.
Significant damage to the building, a large effective deaths.
I mean, that is the second city, Kharkiv. Of course, there is, as we understand, a huge convoy of Russian forces making their way towards Kyiv. Just outside the capital, I think that the tunnel is maybe 40 miles long. We can see it here. You can see that is the route I think he's taking towards the capital, Kyiv. Now, we can't be certain, of course, what is in that. What's this telling us? That there may well be that number of forces on their way to Kyiv. What's this telling us? Miles long. We can see it.
Well, what you've got in this 40-mile convoy, and we don't know the exact makeup of it from the imagery we've seen, but a 40-mile convoy typically would suggest something like an armoured tank division, which would have roughly 300 tanks, 300 infantry fighting vehicles. Well, what you've got in a 100-mile convoy, and we don't know the exact makeup of it, and then a load of trucks to provide the logistical support.
I think we've got satellite images as well of the convoy that we can have a look at as well, which just shows the depth of forces that this convoy has. As you can see there, they're sort of arrayed 3 deep along that road, and it's said that it's 40 miles long. I mean, they look like transport to me, but you'll know as well. They may just show
these do look like trucks. But what this tells you is the Russians must be quite confident at the moment. You would not leave this number of vehicles so dense packed if you feared air attack or ambush from the side. So what this tells us is probably the Ukrainian forces at the moment are hustling the combat power
for Ukraine continues as the Russian see many back to you.
Yep, and a lot of them not far from here. Kamali, thank you very much. Well, Russians are already feeling the effects of the economic sanctions imposed by the international community, and there's increasing political opposition within Russia to the invasion of Ukraine. Our international affairs editor Dominic Waghorn is in Moscow, and what's happening with the way the public are thinking about this invasion, Dominic?
Well, I think we've got a clear sign of that today with these pictures of queues of people trying to get the money out of banks. Now, the Kremlin put out a pretty defiant line earlier. Dmitry Peskov, the Kremlin spin master, saying carry on regardless, saying that nothing to worry about from these sanctions. Punish us, he said, we're not scared. But I think Russians are scared by what these sanctions might be doing. And they've been queuing up at cash points at ATMs, trying to get their money out of their banks. I think increasingly worried that this could end up with a run on the banks. Not yet, but I think there is a sign now of public sentiment shifting away from sort of confidence in Russian authorities more towards concern and worry about what could happen to their money. Also a sign, I think, we're seeing of those close to the Kremlin now distancing themselves, worried about what they're seeing in Ukraine. I spoke to Andrei Fortunov, who is by no means an apologist for the Kremlin, but we have him on our television fairly often, have seen him defending the Russian government where he sees fit. He is a Kremlin advisor, but he says he is shocked by the invasion and he doesn't feel that it's going on the right way. And he told me that it's likely that Russia ends the conflict, goes back to negotiations not just with Ukraine but with the West, and tries to end the damage that the conflict has caused. But he says he is shocked by the invasion.
Well, my advice today, given the current situation on the ground, turn the ceasefire into the top priority. We have to stop the conflict to start with. Today we have to get to the negotiating table, not just with Ukraine, but also with the West. And we should figure out how we can limit the damage, the top priority. It's not going to be easy. The damage has already been inflicted at the negotiating table, but we should start where we can start, and we should figure out the sooner we stop the damage. The fighting, the battle is for everybody. The damage has already been
kind of robust defence we have heard on his government, rather subdued Fortunov today. He said he is depressed. Of course I am. He says all of us are depressed. I think there are many people in the Kremlin who should be depressed because the price of this will be substantial in terms of lives lost, Russia standing in the world, Russia's power and influence and Russia's prosperity. So he's deeply concerned about what is going on. I don't think he's the only one, but he is prepared to talk out, speak out about this. I think there are many people in the Kremlin who should be depressed because the price of this will be substantial.
Okay, Dominic, thanks very much. Let's go from Moscow to Washington, because in the United States, President Biden is preparing for his annual State of the Union address, and doubtless the situation here in Ukraine will dominate. In the last hour, Mr. Biden has been speaking to President Zelensky to discuss what's happening and the international response. Let's go live to Washington and our correspondent, Sally Lockwood. And Sally, what is Joe Biden expected to say in the speech? Mr. Biden has been speaking to President Zelensky.
Well, we understand large sections of its mark are being rewritten. This latest foreign policy crisis, which has landed on his desk with this nuclear threat from Russia now very much overshadowing the triumphs that he was hoping to speak about of his presidency so far. Of course, as you mentioned, we've just found out in the last hour that Joe Biden has come off a phone call with President Zelensky. Apparently they spoke for around half an hour discussing sanctions and military support. We're yet to hear more detail on that from the White House, but a few bits of news to bring you, Mark. We've just heard another update from the US mission to the United Nations to say that a Russian intelligence operative who works within the United Nations is being expelled from the country, and that intelligence operative who's been found to be working within the United Nations is on top of the 12 Russian diplomats who, it was announced last night, are also being expelled from the country. So that's 13 in total from the US mission to the United Nations, giving more detail this morning, saying that those 12 Russian diplomats were abusing the privileges of their residency here in the United States to carry out espionage, essentially people with huge access to intelligence and high-ranking people within the United Nations were spying here in the United States. 13 Russian diplomats now will be expelled by the end of the week from the country. Another update to bring you from a senior US defense official. They've had very accurate intelligence so far regarding this Russian invasion in Ukraine. US intelligence now assesses that 80% of Russian troops that were amassed around Ukraine's border are now within the country. They also gave us some insight into how they're coping. US intelligence assesses that the main advance on Kyiv has made no appreciable movement in the last 24 hours. Essentially, it's in the same position it was in yesterday. And they're putting that down to fuel and supply shortages, saying that they assess that some troops are having problems being fed. And the US also assesses that morale is flagging in some Russian units and that some have surrendered without a fight in Ukraine. Intelligence assessments that some Russian troops had no idea they were going to be involved in combat. Now, we've also had an off briefing from the State Department official on the state of Vladimir Putin's mind, and that State Department official has said that the US has long been concerned about Vladimir Putin as the Achilles heel of all autocrats, as they put it, and they also reference that large table that he's regularly seen at holding meetings with his advisors and the great distance between him and them, saying that they see that as a metaphor in terms of how all autocrats, as they put it, and they also reference that large table that he's regularly seen at holding meetings with his advisors and the great distance between him and them, saying that they see that as a metaphor in terms of how all autocrats, as they put it, and they also reference that large table that he's regularly seen at holding meetings with his advisors and the great distance between him and them, saying that they see that as a metaphor in terms of how all autocrats, as they put it, and they also reference that large table that he's regularly seen at holding meetings with his advisors and the great distance.
So this right here, guys, is the extra debit. So this right here, guys, is the extra debit. So this right here, guys, is the extra debit. So this right here, guys, is the extra debit.
This is right up prices across the whole market. And it affects more than just the cost of heating our homes. It's also biting here.
The tanks, which we're now in front of here, hold about 7,500 tons each.
Where fertilizer arrives, is turned around and sold on. Mammoth tanks of the stuff made using gas, destined for the fields of our farmers. A huge part to play in the price of our food.
Prices for nitrogen fertilizers have gone up by 300 or 400% in the last year, and that was without the war. Because we're at the start of the food chain, what we pay, passed on to farmers and in turn to consumers, is going to hit everybody in the pocket. It means that we're on the path to the £3 loaf of bread, the £7 pint.
This conflict has underlined a difficult reality. You don't need to be a buyer of Russian gas to be highly vulnerable to its impact on the price, and the consequences are vast. An already pressing question is now urgent. How do we reduce our reliance on that gas and reduce it quickly? So what is the answer? Well, some say it lies underground here, not moving away from gas, but extracting our own, fracking for it, in the north of England. But for now it's banned for safety reasons. This former site lies still and unused. Huge failure. failure, says the boss, in energy policy and planning. Even if you were fracking for British gas, that wouldn't affect the price, would it? Because you'd still sell it at market price.
It may well affect the price. We've got to be able to do it more cheaply than taking shale gas from the United States, putting it on a boat, sailing across the Atlantic. You know, people are saying, well, that won't make a difference because it doesn't affect prices tomorrow. But the reason we're in this taking shale is because we hadn't thought about this, 10 years ago.
The only real shield is alternative sources, nuclear, solar or wind. But all are still too fledgling to cover demand. Energy security is not just about supply, it's about supply that's affordable. If Russia turned off the taps, we'd still be able to turn on the lights. But at what cost and for how long? Helen Ann Smith, Sky News in Great Yarmouth.
This is the News Hour at 6, live from the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv, this evening. Coming up, an impassioned plea from the Ukrainian football team appealing for the world to unite against this Russian invasion.
They have breached the road. There is a lot of gas being fired all around us. It is an absolute carnival kind of atmosphere out here for Prime Minister Modi's decisive victory. These students are defying the prohibitory orders, and now they're going to be arrested. We aim to be the best and most trusted place for news. The roads have been inundated. The only way out is to get people by boat. This on any given day would have been bustling with people, but today it's absolutely deserted. I'm Neville Lazarus, and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi.
I love my job because I get to do something that is contributing to a better future.
ba ma dalee commencé liggéey bi yokkute bu bari am nañ ko ci.
Welcome back to Kyiv. This is the News Hour on Sky News. Let's cross over now to Sky Sports for an update.
Chase the pack, achieve your goals, and unlock rewards. Live life with Vitality and Zwift, the app that makes indoor cycling fun. This sports bulletin is brought to you by Vitality and Zwift.
The reason why I put out that tweet is just because with the media, and especially when we talk about, say, the beauty standard, or even when we talk about track and field, shot put is not an event that many people know. And also, I'm a bigger woman. I don't fit the track and field body stereotype. It's just nice to be able to represent a group that's also a part of this community that hasn't really been represented so much.
You've obviously spoken very honestly about mental health and the struggles. How would you best describe it?
You're drowning, and it's like you can see the surface, but it's like you can't save yourself. I'm not sure if too many people know what Mississippi is, but it's very old school when it comes to things. And for me, being a young black gay woman in a school environment where I didn't see people who, like represented what I represented, or being at this level and being unique and people not understanding me or people not trying to understand me made it that much more frustrating, because it was like I'm offering this, but like, what do I get in return? And that's really where the challenges and the battles for me came.
You opening up and being so honest about such a dark part of your life. You've become an icon, and that how does that sit with you?
It sits really well. That's always what I wanted to be, and there's been so many spaces where that hasn't been accepted, especially for people of the LGBTQ community. Being able to see how society is progressing and how we're
in Doha with the news hour from Al Jazeera. Let's get you up to speed with some of the latest developments in the Ukraine crisis. The country's second city, Kyiv, has endured its heaviest bombardment so far. These pictures have come to us within the last couple of hours. They purport to show a fierce Russian bombardment of the city just after dark. This happened at about 7 o'clock local time. Here is the increasingly tenuous situation in the capital, Kyiv. Heavy forces and artillery have been building up to the north in advance of a likely assault on the city. President Volodymyr Zelensky received a standing ovation after making an emotional appeal to the EU's parliament, calling for his country to be allowed to join the European Union.
Form a line to unload donated food, water, bedding, clothes. It's taken into what for decades has been a centre for culture and arts and has now become a vital, potential life-saving aid distribution point.
There's an incredible sense of purpose and energy in this centre. What these people are doing is they're taking in donations of food, clothing, bedding, medicine. They're boxing them up, boxing the materials up, and then they're going to be distributing them to many of the hundreds of thousands of people that have fled the fighting across this region.
It's much better than sitting at home. We are as depressed as everyone in the country, but we come here to lift our spirits. We feel proud and unified here.
Volunteers stick tape on the windows in an effort to stop shards of glass being blown into the building or shattered land nearby. A piece of history is being offered as a place There's a basement where people can also take shelter. Upstairs, the sorting, the packing, the distribution continues as this city prepares for the worst. Charles Strappert, Al Jazeera, Dnipro.
Trains, some of the only means for people to escape Ukraine as bus routes are currently closed due to the fighting. Tens of thousands of Ukrainians, mostly women, children and the elderly, are crossing into countries like Poland, Romania and Hungary. Al Jazeera's Hada Abdelhamid visited a station in Dnipro in eastern Ukraine as locals tried to flee.
The heart-wrenching goodbyes, loved ones not knowing when they will unite again, women and children heading west to relative safety, often leaving men behind. Males between the age of 18 to 60 are not allowed to leave the country in these times of war. Among them, foreigners also trying to get out. Joseph is a medical student from Gdansk. He arrived in Dnipro less than a year ago, hoping to one day become a heart surgeon. Now, he just hopes to reach any border.
This is the third time I've been at the train station. I missed the first and the second one. Well, the struggle was tough because we're trying to rush into woods. And then the first time I got into the train, I was literally suffocating. So I had to get down because it was super overcrowded. So that's how come we stayed till this time.
Train rides offer free, but it's on a first-come, first-served basis. So no one is guaranteed to leave without a long wait. Here at the bus station, there are only a few rides available, and that's only to the surrounding villages. Otherwise, there are no buses anymore because the destinations are either out of reach or the road is too dangerous. So people like Fumi and Rose now need to find another way to get out of the city. Both are students from Nigeria. They continued attending classes until the first day of Russia's assault on Ukraine. Reaching the decision to go was not easy.
I witnessed the first war in 2014 in Gdansk. It was brutal, it was bad, which was why I had to leave to Nigeria because it affected my education. So now I just came here in April. I struggled to come back to finish my final year in April. So now I'm like 3 months to write my final exam, and this happened again. So it's kind of a difficult decision to just say, oh, the war is coming, let me just go back to Nigeria again.
They are trying to reach the Romanian border with no bus in sight. They head back to their train station. Only to find themselves rushing to the shelter among hundreds of Ukrainians on the move. This family fled the Donetsk region ahead of another possible takeover by the Russian-backed separatists. They are trying to calm down Genie and worried of the long trek ahead. Meanwhile, Rose and Sumi are looking into other options to evacuate.
So not today, huh? No, not today. Tomorrow or next day.
But for now, they, like many others, will have to return home, hoping tomorrow is a better day. Hada Abdelhamid, Al Jazeera, Dnipro in eastern Ukraine.
The International Criminal Court has opened an investigation into possible war crimes committed in Ukraine. Luis Moreno Campo is a lawyer and the former prosecutor of the ICC. He joins us now live from Malibu, California. Good to have you with us, sir. What are your thoughts then on this investigation, its scope, its remit?
Well, it's very sad, the story you were presenting, made me very sad. The prosecutor is doing his job. The International Criminal Court prosecutor announced that he will conduct an investigation to the crimes committed in Ukraine, not just the last crimes. He say he had information for crimes committed since 2013, and then from there he will investigate the crimes. How this will help depends on others, not just the prosecutor. The prosecutor needs help to conduct his mission, he needs evidence, and then he needs the international community helping to stop crimes.
How long will all of this take? How do you conduct an investigation? You announced that you're going to do it, but the conflict is still ongoing.
Chicago, the crossroads of America, is the busiest rail hub in the United States, built on a crumbling, century-old, rusted foundation. A quarter of the freight trains in the U.S. and half of all intermodal trains carrying shipping containers and trailer trucks roll through here. On ancient rails, it can take more than a day to cross. Welcome to the epicenter of the American infrastructure crisis.
Some of the worst roads and bridge deterioration in the modern Western societies. And we're seeing a lot of the interstate bridges reach the end of their useful life. There's legitimate safety issues on a lot of bridges.
The price of failure can be catastrophic, as residents of Minneapolis discovered in 2007 when a bridge collapsed, sending cars and trucks plunging into the Mississippi River, killing 13. In his State of the Union address, President Joe Biden is expected to continue touting the economic benefits of a bipartisan infrastructure law meant to change all that.
We're rebuilding America. We're going to invest in America and build a better America than we found.
Hours before the president arrived in Pittsburgh to talk up the plan in January, a city bridge, one of 45,000 in the U.S. that engineers have rated in poor condition, collapsed. The plan spends $1 trillion rebuilding roads, ports, and bridges, installing up to 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations, improving the nation's electrical grids, replacing all lead water pipes across the country, and of course, upgrading freight and passenger rail. There are major projects all over the U.S. that need redoing, spectacular bridges, massive roadways. But most of the projects are like this, mundane crossings that are rusted, decaying, and at risk of failure. But where Biden sees an economic revival, some Republicans see waste and higher taxes.
This bill is also a liberal spending wish list. The fact of the matter is, this bill spends too much money and it's not paid for.
Many of the details of America's rebuilding remain murky, but the effort to remake the nation's infrastructure has already begun. John Hendren, Al Jazeera, Chicago.
Let's get a view on this now from Good to talk to you, sir. Many thanks indeed for being with us. Calm Minister in Los Angeles. Time for sport. Here's Sarah.
Thank you very much, Adrian. While Russia is rapidly being isolated from global sport, athletics world governing body has banned all competitors from Russia and Belarus. It means no athletes from those countries will be allowed to take part at the upcoming World Indoor Championships in Serbia. The president of the sports governing body said it was the last resort for him in terms of punishments. Sebastian Coe saying, "I have railed against the practice of politicians targeting athletes and sport. This is different as governments, business and other international organizations have imposed sanctions. Sport has to step up and join these efforts to end this war and restore peace. We cannot and should not sit this one out." Well, the International Paralympic Committee will meet on Wednesday to discuss the participation of Russian athletes at the Winter Games in Beijing. The Paralympics get underway on Friday. The Russian government say it's preparing to make legal claims against sporting bodies who ban their country's athletes.
Our country has always followed the principle that sport is beyond politics, but we're constantly drawn into politics because others understand the importance of sport in the lives of Russian people. The Tokyo Olympics and Paralympics, as well as the Beijing Winter Games, have shown to everyone that despite the pressures, the spirit of our athletes will not be broken.
Well, Russian football clubs and national teams were suspended from all major competitions on Monday. Russia's men's team had been due to play in the World Cup playoff against Poland later this month. We've been speaking to Professor Eurasian Sports Simon Chadwick. He says FIFA's actions could set a new standard in how sport deals with countries responsible for armed conflicts.
FIFA's action seems to be somewhat unusual because in recent times there have been numerous other invasions, instances of armed conflict, persecution of particular groups, countries, minorities. And so I hope that this now sets a new standard, not just for FIFA, but for sports organisations globally. Because I think what FIFA has now shown us that if there is a will, if there is a desire, there is certainly a political way for organisations to respond to the kind of situation that we now find ourselves in. I think now we've reached a tipping point and we've gone past that tipping point. And so what we will see moving forward from here are calls from clubs, from teams, from countries, from national associations, from governing bodies, from other stakeholders in sport, for the likes of FIFA, the IOC and others to take their, if you like, their wider geopolitical responsibilities more seriously. So for me, what happened on Monday is a really significant move, and as I say, I think we've got to look forward optimistically in the future to governing bodies like FIFA to take action.
Chelsea manager Thomas Tuchel has reacted angrily to questions that focused on the club's Russian owner Roman Abramovich. Tuchel was quizzed about Abramovich's intention to place stewardship of Chelsea in the hands of club trustees. The German was also asked if Abramovich's ownership of Chelsea is a problem, given his links to Russian President Vladimir Putin.
Listen, you have to stop. I'm not a politician. You have to stop. Honestly, I can only repeat it. And I even feel bad to repeat it because I never experienced war. So even to talk about it, I feel bad because I'm very privileged. I sit here in peace and I do the best I can, but you have to stop asking me these questions. I have no answers for you.
Tennis governing bodies have ruled that players from Russia and Belarus will have to compete as neutral athletes and not under the name or flag of their country. Ukraine's top female tennis player Elena Svitolina had threatened to pull out of an upcoming match against Russia's Anastasia Potapova unless actions were taken. Russia and Belarus have been banned from team events like the Davis Cup. That's it for me, Adrian.
Sarah May, thanks indeed. In the entertainment world, one of the winners of the 28th Annual Screen Actors Guild talked about the conflict in Ukraine during his acceptance speech. Actor Brian Cox called for unity in the industry.
The thing that's really distressed me is
what's happening in Russia to my fellow actors and actresses and performers and writers and critics. They are told under pain of high treason that they cannot say a word about Ukraine. And I think that is pretty awful. And I think we should all stand together.
Russian artists are under pressure to denounce the invasion of Ukraine or face being sacked by cultural institutions in the West. The Munich Philharmonic Orchestra has fired the highly regarded conductor Valery Gergiev from the Gupta reports.
Valery Gergiev's fans call him the greatest conductor alive. The Russian maestro leads some of the world's most famous orchestras. And he's a close friend of President Vladimir Putin.
He once said, "We are rich with not only Tchaikovsky." Do you remember? If a professional or a colleague told me that, I'd agree. I'm pleased that the country is led by a person who knows that as well as us.
Gergiev supported Russia's annexation of Crimea in 2014. 2 years later, he was criticized for conducting a performance in the ancient ruins of Palmyra in Syria. After Russia had the Syrian government retake the site from ISIL. Now, his silence on the invasion of Ukraine has led him to being removed from concert in Milan's La Scala and New York's Carnegie Hall. And his manager says he can't represent him as a client anymore.
Russian building, or square no less, in the center of the eastern city of Kharkiv. Homes regularly come under fire now too. This is an apartment building in the Black Sea port city of Kherson. And this, Kharkiv again. The Russian liberators have come, the man shouts, in the aftermath of Tuesday's missile strike. President Volodymyr Zelensky, addressing the European Union, called it the price of freedom.
This morning, 2 cruise missiles hit this Freedom Square. Dozens killed once. This is the price of freedom.
The translator struggles to contain his emotion.
We're fighting just for our land and for our freedom.
70 Ukrainian soldiers died when a military base was targeted by heavy artillery in Outskirts. But the veil has fallen from Russia's claims that it's carrying out a special operation aimed purely at military targets. Civilians are increasingly fair game. A change of tactics, a possible consequence of Russia's slow-moving advance on the ground. Satellite imagery shows a column of artillery and armor, logistics and support units more than 60 kilometers long, bearing down on the capital Kyiv from the north. Another is advancing from the south, the aim to encircle the capital, intimidate the civilian population and force the surrender of Ukraine's government. Western intelligence points to poor communications and frequent mechanical breakdowns. There's a dogged Ukrainian resistance as well. Captured Russian soldiers are said to have been told that they'd be welcomed here as liberators. This is how people actually feel. At the heart of it all, in the capital, Kyiv, attacks have resumed, including on the main television transmitter, cutting public broadcasts. People already eking out an existence in conditions of unimaginable stress know that worse is to come. And the scramble to leave the city on the few exit routes still available is growing more desperate by the hour. Fighting has not yet come to the western city of Lviv, but they'll be ready for it if it does. Civil defense units have formed all over the country, and basic training in weapons handling is available for anyone that wants it. They know the time may come when they'll have to fight the Russians themselves for control of their streets.
The government says it believes Russia is deliberately shelling cities, including residential areas and civilian infrastructure. The goal, it says, to create mass panic and civilian casualties. But one thing you don't sense here is panic. Instead, the steely determination of Ukrainian civilians to resist and fight back.
We want to stay. We don't want to be afraid. Stop the war.
The young in Ukraine, students, multicultural, multilingual, join the chorus for peace. Bright minds whose ideals until a week ago were still intact, whose hopes and hearts now are broken.
Stop the war. Stop the war.
Jonah Hall, Al Jazeera, Lviv.
Shelling Ukraine's second-largest city, Kyiv, has continued into the night. There's been heavy artillery fire in residential neighborhoods, with civilian buildings hit, as well as the city's main square. Ukrainian forces still control Kyiv and the coastal cities of Kherson and Mariupol, but the UK's defence ministry says all three are encircled by Russian forces. Join Andrew Simmons, who's live for us in Lviv in western Ukraine. Tell us what the very latest is from those main cities.
Well, Kyiv is in a place that's unimaginable right now. One of fear, one of hatred for the Russian forces, and one of a terrible expectation of what's going to happen next, and that is a column that goes beyond 60 kilometers, with the front of it around something like 17 kilometers from the center of the city. And there have been a number of claims that it's going to fan out and encircle the city, and that there are further columns
determination from everyone we've met, volunteers persisting in pushing forward where they can, small units taking on vast armoured columns, but a lot of successes. There is no doubt, as Jonah touched on in his report, there is no doubt that Russia has not advanced at the rate that it would have liked, and they've met more resistance than they would have expected. In places like Melitopol in the south, we've seen many civilians come rushing forward to try and block armoured columns with their bodies. People actually putting their hands on the bonnet of armoured vehicles, a soldier firing in the air. And one thing to note here is that the soldiers didn't try to drive through the crowd, didn't want to cause any injury. They seemed sympathetic to the situation these people were in. They were almost polite the way they managed to get round the obstacle. There is a real bitterness amongst people. The rest, well, they're either underground, desperate, or trying to get on trains. 500,000 people at least have left the country, but when you consider the population of Ukraine is around 40 million, then you get some idea of the scale of this human tragedy, the scale of what could happen next, which is likely to be the move on the capital of Kyiv, and that sends a shiver down the bravest of hearts.
Andrew Simmons, thank you very much indeed. As we mentioned earlier, Ukraine's president has asked the European Union to prove its support for Ukraine. Vladimir Zelensky addressed the European Parliament one day after Kyiv officially asked to join the bloc. Our diplomatic editor James Bays reports.
At the European Parliament, a strong show of support for the people of Ukraine. This chamber, with many parliamentarians wearing the Ukrainian colours, was addressed by video link from Kyiv by President Zelensky. He had one clear request.
We are fighting for our existence, for our survival, and this is the main motivation for us. But we are also fighting to be an equal member of Europe, and I think that today we are showing who we are. The European Union is with us. With Ukraine, the European Union will be stronger. Without Ukraine, it will be lonely. We've proved our strength. We've proved that we're at least the same as you. Please prove that you're with us. Please prove that you're not going to let us go. Prove that you're really Europeans.
There was strong condemnation of President Putin's actions, which the EU considers illegal and abhorrent.
It's not only Ukraine that's under attack. International law, rules-based international order, democracy, human dignity are also under attack. This is geopolitical terrorism, pure and simple.
The President of the European Commission then spoke about the possibility of Ukraine joining the European Union.
Today, the European Union and Ukraine are already closer than ever before. There's still a long path ahead. We have to end this war, and we should talk about the next steps. But I am sure nobody in this hemicycle can doubt that a people that stands up so bravely for our European values belongs in our European family.
At the end of the session, the Parliament voted overwhelmingly to call on EU institutions to work towards granting Ukraine candidate status. But the vote is purely symbolic. It's the European Council, the 27 member nations who make the final decision, and then there's a long, drawn-out process to qualify to become a member. The size of the vote, 637 out of 676, though, an indication of the level of feeling and support in Ukraine. James Bays, Al Jazeera, at the European Parliament in Brussels.
Earlier, dozens of diplomats from the European Union, United States and Britain walked out of a speech by Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov to the UN's top human rights forum. Lavrov was addressing the UN Human Rights Council remotely, having cancelled his attendance. He accused the European Union of engaging in Russophobic behaviour by supplying weapons to Ukraine.
The United States and its allies are creating their own new world order. As of 2014, the Kyiv regime is waging war against its own people. The constitution of Ukraine has been changed, and the new
to the Russians, they are, but it's now not clear whether or not the Ukrainians will be joining them. The Russian state news agency has said that they will be holding talks on March 2nd in Belarus yet again, but the Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky this evening has cast a doubt on whether or not his delegation will go. He has said that there needs to be a complete ceasefire while the two sides are having these talks. He had said that in the past, but at the last
border into Poland and explained how her family and colleagues feared for their lives.
You're coming to Poland. You're not coming to Kyiv, I understand. You're not coming to Lviv. Because you are afraid. Because NATO is not willing to defend. Because NATO is afraid of the World War III. But it is already started. And these are Ukrainian children who are there taking the hit. You're talking about more sanctions, Prime Minister. Roman Abramovich is not sanctioned. He's in London. His children are looting the bombardments that are there in London. Putin's children are in Netherlands, in Germany, in mansions. Where are all these mansions seized? I don't see that. I see that my family members and my team members are saying that we are afraid. We don't know where to run. This is what is happening.
The world's most famous classical music conductors has been fired by the Munich Philharmonic after failing to speak out against the invasion of Ukraine. Priyanka Gupta has more.
Valery Gergiev's fans call him the greatest conductor alive. The Russian maestro leads some of the world's most famous orchestras. And he's a close friend of President Vladimir Putin.
You once said, we are rich with not only Tchaikovsky. Do you remember? If a professional or a colleague told me that, I'd agree. I'm pleased that the country is led by a person who knows that as well as us.
Gergiev supported Russia's annexation of Crimea in 2014. 2 years later, he was criticized for conducting a performance in the ancient ruins of Palmyra in Syria. After Russia helped the Syrian government retake the site from ISIL. Now, his silence on the invasion of Ukraine has led him to being removed from concert in Milan's La Scala and New York's Carnegie Hall. And his manager says he can't represent him as a client anymore. Other Western cultural institutions, such as New York's Metropolitan Opera, have cut ties with pro-Putin performers.
We can no longer engage with artists or institutions that support Putin or were supported by him, not until the invasion and killing has been stopped, order has been restored, and restitutions have been made.
The decision could mean the end of the Met's partnership with Moscow's Bolshoi Ballet. And star soprano Anna Netrebko was due to perform in April. She faced criticism when she was photographed with a flag used by Russian-backed separatists in Donetsk. On social media, Netrebko called for the war to end, but said it was unfair to force artists to voice political opinions and denounce their homeland. Others, like these two Russian and Ukrainian sopranos in Naples, decided to use their performance as a gesture of peace and friendship. As the war worsens, it seems Russia's cultural figures will have to keep making tough choices to stay in tune with the public. Priyanka Gupta, Al Jazeera.
More sporting organisations are boycotting Russia and Belarus. Athletes from both countries have been banned from the World Athletics competition. And the International Ice Hockey Federation has banned both national teams. Russia's hosting rights for the 2023 World Junior Championship have also been revoked. In the US, the National Hockey League has cut ties with its Russian business partners. The league says it's concerned about its Russian players after a number of them received hate messages online. The International Tennis Federation says Russian and Belarusian players won't be able to compete under their Russian plea to the EU to prove its support one day after applying to join the bloc.
We are fighting for our existence, for our survival, and this is the main motivation for us. But we are also fighting to be an equal member of Europe, and I think that today we are showing who we are. The European Union is with us. With Ukraine, the European Union will be stronger. Without Ukraine, it'll be lonely. We've proved our strength. We've proved that we're at least the same as you. Please prove that you're with us. Please prove that you're not going to let us go. Prove that you're really Europeans.
Earlier, dozens of diplomats from the European Union, United States and Britain walked out of a speech by Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov to the UN's top human rights forum. Lavrov was addressing the UN Human Rights Council remotely, having cancelled his attendance. He accused the European Union of engaging in Russophobic behaviour by supplying weapons to Ukraine.
The United States and its allies are creating their own new world order. As of 2014, the Kyiv regime is waging war against its own people. The constitution of Ukraine has been changed, and the new Nazis that have gained power there are waging real terror.
Those are the headlines. Do stay with us here on Al Jazeera. Next up, it's The Stream. I'll be back straight after that with another full round of the day's news. Thanks very much for watching. See you then.
Talk to Al Jazeera. We ask, do you believe that the threat of an invasion of Ukraine is currently the biggest threat to international peace and security? We listen.
We are focusing so much on the humanitarian crisis that we forget the long-term development.
We meet with global newsmakers and talk about the stories that matter on Al Jazeera.
Well, the large question that we are asking today is, what is it like to be a black professor in the United States today? Marlena, help us understand your experience.
So I think that the situation with Nicole Hannah-Jones is something that black female professors in the U.S. universities experience on all kinds of levels every single day. Different standards are applied to virtually all scholars of color in U.S. universities, but in particular, black women in university settings experience this in outsized, almost caricature-like ways. And I think that the situation with, sort of the board chair saying we need some time to sort of evaluate this case, it's almost a joke that could be on The Daily Show or Saturday Night Live. A black woman wins a MacArthur Genius Grant, then a Pulitzer Prize, and it's somehow not evidence enough. So the underlying subtext is that she's undeserving, and that whatever accolades she has earned, she didn't really earn, or she didn't really deserve them. And they don't seem to mean as much when a black woman wins them. And that is sort of what we're talking about here, because the other candidates for that chair that she was going to have had received tenure upon arrival.
Every single one of them. So Marlena, let me turn it back on you and say, do you take that personally, and then what from this situation resonates in your career?
Absolutely. I mean, I think for me, it felt like wounds kind of reopening. After I became full professor at the University of Virginia, I wrote an article in Chronicle of Higher Education about my experiences called Becoming Full Professor While Black, because I had found that from graduate school moving forward, as I began my first job, that at every level I ran into people who were sort of telling me that whatever I was doing, it wasn't good enough. And so I learned that rubber stamp that we're waiting for from the Board of Trustees, I learned never to announce anything until I had that rubber stamp, because people would say, oh, it's a slam dunk, your case, or oh, it's just pro forma. And I felt like, as black women and from other black women scholars, I got the advice that nothing is pro forma, nothing is a rubber stamp for us, and nothing is a slam dunk. It's a fight along the whole way. And so this case actually just brought back all the memories of those struggles as I moved forward in my career.
I'm hearing simultaneous sighs from the rest of the panel. Martha, articulate your sigh.
Thinking about this story took me back to a very early moment in my career. After I finished my first year of teaching, I was part of a fascinating summer institute, interdisciplinary institute, which is to say there were faculty from across my university in many different fields, all coming together to work on a shared problem. What a great opportunity. And among the folks I was paired with was a gentleman whose research involved travel to the planet Mars. And over lunch, as we traded details about our work, he said to me that he had always assumed that African American history, my field, was nothing more than an indulgence in identity politics, that my work, he assumed, was little more than navel gazing. And this was a wake-up moment for me. I recognized that, this was the kind of scrutiny, this is the kind of burden that I was going to carry every time I served on a committee, every time I went up for review. Colleagues who, even before they got to my credentials, doubted the validity of my entire field, of my department and more. And it's fair to say,
the compelling story.
Been lagging in Germany, but that has been the aim all along for the last year. And then combine that with a more diversified and secure LNG, especially LNG input, that would require, on the one hand, of course, for example, building new terminals in Germany, but also other locations, but also improve the connectivity within Europe, within the gas grid, because so far, I mean, there's capacities free in Spain. It's just the question how to get it to the places where it's needed.
Patel of the IFO Center for Energy, Climate and Resources in Munich. Thank you for talking to us.
Thank you.
Russia is not only a major supplier of energy to the global market, it's also the world's largest exporter of wheat. And one of its most important customers is Turkey, a country that has been grappling with its own economic crisis. For months now, people in Turkey have been suffering from high inflation, and now many people fear already high prices could rise even further.
The opposition is taking advantage of the bad mood. People in Istanbul can vent their anger on mobile posters. If you're not in line for gasoline, you're in line for subsidized bread, they say. Or give us back our youth. Inflation rose by almost 50% in January compared to the same month last year. More and more people fear for their livelihoods. What we used to buy for 1 lira now costs 3 liras. What we used to buy for 10 liras is 30 liras now. In other words, people can no longer afford to buy food and bread, let alone shopping and traveling. Food is so expensive because Turkey has to import a large part of its needs. Its most important supplier for grain is Russia. When we talk about relations with Russia, we usually think about weapons or energy. But much more significant is that Turkey is very dependent on the Russian agricultural market, especially for wheat, barley, soybeans, sunflowers, corn. We buy everything from Russia. Ukraine is also one of the world's largest wheat growers. Now there's fear that the pressure on prices will increase further due to Russia's ongoing invasion. And this at a time when many in Turkey can only afford state-subsidized bread.
For more, let's go over to Istanbul and DW correspondent Julia Hahn, whose report you just saw. Julia, if the situation with Russia is so difficult and prices are likely to rise further, could Turkey get its grains from other suppliers?
Well, Turkey's agriculture ministry recently said that it does not expect grain supply shortages due to the conflict and that it could turn to other sources. But if you look at the figures, Russia and Ukraine together account for nearly 80% of Turkey's wheat imports. And right now it's unclear if these two countries will and can continue to supply and at which cost, even if other global suppliers like Canada or the US would step in. It's likely to get more expensive because of rising transportation and energy costs. Experts here in Turkey, economists, tell me that they do expect further price hikes for basic goods, especially for bread, but also for gas and oil. So the consequences for Turkey's already ailing economy could be quite severe. Skyrocketing inflation has already caused a lot of anger and despair, and now the war could actually add pressure to already existing problems.
Julia, Turkey's President Recep Tayyip Erdogan is walking a thin line here. He's head of a NATO member country. At the same time, Turkey and its economy are heavily dependent on its ties with Russia.
Well, Turkish President Erdogan has developed close economic and political ties with both Russia and Ukraine in recent years. And yes, that has put him in a delicate position where we see him now trying to balance his commitments towards Ukraine. Turkey sold combat drones to the Ukrainian government. They also announced new trade deals with, on the other hand, its ties to Moscow. Now, Turkey and Russia have a considerable trade volume worth nearly $35 billion last year. Turkey depends on Russian gas, on Russian tourists as well. Russia has invested $20 billion in a nuclear power plant here in Turkey. So Erdogan can't afford a fallout with Russia economically, and I think that to a large extent explains his political balancing act.
And Julia, reeling from the shock of massive economic losses due to the coronavirus pandemic, Turkey was optimistic that its economy would bloom through its tourism sector this year. but now it's struggling under the Russia-Ukraine conflict. How?
Well, no other country has been sending more tourists to Turkey than Russia, nearly 5 million people last year. Ukraine actually ranks third with about 2 million people after Germany. Turkey heavily relies on foreign currency flows, but now Turkish tourism associations and agencies are worried, are afraid that people won't come. Ukrainians for obvious reasons, but they also fear that Russia's President Putin might announce another travel ban for Russian tourists to Turkey, or that payments due to the SWIFT sanctions against Russia, international payments, are difficult or nearly impossible. So the tourism industry really fears great losses. We are talking about several billion US dollars. There is a lot at stake for the Turkish tourism sector.
DW correspondent Julia Hahn in Istanbul, thank you. You've been watching a special edition of DW Business, Russia, an economy at war. The international response to Russia's aggression has been swift and concerted. Western powers are hoping inflicting economic pain via sanctions will push Vladimir Putin to reverse his course. That's all from me and the business team here in Berlin. Thanks for watching.
People in trucks injured while trying to flee the city center.
More and more refugees are being turned away at the border. Families fleeing bomb attacks in Syria.
Police crack down in Venezuela against demonstrators.
People fleeing extreme drought.
A raft carrying 200 people has sunk in the Aegean Sea.
Around the world, more than 300 million people are seeking refuge. We ask why? Because no one should have to flee. Make up your own mind. DW. Made for minds. Sometimes a seed is all you need to allow big ideas to grow. We're bringing environmental conservation to life with learning packs by Global Ideas. We will show you how climate change and environmental conservation is taking shape around the world and
week into the invasion of Ukraine, Russia is upping its assaults on the country's main cities. In the capital, Kyiv, airstrikes today hit the main TV tower, knocking out some broadcasts. And in the second largest city, Kharkiv, an attack has left death and destruction in its wake. Also coming up tonight, let us in. Ukrainian President Zelensky's emotional address receives a standing ovation at the European Parliament, but his request for immediate EU membership, that request is facing huge hurdles. Plus, he was already in safety in the European Union. Now he's going home to fight. We'll meet a Ukrainian willing to risk everything to defend his country from the Russians. I'm Brent Goff. To our viewers watching on PBS in the United States and to all of you around the world, welcome. On this Tuesday night, Russian forces are intensifying their attacks on Ukraine's capital. Ukrainian authorities say that Russian airstrikes have targeted Kyiv's main TV tower. The attack knocked some channels off of the air. Russia reportedly warned residents near the tower to leave their homes just moments before the strike. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky today accused Moscow of committing war crimes after a new wave of airstrikes hit Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv.
The moment a missile struck at the very heart of Kharkiv. This is Freedom Square in the center of Ukraine's second largest city, now reduced to rubble. Ukraine says Russia has been targeting residential buildings in the city with rockets since Monday. Officials are accusing Moscow of committing war crimes.
Today, our enemy has started bombing the city center of Kharkiv and the residential areas. Firing with ground systems and cruise missiles, they hit an administrative building in the central square. Now, we are counting the victims among the civilian population. These are war crimes. Our army is strong, and we will hold our positions.
Sirens ring out across Kyiv as Russian troops continue their advance on the Ukrainian capital. Satellite images appear to show a 60-kilometer convoy of military vehicles close to the city. Checkpoints into Kyiv have already been set up by Ukrainian police and armed soldiers. Ukraine's allies continue to condemn Russia as they look on from the sidelines.
Putin has shattered peace in Europe. Allies condemn the unjustified and brutal invasion of Ukraine. The Russian assault is totally unacceptable, and it is enabled by Belarus.
But most Ukrainians don't believe the Kremlin is listening, as women and children continue to flee to countries like Poland, perhaps dreaming of a better life.
If you want to eat healthy and feel
Get back home.
Well, we have coverage from on the ground in Ukraine. I'm joined now by our correspondent, Funny Bachar. Good evening to you, Funny. You know, we have been hearing from the Russians today threats of a big offensive on Kyiv that was supposed to happen at any moment today. We haven't had any reports of anything like that taking place. Do we know why?
There are various theories circling around, and I really don't want to get into speculations, but certainly there were pictures that we're seeing of tanks, Russian tanks, basically stranded on the street, meaning possible, obviously, that they do run out of fuel, just like any.
country.
And funny, you say that there are checkpoints practically everywhere, especially in western Ukraine. I'm wondering, what's your reading on this? We know that people are fleeing the country. They're fearful for their lives. At the same time, you have these checks. There's worry that saboteurs could be amongst the local population. I mean, is there a sense almost of paranoia that the person standing next to you could be not your neighbor, but your enemy?
Unfortunately, yes, because there were several reports that Russian troops were apparently dressed in Ukrainian uniforms. Also, there were reports that some of the tanks were carrying, or there were white flags attached to those tanks to show we are here to lay down our arms, but actually we're striking on certain parts of Ukrainian villages. So yeah, there is a clear suspicion, and people just want to make sure that they protect.
Implying that all sides bear equal responsibility for the unprovoked attack of one side. This isn't even-handed. It's wrong.
The British Foreign Secretary was there in person.
The blood is on Putin's hands. Not just of innocent Ukrainians, but the men he has sent to die. He is violating international law, including the UN Charter and multiple commitments to peace and security.
On an official visit to the UK, Prince Charles spoke out in defence of democracy, and the British Foreign Secretary was there in person.
We are seeing the same values under attack today in Ukraine.
On an official visit to the UK, Prince Charles spoke out in defence of democracy, and the British Foreign Secretary was
Stand,
there in person.
take here. We are solidarity. Same values all those who are resisting aggression.
The Western unity has been strong in the sanctions time. There is almost certainly more to come. But whilst it might have shocked President Putin, Alistair Bunker, Sky News, Geneva. The Western unity has been strong.
Well, the United States Secretary of State says that human rights abuses and violations of humanitarian law are mounting by the hour. Antony Blinken accused Russia of launching strikes at schools, hospitals and residential buildings. And in the last hour, the American President Biden tweeted, "I just spoke with President Zelensky to discuss our continued support for Ukraine, including security assistance and humanitarian organizations." I just aggression. We will hold Russia accountable, and our sanctions are already having a devastating impact. In Washington, Sir Mark, a lot to discuss. First of all, that's very interesting, isn't it, from the President, his assessment of the extreme pain in Russia. Are already having a devastating impact. In Washington, Sir Mark, a lot to discuss. First of all, that's very interesting, isn't it, from the president, his assessment of the extreme pain Russia are already having a devastating impact.
I mean, the sanctions have now gone further than anyone really expected, with the possible exception of the historic isolation of North Korea. This is the most extraordinary isolation of such a huge country as well, and I think that will be something that the President will focus on in his State of the Union address, which we'll focus on in a moment. That's this evening. But first of all, a few updates which I think are interesting in various different parts of this on this side of the Atlantic. We've heard from New York that the United States is expelling another Russian diplomat. This is a Russian diplomat working at the Russian mission to the United Nations, which of course is in New York. That brings to 12 the right number of Russians that they will say they will now expel in Moscow. There will be a retaliation, they have said, won't necessarily be symmetrical from the Kremlin. The State Department has released some more information on Putin's state of mind. They've been asked about their assessment of Vladimir Putin's state of mind, and I've been struck by the very careful language that they have used. They are not willing to pass judgment on whether or not the Kremlin and the state making on the decisions of a man with a rational mind or a man who is now irrational. They will not be drawn on that, but they are certainly concerned that he is not receiving information, that he is isolated from his advisors, his close advisors, and certainly isn't receiving information that is dissenting. That's the view of the State Department. From the Pentagon, we've had some, I suppose you'd call them battlefield updates, that it's their view, and this is, you know, an American assessment. We're part of an information war, so you can't be absolutely sure that what they are saying is accurate or part of a propaganda campaign, but they believe that that column of tanks that we have seen, or of military vehicles, Russians moving towards Kyiv, is very bogged down, is running low on fuel and food. It could have paused to regroup, but they say there are clear, massive supply problems with this column that has now been taking a very long time to move a very short distance, and their view is that 80% of the pre-invasion forces that were massed on the Russia-Ukrainian border are now in Ukraine. That leaves 20%, a significant number still waiting to cross the border into Ukraine.
Well, Mark, let's talk about the State of the Union address you mentioned then, an annual event, of course, which normally is of more interest, usually domestic.
Yes, it's a chance for the US President to do just that, to define the state of the nation a year or so and since he became president. And yes, usually it is a massive audience puller domestically. People sit down and he can garner the largest audience that he ever really gets at this moment. But this year, I think undoubtedly, because of what's happened over the past week, it will be of international interest. A lot of what he was hoping to say about the rebuilding of the economy and the divisions within society in America politically, a lot of that, yes, it'll still be there, but it won't be front and center now, as he tries to cast himself, if not as the world's global policeman, because we've seen that it has been the impact that militarily America has been able to have on this issue with Ukraine and Russia has been limited, but he will cast himself as the leader of the free world, as the leader who has managed to garner extraordinary support around the world to be able to isolate Russia. And a couple of interesting things that have emerged over the course of the past couple of hours, Dermot. We've heard that the Ukrainian ambassador to the United States, Oksana Marakova, will be a guest of honor at the State of the Union tonight, and she will sit alongside the First Lady, Jill Biden. And I was just driving from the White House up here to our bureau, which is next to Capitol Hill, and I noticed that all along the road they have, alongside the Stars and Stripes and the flag of Washington DC, flanking those two flags is the Ukrainian flag, hundreds of them, right the way up that road that leads from the White House to Capitol Hill.
Okay, Mark, many thanks. Mark Stone live for us there in Washington. Well, with the Kremlin increasingly isolated by economic sanctions and Russian society starting to feel the pain, Vladimir Putin faces a growing domestic problem. How much, though, are his people and those in his inner circle specifically willing to pay for the cost of war? And also tonight, President Putin has signed a presidential decree banning cash exports from Russia exceeding $10,000 in value. Let's go right to Moscow, where international affairs editor Dominic Waghorn is there. And Dominic, we've just been discussing President Biden's assessment of how much pain sanctions are causing Russia. And I suppose the big question is, how much is that then going to affect those around Vladimir Putin?
Yeah, and how much is it going to affect the Russian people? And we've seen more queues at cash points today, as we saw over the weekend. Russians are only able to get $200 worth of rubles out of their cash points now. And as you say, that new decree limiting the amount of hard currency they can get out of the country, and the Russian government telling private companies they need to sell 80% of their foreign cash reserves. All that to try and meet the shortfall they're making, they're feeling the pinch in foreign reserves because the West has cut off their access, frozen the foreign reserves. And I think that these sanctions are going to be felt more and more by Russians. This sort of concern, these queues lead to a kind of panic, a run on the banks. Well, we're not sure yet. But in terms of that narrow circle around Vladimir Putin, it is narrowing more and more. And I spoke to Andrei Kortunov today, who is a respected foreign policy expert, until recently would have been seen as part of that circle around Vladimir Putin. He's a member of a foreign policy panel of advisors whose briefing papers Vladimir Putin would have had pass over his desk, but who's effectively, people like that are being shut out more and more. And he told me, I mean, we're used to, you've probably interviewed him a number of times, we're used to him being on the news defending his government's actions, not so much an apologist for them, but certainly justifying them where he feels fit. Not at all today, not in the wake of this invasion. He says he is stunned by what has happened. He's pretty depressed, actually. He says a lot of people like him are depressed, and he couldn't believe it when the invasion went ahead. This is what he had to say to me.
For a long time, I thought that a military operation was not feasible, was not plausible. I had my own cost-benefit analysis, and even if you put aside all other considerations, I thought that to go into Ukraine is not in Russia's interests, keeping in mind the collateral damage which is likely to happen after such an operation. But apparently, my cost-benefit analysis did not coincide with that of the Kremlin. So I had to wake up to a new reality, and I have now, not just me, but all of us will have to live in this new reality.
That's your dry foreign policy analysis. How do you feel about this today? What are your emotions today?
Well, I'm trying to keep going. I'm trying to continue doing what I'm doing, but of course I'm depressed. All of us are depressed, and I think that it's very embarrassing for all of us, not only because we turned out to be wrong, but also because Russia, all Russians will be in a difficult position in many countries, not even only Western countries, but all over the place for a long time. There are many questions which we don't have answers.
And does that make you wonder about the state of your president's mind?
Well, he has his own vision. Maybe, he believes that this damage is acceptable. I don't know. No. It's hard to tell.
And you're someone who's supported Vladimir Putin in the past where you've thought fit and you've advised the Kremlin, and today you're depressed about the way things are going.
Yeah, of course, I'm depressed. I think many of us are depressed. I think that there are many people in the Kremlin who should be depressed, because the price will be substantial.
It was a pretty remarkable interview, Dermot, because we are so used to him robustly defending his government if he feels that's justified, and he just seemed a very different man today, kind of slumped over and and depressed. And I asked him more about the state of Vladimir Putin's mind, something that's, I think, a lot of us are exercised by, that question, has he gone full Tonto, in the words of Ben Wallace, is he still sane? And he simply said, you know, he doesn't have the same vision as us, which I suppose is some diplomatic, but he did say, I don't understand the logic he currently has, Vladimir Putin, his own rationale that justifies the actions in the name. It's hard for me to get into his thinking, but he really thought he would make this decision. And what they are telling Putin is that he is in danger from the West, that the West are trying to topple his regime. And Kortunov said that where people like he were advocating the name of the game is all about development and prosperity, so greater integration with the West, these men are saying it's about survival. And Putin does seem to have come down on that side of the argument, which I think gives an even clearer sense of what's at stake here. That if it's just about survival, if it's not about being part of the world anymore, then Putin's going to disregard the sanctions. In fact, he's going to see the sanctions and the sharpening rhetoric from the West as just a sign of what his men, his Siloviki, are telling him, which the West is out to get him. And therefore his actions in Ukraine could be even less compromising over the days to come.
Certainly was a remarkable interview. Quite an insight, Dominic. Thank you very much indeed, Dominic Black, live us there in Moscow. And you're watching Sky News Tonight. Coming up, how the Ukraine invasion is driving up the price of oil and gas, with household bills set to follow.
Breached the road. There is a lot of gas being fired all around us. It is an absolute carnival kind of atmosphere out here for Prime Minister Modi's decisive victory. These students are defying the prohibitory orders, and now they're going to be arrested.
We aim to be the best and most trusted place for news. The roads have been inundated. The only way out is to get people by boat. This on any given day would have been bustling with people, but today it's absolutely deserted. I'm Debbie Lazarus, and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi. This on any given day would have been bustling with people, but today it's absolutely deserted. I'm Debbie Lazarus, and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi. This on any given day would have been bustling with people, but today it's absolutely deserted. I'm Debbie Lazarus, and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi.
Well, now, economic sanctions may be designed to hit Russia hardest, but the consequences will be felt by countries and people across the globe. Rises in the price of oil and gas will have a knock-on effect on household bills, as well as food prices. May be designed Our business correspondent, Helen Ann Smith, has consequences will be economic cost of people across the globe. Rises in the price of oil and gas.
On the streets, in the homes, and behind the wheels of this country, there's a cost to bear of a faraway conflict. Higher energy bills, higher prices at the pump, higher pressure pressure on the streets, especially those who drive for a living. Behind the wheels of this country, there's a push far away conflict. Higher energy bills, higher prices at the pump, higher pressure on the streets, especially those who drive for a living. Behind the wheels of this country, there's a push far away conflict. It's caused by high prices of oil and gas processed in refineries like this. Crucially, the UK buys very little from Russia, but Europe buys a lot. It means any disruption pushes prices right up by high prices of oil and gas processed in refineries like this. And it affects more than just the cost of heating our homes. It's also biting here.
The tanks which we know in front of you hold about 7,500 tons each.
Where fertilizer arrives, is turned round and sold on. Mammoth tanks of the stuff made using gas, destined for the fields of our farmers, a huge part to play in the price of our food.
Prices for nitrogen fertilizer have gone up by 300 or 400% in the last year, and that was without the war. Because we're at the start of the food chain, what we pay is passed on to farmers and in turn to consumers. Prices for nitrogen fertilizer means that you're on the path to the £3 loaf of bread instead of the £7 pint, and that was without
This conflict has underlined a difficult reality. You don't need to be a buyer of Russian gas to be highly vulnerable to its impact on the price, and the consequences are vast. An already pressing question is now urgent. How do we reduce our reliance on that reality and reduce it quickly? A buyer of Russian gas. So what is the answer? Well, some say it lies underground here, not moving away from gas but extracting our own, fracking in the north of England. But for now it's banned for safety reasons. This former site lies still unused. Underground failure, says the boss, not moving away from gas but extracting our own. Even if fracking in the north of England, that wouldn't affect the price. But for now it's banned for safety reasons.
It may well affect. We've got to be able to do it more cheaply than taking shale gas from the United States, putting it on bulk, sailing across the Atlantic. You know, people are saying, well, that won't make a difference because it doesn't affect prices tomorrow. But the reason we're in this mess is because we haven't thought about this. Be able to do it more cheaply. 10 years ago, shale gas
the
from the
only
United
real
States, putting it on
fuel is
bulk,
alternative
sailing across the
sources,
Atlantic. You know,
nuclear,
people are saying, well, that
solar,
won't make a
wind.
difference because it doesn't affect prices tomorrow.
All are still
But
too
the reason we're in
fledgling
this
to cover demand.
is because
Energy security is not just about supply, it's about supply which is affordable. If Russia turned off the taps, we'd still be able to turn on the lights. But at what cost and for how long? Helen Ann Smith, Sky News is not just about supply, it's about
And you're watching Sky News Tonight. Coming up, I'm going to be talking about the billionaire oligarchs feeling the effects of economic sanctions with the investigative journalist Tom Burgess.
Sky News is not just about supply, it's about...
And you're watching Sky News Tonight. Coming up, I'm going to be talking about the billionaire oligarchs feeling the effects of economic sanctions with the investigative journalist Tom Burgess.
Sky News is not just about supply, it's about...
And you're watching Sky News Tonight. Coming up, I'm going to be talking about the billionaire oligarchs feeling the effects of economic sanctions with the investigative journalist Tom Burgess.
My name's Kyle Stumpenhorst, and I'm the owner of RR Buildings. Before I even make my first cut on site, I make sure that I've got business insurance. Now that's where Next Insurance comes in, and let me show you just how easy it is to set up right here on your phone. My name's Kyle Stumpenhorst. All I have to do is go to the website. I'm going to enter in a little bit of my business information, and it's going to start populating a quote for me. So not only is Next up to 30% cheaper, but you can manage your policy, even show proof of insurance, all from your phone, no matter where you are. So Next Insurance is not only backed by giants, but also rated A+ 30% cheaper. So what you can manage your policy. Click below to join over 100,000 businesses that are currently covered by Next Insurance. So Next Insurance is not only backed by giants, but also rated A+ 30% cheaper. So what you can manage your policy. Click below to join over 100,000 businesses that are currently covered by Next Insurance. So Next Insurance is not only backed by giants, but also
Do you love
rated
boating?
A+ 30%
Well, Freedom Boat Club makes boating easier than ever. At Freedom Boat Club, we buy the boats and you enjoy them. Here's how it works. First, we buy and maintain a fleet of brand new boats. Then, you pay a one-time fee and monthly dues. At Freedom Boat Club, you can go online anytime using any device to reserve the boat of your choice. First, just arrive at the dock where you'll be greeted by a friendly staff member. Hop on your reserve boat and enjoy your day out on the water. You can go online anytime. And finally, bring the boat back, drop off the keys. It's just that, just arrive at the dock. As a Freedom Boat Club member, you'll have access to a variety of boats from coast to coast. Don't feel comfortable behind the wheel? Don't worry. We offer free, unlimited, one-on-one training to ensure your safety and the safety of everyone else here on the water. Freedom Boat Club. Don't feel comfortable behind the wheel? Don't worry. We offer free, unlimited, one-on-one training to ensure your safety and the safety of everyone else here on the water. Freedom Boat Club. Don't feel comfortable behind the wheel? Don't worry. We offer free, unlimited, one-on-one training to ensure your safety and the safety of everyone else here on the water. Freedom Boat Club. Don't feel comfortable behind the wheel? Don't worry. We offer free, unlimited, one-on-one training to ensure your safety and the safety of everyone else here on the water. Freedom Boat Club. Don't feel comfortable behind the wheel? Don't worry. We offer free, unlimited, one-on-one training to ensure your safety and the safety of everyone else here on the water. Freedom Boat Club. Don't feel comfortable behind the wheel? Don't worry. We offer free, unlimited, one-on-one training to ensure your safety and the safety of everyone else here on the water. Freedom Boat Club. Don't feel comfortable behind the wheel? Don't worry. We offer free, unlimited, one-on-one training to ensure your safety and the safety of everyone else here on the water.
Welcome back. You're watching Sky News Tonight. The top stories this evening, and at least 10 people have been killed and 35 others injured after a massive explosion hit a regional administration building in Kharkiv's main square. Ukrainian officials say Russian missiles also hit a television tower in the capital, Kyiv, killing at least 5 people and forcing a number of channels off the air. And the Prime Minister has insisted that British troops will not be deployed in Ukraine. Mr. Johnson travelled to Poland and Estonia today to discuss the crisis with his counterparts. Well, now, the UK has long been accused of allowing too much Russian money to filter through many parts of society, earning England's capital the nickname of Londongrad. Today, one of the secretive oligarchs living here hit out at EU sanctions against him. Our business correspondent Paul Kelso reports now on the Russian money in London.
Mikhail Fridman built his fortune in Vladimir Putin's Russia. A deal between his oil company and BP was endorsed by the Russian president and Tony Blair. Ukrainian-born and now based in London, he's been hit by European Union sanctions, but says he has no influence on the man waging war on his homeland.
imposing sanctions against us here just create enormous pressure for us personally. But we do not have any impact for political decision.
You say you have no links to Vladimir Putin, but despite the city of your birth being under attack, you've offered no condemnation. Some might conclude you're more concerned about your money than your country. What would you say to them?
I'm also worrying about the country, but I'm first of all worrying about people who are working for us. You know, we have a lot of, very prominent people in the top management, the general management. As I said, it's hundreds of thousands of people working for us in Russia. And, I don't want to make any comment which potentially could increase their risk.
He controls a global business empire that runs from energy to retail from these London offices, benefiting, he says, from the transparency and security the city offers.
Kyiv Britain has not been sanctioned by the UK, but the government says it does have a list of oligarchs against whom it will take actions. It tries to put pressure on Vladimir Putin by making life in London less comfortable and less lucrative for his super rich allies.
It's long been a magnet for foreign wealth and dirty money, says an author being sued this week for his expose.
This is where you can hire the propaganda specialists, PRs, the lawyers to defend your reputation. And of course, you can buy everything from bits of universities to mansions and private school places.
Also sanctioned by the EU, but not Britain, Uzbek billionaire Alisher Usmanov, seen here with Chelsea owner Roman Abramovich. A former shareholder in Arsenal and now sponsor of Everton, he says the allegations against them are false and will challenge the West's attempt to change the rules of the game. Broadcast on Sky News.
Let's talk more about all that now with Tom Burgess, who you saw in that. He's the Financial Times investigations correspondent and the author of the book Kleptopia, Liberty Money is Conquering. Joins me now to talk to you, Tom. Well, let's concentrate on Russian money and England, particularly London. Is this city, is London worse than any other major city in the world for this?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that the UK and London in particular is the global hub for dirty money. It's the place where kleptocrats, those who rule through corruption, can come and get the full package, everything they need to try to legitimize their wealth and power, whether that's bears, private intelligence agencies, or the reputation management law firms like and Schellings and Carter Ruck, who will try to control what is written about them in the press, or they can hire peers from our House of Lords to sit on their boards. They can send lobbyists and others to try to influence the work of law enforcement agencies. We have left ourselves for long years now wide open to kleptocracy, and we are starting to feel the effects of it.
Connect the dots.
A political welcome there. We've seen some pictures there. I mean, really, it's the turn of the century, isn't it, when we first started seeing some of these oligarchs setting up here, and they rub shoulders with senior politicians.
I think you're very, very wise to look at the long picture here. I mean, there was this spectacular act of hubris, wasn't there, at the end of the Cold War, when enthusiastic true believers from the West,
Last year.
Democrats and capitalists rushed into the former Soviet Union, confident that they could remake those new states the image of the West as capitalist, liberal democracies. And I fear, after 15 years myself, covering corruption all over the world, that what's happening is the reverse, is that the kleptocracies have been remaking the democracies their image. And you're right to point to figures like Tony Blair, who in office cultivated Vladimir Putin, and
this any of Vladimir Putin's personal fortune? We are told that he is worth some billions. Now, presumably he's got it squirreled away around surrogates to do that. He uses threats, the threat of jail. He falls out with some of these oligarchs. Presumably he has his own kind of personal taxation system upon them. Is he gettable too, so to speak?
Well, I think the concept of ownership becomes quite grey here. So we see this across the world. In the huge kleptocracies that we fed, for instance, in West Africa through our oil purchases and our the bribery schemes that our corporations use, it applies to Central Asia, the Middle East, Russia, and so on. There's the big man at the top, and there are those beneath him. Some of them will be custodians for his own wealth. That's become clear in recent years. That people operating on a handshake will be holding the boss's wealth. But then there are people in widening circles, like imagine it like the court in Wolf Hall. People who are utterly dependent on the boss, but maybe see themselves as wanting to pull away a little bit. And maybe that's why they stash a bit in London. And we think we're watching James Bond. You know, we think we're watching a nationalist military man bent on expanding, recreating the old Soviet empire. Strip all that away, and actually you're watching something much closer to The Godfather, right? A boss who is presided over essentially a gangster state. And I fear that what we're watching now is that gangster state lashing out at a menace. Strip away all the rhetoric, all the bombast, all the nationalist claptrap that Putin comes out with, and actually you're just looking at corruption.
Tom Burgess, what a murky world you describe there. Thank you very much indeed for this kind of just financial targets. Okay, we want to bring you more now. Russian troops on the ground. Video has emerged. Leader of Belarus, Kyiv, seemingly wargaming the invasion of the skies command. Now, Air Marshal Stringer are at the screen.
As the Russian advance continues, I'm joined by Air Marshal Edward Stringer to analyse the situation around those main Air Marshal. Now, in the last few hours, we've seen some extraordinary video being released of the Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko aiming to give away the entire invasion.
Yes, he seems to be briefing the war plan here, and what you see with these four regions, that's the four regional commands. That's the command structure of the Ukrainian armed forces. You'd expect to see that on the map.
But interestingly, on that map, we do have an area that has some arrows going towards it. It's this area here, isn't it? Moldova. Why is that area of interest? It shows Russian forces may be moving towards there.
Well, we don't see any activity there at the moment, but on the map you can see clearly a thrust from the sea up towards Moldova, and it looked like they've blocked out the entire area of Transnistria, that disputed area between Moldova and Ukraine.
Now, of course, there are a number of cities that are coming under attack by the Russian forces. This here shows us exactly the Russian armoured column. We understand it's 14 kilometres long, making its way towards Kyiv. Now, we've got a satellite image of this column. Many people will be wondering, when they look at a picture like this, as you can see, there are trucks arrayed along the road, sometimes 3 abreast. Why don't the Ukrainians just go?
Well, we don't really know what the state of the Ukrainian Air Force is at the moment. We don't know what its reserves of electrical ammunition are. But we must imagine actually that they will be husbanding that Air Force for more fighting operations to protect those capital cities where government currently exists.
Now, that's the fight for Kyiv potentially coming in the coming days, but also there are assaults occurring around Kherson and
sunshine in the north today. Cloud will become more extensive tomorrow with outbreaks of rain. Many places though dry this evening, but no cloud in the south. Some rain and hill fog. Cloud and patchy rain then extending further north overnight, but the north of Britain will stay mainly dry and clear. Frost and perhaps some fog, but most other places should be relatively mild. And tomorrow morning, Scotland looks mainly dry with sunny spells where some fog lifts. Elsewhere, it'll be cloudy with outbreaks of rain, most extensive in the west. The wind will pick up as well, with coastal gales developing from far northwest. The afternoon takes cloud and patchy rain further north and east, affecting much of Scotland by the evening. Thursday looks mild, with rain moving eastwards, maybe stalling across eastern Scotland. West of England, the best of the sunshine will be further west, but some blustery showers too.
Sponsored by Qatar Airways.
We'll be watching Sky News tonight, coming up at 9 o'clock. Russia hits targets inside the Ukrainian capital Kyiv as a 40-mile-long convoy of reinforcements approaches the city.
victory at all costs, we hear from Ukrainians preparing for a fresh onslaught. As diplomats convene to talk de-escalation, what's the British military and its response? Kyiv tonight. The Ukrainian government says 5 people have been killed in an attack on a TV tower and a Holocaust memorial. Meanwhile, a 40-mile-long convoy of Russian reinforcements is closing in on the city. Today, Sky News saw evidence of the devastation it could bring. At least 10 people were killed when Russian missiles and rockets targeted the cultural centre of Ukraine's second city, Kyiv. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has accused Russia of committing a war crime. Our security and defence editor Deborah Haynes has this on the Russian assault.
The heart of Ukraine's second city, pierced by a Russian cruise missile. In one moment, everything changed. Carnage, chaos, and inevitable casualties. They hunt for survivors in the wreckage of the local government building, carefully carrying away the dead.
There is a lot of damage, there are killed and wounded, a lot of them.
This place was renamed Freedom Square after Ukraine regained its independence from the Soviet Union. Now, it symbolises the threat this country's freedom once again faces. No longer clean-shaven, Ukraine's wartime president addressed EU politicians.
We are fighting for our rights, for our freedoms, for our life. And no, we're fighting for survival. And this is the highest of our motivation.
His desire to join the bloc and their desire to welcome him, unbowed by Russia's pressure not to.
TV tower is said to have killed 5 people, while a number of Ukrainian TV stations were taken off air. Well, that attack, close to the centre of Kyiv, came shortly after Moscow warned that it was preparing to strike targets inside the city. Elsewhere, a massive explosion hit a regional administration building in Kyiev's main square, killing at least 10 and injuring 35. And in Brovary, an airstrike left a military airbase on fire. Well, cities across Ukraine are preparing themselves for a Russian escalation. Sky's Alex Rossi spent the day in Dnipro, where makeshift bomb shelters and bunkers. This is his report on Ukraine's defence.
Every night now, the air raid sirens wail and people scramble for safety. This war is getting uglier as men, women and children
But first, let's talk to the Foreign Secretary, Liz Truss, who joins me in the studio. Good morning, Foreign Secretary. Where is the military balance this morning?
Well, what we're seeing is that the Ukrainian forces are continuing to resist Russian advances. We haven't seen...
People are taking financial advice from me.
Significant changes in what is happening.
Now from Morgan Stanley.
I think unexpected by the Russians. Very, very strong and brave Ukrainian resistance. And it's our role as key supporters of Ukraine to continue to supply them with defensive weapons, continue to supply them with economic support to help them resist this egregious invasion.
To what extent do you think that Mr. Putin has failed to object his first, 3-day objectives?
We said before this invasion took place that Vladimir Putin would be making a massive strategic mistake. First of all, because the Ukrainians would fight. And we're seeing them fight. We're seeing the incredibly brave leadership of President Zelensky. But also because they would be hit by severe Western sanctions. And last night, the G7 agreed that we would cut access for Russia to the SWIFT banking system, that we would target the Russian central bank, that we'll be putting more sanctions on oligarchs and companies. And you can see the reaction in the international markets. You can see the damage already to the Russian economy. But I fear, Trevor, that this will be a long haul. What I'm saying, though, is that the United Kingdom absolutely stands by Ukraine through this very long and difficult conflict.
By the way, when you talked about long haul, it's reported this morning you said that this could be 10 years.
This could be a number of years. Because what we do know is Russia have strong forces, but we know that the Ukrainians are brave, that they're determined to stand up for their sovereignty and territorial integrity, and they're determined to fight. And the sanctions that we are putting in place, and they are very, very tough sanctions, cutting the Russian economy at its knees, cutting access to the Western system. We've banned Aeroflot from flying into the United Kingdom. We're targeting key oligarchs. We've got a hit list of oligarchs. But these will take time to have an effect and debilitate the Russian economy. We need to wean Europe off Russian oil and gas. This will take time. So this is not going to be, I fear, over quickly, but we need to be prepared for a very long haul.
I want to come to the sanctions question in a moment, but sticking with a military issue, what actual military support are we offering to Ukraine?
So we've trained up 20,000 Ukrainian soldiers. We've put support into the Ukrainian Navy. We've supplied anti-tank weapons, which are being used by the Ukrainians. And we continue to supply defensive weaponry for the Ukrainians to use. We've also the Defence Secretary led a donor conference on Friday with 25 other countries. They have pledged also to support. And last night we saw that Germany has changed its position. Germany is now going to be supplying defensive weapons into Ukraine. So we're seeing a huge uptick. And Britain really has led in this. We were the first country in Europe to supply defensive weapons to Ukraine. We're now seeing others supply defensive weapons as well. And this is vitally important to help the Ukrainians resist the Russian invasion and the Russian advance. And what we're also seeing is just the huge motivation of the Ukrainian forces. They are fighting for their country, but they're also fighting for freedom and democracy. And it's vitally important that Putin's ambitions stop in Ukraine. He's stated publicly that he wants to regain control of vast swathes of Eastern Europe, whether it's Poland, Moldova. We must make sure that we are doing all we can to back the Ukrainian resistance.
There's clearly, as you say, great resistance here. But one of the things that I think is now being contemplated is if the Russians feel that they are being frustrated, their response might not be to step back. It might be to deploy greater firepower. How serious do you think this could become?
I fear you are absolutely right, Trevor. We've already seen the response from the Russian government. We've seen the actions taken despite all of the warnings about the severe cost of this conflict in terms of humanitarian cost, in terms of cost for the Russian state. I mean, this could well be the beginning of the end for Putin. And I fear that he is determined to use the most unsavory means in this war. But he should be aware that the International Criminal Court is already looking at what is happening in Ukraine, and there will be serious consequences for him personally and for the Russian government.
How far do you think he can go? I mean, he has chemical, biological weapons. He has nuclear weapons. How bloody could this actually become?
I fear this conflict could be very, very bloody, and we've already seen civilians targeted by the Russian government. I urge the Russians not to escalate this conflict, but we do need to be prepared for Russia to seek to use even worse weapons. I think it would be hugely devastating. Russia is already isolated internationally. At the UN Security Council, not a single country voted with Russia. Everybody is dissociating themselves from Russia. They are being cut off from the international community financially, diplomatically, politically, and that would simply make it even worse.
We saw in Syria the use of chemical weapons, banned weapons. Could that be a factor here? And one doesn't want to over-dramatize this, but let's be frank. Ukraine was the site of many what used to be called battlefield nuclear weapons. Are we talking, in worst circumstances, that kind of carnage?
We need to avoid this at all costs. This is why it is so important, the work we are doing to degrade the Russian military complex. We're stopping the export of technologies to Russia. We are stopping the ability of those military companies to raise money in the international markets. We're cutting off the SWIFT system from Russia, precisely so that they cannot fund this war machine anymore.
We have said that we're standing shoulder to shoulder. We are going to do everything for Ukrainians. Well, of course, one of the consequences of this action, even before any of the kinds of things we've just been talking about happens, will be a flow of refugees. 150,000 apparently have left. The UN talked about 5 million. Some of those people will want to come here. What are we going to do to admit those people from Ukraine who maybe have families here? At the moment, the visa regime seems extremely bureaucratic and restrictive. Have you any thought about how it's going to be made easier for people to flee?
Well, the Prime Minister has already been very clear that we are a country that welcomes refugees, that we will do all we can to support the Ukrainians. We're already putting in a lot of humanitarian assistance at the border. Of course, the main thing we can do is support the Ukrainians to fight for their country so that they can have a long-term future in Ukraine. That's extremely important, Trevor.
But telling people whose families are here, who are Ukrainian, who want to bring their families out, that you have to apply for a seasonal worker visa does not sound that welcoming.
We are looking at what more we can do, Trevor. And the Prime Minister was very clear last night that we will be welcoming refugees from Ukraine. We're already expediting our visa processes, our passport processes. We've got a 24/7 operation running at the Foreign Office, helping people with emergency travel documents. But I can tell you, Trevor, we are looking at what more we can do.
But come on, you better
we'll be saying more about this very shortly.
Well, I hope you might want to say something about that today, because right today, people in Ukraine are saying we have to travel to Lviv to get a visa in Ukraine. If we want a British visa, we have to get out of Ukraine to Poland or Romania or Moldova. That is not easy. That is not welcoming. Why not simply say that people who can get from Ukraine to here, who have relatives, who have a place to go, will have at least a temporary visa, and then you can do the investigations and all of that. Why not be clear about it today? Because in Kyiv, what they're hearing is the British aren't that keen on you coming.
Well, first of all, I can completely say that is not true. The United Kingdom does welcome refugees, and we want to do all we can to support Ukraine. Economically, we're supporting the humanitarian effort. I had a call last night with the United Nations about how we support making sure the humanitarian response is completely in place, how we protect humanitarian corridors out of Ukraine. So we are doing all that work. I know it's difficult, and I completely appreciate the difficult of communications in Ukraine. There is an online system that people can use to apply for visas. But as I say, we are looking urgently, Trevor, we're looking urgently at what more we can do to support people in Ukraine. But I want to send a very strong message. The United Kingdom welcomes refugees.
Our people on the ground in Ukraine are not... are hearing from people in Ukraine that is not the message they're hearing. What they're hearing is it's difficult to come to Britain. And what after they've complained that we're a bit slow in getting the weapons and all the rest of it, it's not a great look for us, is it?
Well, can I just pull you up on the point about the defensive weapons? We were the first European country to send defensive weapons to Ukraine. We have had a long-term program of training up the Ukrainian armed forces. We're now seeing other European countries also send defensive weapons, which is very welcome. We were the first country to call for SWIFT to be cut out from the Russians. We have put in the toughest package of sanctions of any European country. So we will always lead, and we will also lead, Trevor, on the humanitarian and the refugee effort, and I can guarantee that to you today.
All right, let's come on to your ground, which is a diplomatic territory. There are reports that the Belarusians have tried to open some conversation with the Ukrainians today. What do we know of that, and what do you think this means?
Well, what we know is throughout the diplomatic discussions we've been having, the Russians have lied. When I was in Moscow, I was assured by Sergei Lavrov there would be no invasion of Ukraine. That was not true. President Putin said there would be no invasion of Ukraine. That is not true. So what we know is that the Russians weren't and aren't serious about diplomacy. This is why our efforts should be focused on supporting the Ukrainians fight in Ukraine to defend their country and cutting off the Russian economy from the international system and degrading the Russian economy. Now, if the Russians are serious about negotiations, they need to remove their troops from Ukraine. They cannot negotiate with a gun to the head of the Ukrainians. They need to remove their troops, which is what they call for. They need to de-escalate this conflict. And I see absolutely no signs of that. We're continuing to see a Russian offensive in Ukraine. So frankly, I don't trust these so-called efforts of negotiation.
So no talks until there's a complete withdrawal?
Absolutely.
You've talked about the sanctions already. You and I have discussed those sanctions before. You've obviously had some success with getting other countries to do something about the SWIFT system. The other sanctions that we might be looking at are, for example, in relation to energy. In 2014, David Cameron, along with other European leaders, vowed to reduce our dependence on Russian energy supplies. In 2014, we in the UK actually bought 0 cubic meters from Russia. In the last year, we bought 6.4 billion cubic meters. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to know that actually we applied sanctions, but in fact we bought more gas from Russia. Why is it going to be any different this time?
So we currently, I think 3% of our energy supplies are Russian gas, which is a lot lower than many European countries. I mean, some are up to 85% of all their gas comes from Russia. So what we need to do is we need to agree with our G7 counterparts, because we're not going to be able to do this alone. We need to agree to reduce that percentage over time. That's what's important. So I would support the idea of having ceilings on how much oil and gas is imported from Russia. So over time, we cut the dependency right across Europe. And that's what we're working with our G7 partners. But you're absolutely right, Trevor, that the West did not follow through.
Yeah.
And that is why,
direction.
that's why we're in the situation we're in now, is we didn't do enough to deter Putin in 2008 and 2014, and that is why our sanctions will be much tougher. That is why the Germans in particular have cancelled Nord Stream 2. They're now supplying defensive weapons. We've seen a huge change, which I very much welcome, because we need to take a different approach. We simply cannot afford to be importing Russian oil and gas. We cannot afford to have such a strong Russian presence in our financial system. That is why we're prepared to take tough actions that will ultimately be difficult for our economy in the short term, but will help protect freedom and democracy in the long term.
Yes, but if I may say so, I think that all sounds right and good, but the problem is that it went in the wrong direction last time. You have to work with other people. And I suppose...
We're not going to let it go in the wrong direction this time. I am absolutely determined, Trevor. The Prime Minister is absolutely determined not to let it happen again.
Brian O'Toole, who was the Treasury official charged with essentially leading on the devising sanctions regime after 2014, said to me in an interview that we're going to run later in this programme that actually you have to understand that there are limits to what sanctions can do. They knew that they couldn't get Putin out of Crimea in 2014 with sanctions. What they hoped to do, and what he thought they did, was to delay further aggressions. What is our real objectives with sanctions here? He's not going to back out of Ukraine because of sanctions, is he?
The real objective is to degrade the Russian economy, because what we know is that Putin's war machine is funded by revenues from oil and gas. So what we have to do is reduce dependency on oil and gas. We have to cut the ability financial markets. We're cutting the technology that they can use in their military complex. They've got very advanced weapons. We're going to stop them accessing Western technology. So over a period of time, it's harder and harder for Putin to fund his army, harder and harder for him to create that new technology, and harder and harder for him to wage war. But I completely agree with your analysis that this will take time.
All right.
This is why I'm saying this is going to be a long-running conflict. The Ukrainians are and will resist. It's very, very hard for Russia to gain permanent control over Ukraine when the public of Ukraine do not want that. And this is why we warned Putin that this would be a long-running quagmire.
Right.
But the role of sanctions is degrading the Russian economy over time.
All right, let's talk about a couple of things that we can do. When, again, we last spoke, you said that there would be nowhere to hide for Putin's associates, the oligarchs. Now, Roman Abramovich has relinquished control of Chelsea Football Club, but he still owns it. And that means that if you come after his assets, for an example, if you were to come after his assets, Chelsea Football Club would be beyond your reach. In truth, unless you change the way that all companies operate in London, the oligarchs and their British lawyers will still be able to protect their assets, won't they?
Well, this week we'll be introducing the Economic Crime Bill, which will create a lot more transparency around the structures of these companies and make it much clearer what is going on. I've compiled a hit list of oligarchs, people who...
Is Abramovich on it?
I'm not going to say who is on the list, but what I can tell you is there are over 100 billionaires in Russia. We have compiled a hit list of oligarchs. We're working through and putting the cases together, and every few weeks we will sanction new oligarchs. There will be a rolling program of sanctions. We will go through the hit list. We're targeting oligarchs' private jets. We'll be targeting their properties. We'll be targeting other possessions that they have, and there will be nowhere to hide.
All right, look, lastly, everybody knows Newton's law. To every action, there's a reaction. We'll do the sanctions and so on. It's estimated that energy bills might now climb to 3,000. We can expect inflation above 8%. Ukraine produces grain, price of grain will rise. So there will be a cost there.
Well, we don't see any activity there at the moment, but on his map,
I wonder,
clearly a thrust from the sea up towards Moldova, and it looked like they blocked out.
For us to make a difference, our people are going to have to face some suffering, some consequences. Are you going to level with the British people that in order to force change in Moscow, people in Manchester and Maidstone, and Merthyr Tydfil, anywhere else begins with M, are going to make sacrifices in this country as for what Neville Chamberlain once described as a quarrel in a faraway country between people of which we know nothing? Are you going to be clear with Britain that if we're going to fight this long battle, they are going to have to sacrifice?
Well, first of all, the sacrifices that we are going to have to undertake in Britain are nothing like the sacrifices that people in Ukraine are suffering now. You know, they are having to arm themselves, they are having to fight on the streets due to a completely unprovoked invasion by the Russians. And my thoughts are with the people of Ukraine and the difficult struggle that they have ahead of them. But we're not just fighting for the people of Ukraine and the sovereignty and self-determination of Ukraine. This long-running conflict is about freedom and democracy in Europe. Because if we don't stop Putin in Ukraine, we are going to see others under threat. The Baltics, Poland, Moldova, and it could end up in a conflict with NATO. We do not want to go there. That is why it's so important that we make the sacrifices now. And yes, there will be an economic cost here in Britain. There will be a cost in terms of access to oil and gas markets. We don't import much here, but there are a lot of imports into continental Europe from Russian gas, so inevitably there will be impacts. But we have to, and I firmly believe the British public understand the price we would pay if we don't stand up to Putin now. The price we would pay is much greater in the long term, and frankly, over the past 15 years, we haven't done enough to stand up to Putin. We're now facing the reality of what that means, and that is why we are taking a much tougher stand now.
Liz Truss, thank you very much.
Thank you. Mild and grey, with outbreaks of rain in the south, but northern Britain will be mainly fine if frosty. Some patchy fog is possible there too. Scotland will stay mainly dry.
Shortly after 4 o'clock this morning, I spoke to President Zelensky of Ukraine as the first missiles struck his beautiful and innocent country and its brave people, and I assured him of the unwavering support of the United Kingdom. And I can tell the House that at this stage, Ukrainians are offering a fierce defense of their families and their country. And I know that every honourable member will share my admiration for their resolve. Earlier today, President Putin delivered another televised address and offered the absurd pretext that he sought the demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine. In fact, he is hurling the might of his military machine against a free and peaceful neighbour in breach of his own explicit pledge and every principle of civilized behaviour between states, spurning the best efforts of this country and our allies to avoid bloodshed. For this, Putin will stand condemned in the eyes of the world and of history. He will never be able to cleanse the blood of Ukraine from his hands. And although the UK and our allies tried every avenue for diplomacy until the final hour, I'm driven to conclude that Putin was always determined to attack his neighbour, no matter what we did. Now we see him for what he is, a blood-stained